listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils, double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid. It's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it. You are structuring it. And from today, we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working round the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
Welcome everyone to the 103rd Keshe Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And my name's Rick Crammond, and we're about to begin today's workshop. We'll feature, I understand Klaus has his health unit that he'll want to demonstrate or have a look at, and who knows what Mr. Keshe will be interested in speaking about today. He always has something new up his sleeve for us to contemplate. So, Mr. Keshe, are you ready to go ahead there?
Yes, good morning. Good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers programs. As we said, it's 103. Next week is exactly 2 years. 2 years non-stop we've been teaching, spreading the knowledge, and in so many ways, bringing a lot of things in the new ways for our living across this planet. We, we have shared technology, we have shared emotions, we have shared grief, we have shared joys of happiness, and more or less today is the day before 2 years. We celebrate 2 years of broadcasting, teaching. Next week, hopefully, most of us have learned a lot. Most of us have made a lot of friends, and in so many ways, most of us have progressed to bring humanity closer together. 2 years ago, when we started, about 4 weeks before this, the first teachings with Rick, just as something to share knowledge, now it's become a permanent feature of the teachings. In these 2 years, uh, the knowledge we have spread amongst the men is beyond belief. We have changed the whole science of knowledge of technology in so many ways that in 2 years no one has managed to change the course, but they have added, speeded up, and in so many ways collectively increased knowledge. As a lot of you are aware, Keshe Foundation is growing in such a way that those of us who are on the what I call receiving end or operational end, for all of you, we see changes which is going to be worse than what we thought in the stages that we cannot catch up with the speed of growth. We see it, I feel it, as sitting in where I sit in the foundation, that is growing so rapidly that it needs a new dimensions to be added to it. What we thought in the stages that we cannot. Background. Thank you. So what we're trying to do in this operation, we are bringing national governments in. We have to, because the resources of the Keshe Foundation, the way we are, is not, cannot meet the demand. And so as we became individuals, now we start bringing a structure of organized, what I call governments, apparatus in the background of the Keshe Foundation. You will understand in the next few weeks and months what this means and how it will help us to do it. There are resources in the position of the governments that we can never have. And we see governments approaching us and seeing what we are doing and delivering what we said. And this is bringing us a lot of support. As you know, we have received confirmation of certain systems which is going to be released in the coming weeks and months by the foundation. And on the other hand, we are looking to create a condition that the momentum with what we are doing increases internationally. There are a number of things which are at this moment the forefront of the Keshe Foundation work. This is what we are trying to achieve, the first lift confirmation of the first spaceship. Those of us in the background who are aware, even just before 20 minutes before these teachings, a team of people who are involved with these things, and last night 2, 3 o'clock my time in the morning, the same group put in different package or different number of other people were trying to ascertain and complete a process that we can keep to the condition of a lot of things which at the moment we said is possible, now is getting tested, evaluated, played with, created, and every other shape or form that we can show you the first spaceship. The beauty with this work is it's getting done by public. It's getting done by member of public. We just guide. What we've done is that we are preparing the Keshe Foundation team, students, or what we call the knowledge seekers, very rapidly for this development. I see it coming, and it's paramount that we do it. So, but the problem is that there is, especially on a very advanced stages of the Keshe Foundation, in the what I call, as we just finished with the first two knowledge seekers with Marco and Arman finishing the first 2 years, the group which started last May in Trani now is coming to its final term. And what we are doing, we're trying to get this group, a few of them, into level of understanding of the system control and everything else in every aspect. So what we've done, we touched on some teachings on Tuesday and last Thursday. As I was teaching yesterday, I only teach Wednesdays in the morning and afternoon in the institutes in 2 different courses. We opened a door because this group of the knowledge seekers, which are in the what we call like a third year, we brought it into, they are highly advancedly understanding the whole process. But on the other hand, there are others who have the knowledge or can understand the knowledge or they can use the knowledge. We passed the blueprint of the energy system, we passed the blueprint of the health and agriculture, and we did last week the spaceship. One of the things which we take man into is not so much the spaceship. When you're in a space, how you recognize, how you communicate. And due to rapid development in release of knowledge for a creation of the craft, which is now we start seeing it is getting formed, it's getting structured in so many ways. It is important to bring the communication line and understanding of the line of universal communication for most of us who are working, but you're not part of this the study group. For this reason, we decided yesterday that yesterday's teaching for the first, what do you call it, the what I call for the first years, which are in the final year, and part of this, for what we call the 3-year course in the afternoon, to be released after the teaching of today. This is important, please. To a lot of you, this does not make sense. But to those who have followed and mature in the structure of understanding of the technology, this is the key to what we call the blueprint of the universal language. In the universe, we don't have what you call, just 1 second, I have to answer this call. It's important. Hello, I'm teaching at the moment. Can I speak to you later? Okay, thanks. Bye-bye. The people who are at this level, and you come to understand, in a space, you cannot ask, can I have a glass of water? What is a tree? What is a book? Can I read a book? These are all physicalities of the man. These are physicality of the dimension of life of the man on this planet. In a space, we don't have this. In a space, you recognize emotion. You recognize if the emotion is the same as you, or in respect to your emotion, what is the other side releasing. As I said, when we open this, this is important for those who will in the future, in the very near future, be open the space. At least you know what to look for, how to communicate, and we call this the blueprint of language, communication, universal communication. I teach more in depth in the background, but I thought yesterday it's important that now that we're reaching the position of development, it is important that we share the knowledge very rapidly with the others who start developing it. Today, we have done some tests in the morning or during the night, and again the second group of the Spaceship Institute, what you call a space team and the innovation team, were on the table again. We run, I don't know, 4 or 5 hour session today in this respect. And I won't tell you what happened, but I think it'll be good for Rick, who's been present in both of them, explain to us what we've seen in the process today without releasing anything else, because as Rick is head of the Keshe Foundation group, being present in both, he can explain to us that it doesn't come from me, but we don't release any more name of who's been present in these meetings, because it shows how far we are developed and how far we are developing. Rick, would you like to enlighten us in what we've seen overnight?
Well, what can I say about that? It seems we're entering into a different different realm of experience, you might say, compared to our ordinary experience with it's not the same as plugging in a maggrav unit and just looking for savings in electricity. This is a whole different realm of experience that is being encountered with these maggrav starship type configurations. There are apparently, and it can be felt, that fields are generated by these devices or by the interaction with these devices, and those fields can extend out, perhaps even beyond the reactor configuration, and into perhaps a room that's above where the configuration is, or even extending out into the atmosphere around a building, for example. There's several reports of glows and that sort of thing from these configurations. And but the interesting thing is the interaction with the emotional I call it like emotional body that we have, or emotional sensing, and ways that one can interact with this device, but also interact with your environment, because you become, I think, awakened in a way that enables one to extend some of the sensing and the feeling of the fields. This is, I think, the key phrase of the whole experience, is this feeling of the fields. Can one feel the fields? And what does that feel like? And how does one determine the extent of where the fields go, and the barriers, or perhaps the membrane where that field extends to? Can you sense being inside that membrane or that skin? And then you can sense being outside of that skin. So this is some of the experiments that are going on with different people to sense these fields. And it's a different world when we're sensing fields than when we're thinking about a problem or busy, involved, or identified with different things, because you have to be present in the moment to feel these fields. It's always a constantly changing situation to feel the effects and feel the emotion that's concerned with this situation. So this is something we all need to learn more about, that are involved with the Starship configurations and this idea of lift, but also just in general in life. This is what more and more I think we need to learn about as humans, is about the emotional realm and how that affects the way we perceive and ways that we can learn to perceive more objectively and clearly different situations. What else can I say about that? Where were you leading to with this, Mr. Keshe? I'm not sure where I'm going. I'm getting a little far astray, perhaps.
No, but in a way, could you explain to us, because you were present in both experiments today, roughly what we ascertained or we see for the person who's involved with the system, what we've seen that's been, we see he's achieved or he's doing.
What we see that he achieves or do well. There seems to be an alteration of perceptions, for example. Is that what you're leaning toward?
Like eating, the feeling of being.
Well, for example, if someone might feel the fields of other people more clearly, or in their encounters with others, change the viewpoint more into feeling of fields rather than seeing them as a physicality, perhaps.
Is there anything, Vince, you want to add? Because you were present in both sessions. Is Vince about?
Help me out here, Vince. I think I'm missing a point here. If you can point us in another direction, perhaps.
No, we're trying to see what we observed today with a set, which there is a person who's handling it. Yeah, that's the reason we got to keep here.
With the system over the last month or so is what he described, but the increase in the awareness between the communication of the system and the people around the person. One thing that really stood out was the fact of walking around inside of the different areas and being able to know the person, as what he described, to be able to not have that person, or to be able to see their real emotions and not have to worry about what they're speaking. They actually knew what they were, what was going on that way. The interaction, the emotional interaction with the fields is what I'm trying to get at, is the increase in sensitivity in that area. That was the what I got out of the majority of it, because if he's able to sense or do something with that sensitivity, it's another indication, it's another measurement device, it's another way to feel the fields and know what you're doing and go on the right path.
And it led to an instance of instant communication and so on, or not just an instance, but multiple instances of instant communications where the person felt that they already had the answer to the question before the question was fully asked, and so on.
Reading is intention, what we call it, without speaking.
Aware of the emotional connection. I see James put in here in the chat telepathic communication, but what is telepathy? Is it the emotional side of the communication? If that's the case, then yes. Would that not be?
It was also mentioned that this idea that the walls kind of turn transparent, not just to vision, but to your presence, your
the
feeling
that of the openness, of the having to touch the skin, but not that you're actually touching the skin, that you can feel the whole way through, like it's not there, but it's matter there.
So things become very much more of a field effects rather than the physicality, the way things look, and um, or just our physical appearance. It's the way it feels rather than the way it appears.
It's just the test with the banana, I think, was interesting. I said, I think the test with the banana, when we asked him to taste a banana or with the water.
To generate a certain emotion, to get the feeling behind it.
Yeah, that he was receiving the energy for the banana, or he wanted the desire to have a banana, but he was tasting the banana and feeling the banana.
Interaction with himself, because he's more aware of it, he's able to receive that energy of that emotional connection with that, let's say, that food.
Directly rather than through
Actually
the
eating the food.
transformational process. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We try to structure. We tested the solid, which was a banana. We tested liquid, which was water. His word was, as the water is me, I'm in the water. And we tested the gas, which is the sulfur. So in a way, we can feed. It's exactly, if you go back, it's on what we showed with a cup where you put the orange and you drank on top of the cup, and when you drank the water, you had the taste and smell of the water, orange. Now we're going to the steps of transferring this without the containment of the water, because 60–70% of the body of the man is water, so you don't need to bring a container to drink it. You can desire what you need, and the tangibility of receiving the energy for that is available. So in the space you can desire to have a banana, you taste the banana, you get the emotion of having the banana. These are important part of the development, that, as we said, you don't carry no food in space. It's interesting to listen to the teaching for yesterday, which we released this afternoon, after these teachings, if we don't forget. And we'll open an insight into the real space technology without all this, what I call nano material or GANs material and the rest of it, because now the whole purpose was to set a new standard, new knowledge, and now we are going in the real space direction. Yes, in a way, because do we need it? This is the question. We establish slowly, we set a line and a lot of people will follow. We are reaching more or less to the position of the first spaceship, where people can feel they are within the confinement, when they are part of it. We listened to a testimonial last week with another person. Renan, are you there? Is Renan
Yes,
part
sir.
of this?
I'm here, sir.
Okay, Renan, could you explain to us regarding what the gentleman felt about the lift and how it was
Yes.
created?
Okay. One of our groups here who have felt an experience of levitation or positioning when he was widely awake and was resting on the couch. So it was a couch, and star formation reactors is only 1.5 meters away from him. So he was there. It was already about 1 a.m. in the morning here, and he was resting because he was waiting for his friend. our one of our group mates to come back home. So he felt in just about few minutes, he suddenly felt there's a stream of energy pushing him upward. Uh, he has a blanket at the back, so he still felt the blanket was still at his back, but he felt he was pushed up fast, quick and fast, going up, and he panicked. So what after the panic, he tried to remove the handkerchief, which is he placed it on his face when he was just lying down resting, because that time he was listening to the teachings uh, with Mr. Kesh. So from there, he tried to remove the handkerchief, and once he removed the handkerchief, tried to peek, he only saw in the area, in the surroundings, all are he was like in a dark place, and he got panic because he was afraid that how can he go back to the bed. So what he immediately did was he he removed the cloth in his face, and after pulling it many times, because he was not able to pull it, I don't know why. So when he pulled it many times, he suddenly saw the light, saw everything again, and he was already on the same couch he was positioning. So he didn't feel any fall or a sudden drop, but very very awake when it happened. So he never dozed out when he was sleeping. He was alert, listening, and just that experience, we we were so amazed on what he have experienced, because he was really sure and he was so relaxed during that time. He was so relaxed, and was not thinking of flying or anything. He was just so relaxed and listening to the talks, and the place was just filled with the Maghreb fields. I think because the setup was already been almost a month in the house. It was just been there for so long already hanging. So the fields have been building up already. So from that, that was we're now replicating the time right now. So we're testing it again and making another formation or another setup that we can build up the fields. So that was a wonderful experience, and Mr. Kesh explained to us how to deal with it, and eventually we can do it again with the group already, instead of having one on the person. At least right now, we already know that the person can give us the certain emotion of what happened. So when he describes it, so we can feel it the way what the emotions he has been in that area. So we can do it as a group. So we're excited to do it, and we're just setting up the fields again. And Bernie is already completing the setup, and also the other team is also building another the existing setup. He just transferred the location so that we can have a concentrated field in a particular room. So hopefully, we'll as a group we can do it together. So update soon.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
sir.
Thank you. So what we see, don't forget, these are specific groups or people within a structure which are getting uh, taught, and they teach themselves for a specific target. We set up this group, especially now I think it's the second, third week, and they are getting trained towards development of the spaceship. It's not just somebody somewhere else. This is all part of one group of the elite of the Keshe Foundation, people who've been, who understand, and or are, have reached that point. So we dedicated a team to develop the first spaceship. with all the necessary thing which could be, but at the same time of developing, we get trained as well in what we see, what we can see, what needs to be done. And these people sit amongst the Keshe Foundation team. These are not somebody we went and picked up. These are the people who are very well understood, work and develop the technology. So in a way, we have appointed a team of what we call the new plasma technology to create the first spaceship, to develop the first spaceship with all its physicality, with its own emotion, with its own structure. And we have a target, if we can meet the target, but it seems to be we are on the target. The tangibility is to be tested, then the positioning will be coming to it. But now we are controlling or developing a control that we control it with emotion and not with what we call tools. The 2 or 3 systems around the world which are getting developed are very similar, very, very different, but work on understanding that the system can be done. And sooner or later, within a matter of coming weeks, you will see in one of the teachings we don't announce, as the way we opened the blueprint of the space technology last week, the first flying object, of what we call the first spaceship. It's done across the world, that it cannot be stopped. No governmental pressure can stop the testing, and we do it openly. So we will meet on regular basis in the next few weeks till we be able to ascertain the first flying object as a spaceship. We've seen the feeding, as we explained today, how you can feed yourself. We have seen the emotion of how you can interact. We've seen the emotion of how you can create your motion in respect to the system. So in so many ways, it's an international collaboration on open lines. One of the reasons we keep it this way, we know, as I said, a number of governments are on these lines listening. So we most probably have thousands of other scientists listening, developing and finding what we find and what they can add to it. So we're coming in that direction. In the coming weeks, we will release packages of a specific system. It's very much like when in olden days you used to bring the rocket launching of the Apollo out, and then the whole unit on the top, and then you launch it. We are doing that in an open manner, no secret developments on the grounds to be accused of anything. So you got to understand the reason we do it this way is because we are developing this, but in the background securities of different governments are listening to us. But this technology belongs to all of us. So we debrief you what it is. In a way, what we just told you about the banana is about 20 minutes now, I'm sure. National scientific organizations are running to test it, to see what we've done is there, because I teach, I guide, and it's carried out by physical conditions like by the team of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. The collaboration, now we bring these collaborations into open with governments, as we announced. Again, we announced, we confirm we have received official invitation by the Chinese government and the Chinese leadership for us to visit China on the 25th of March. We're planning to be there till the 10th of April. We thank the Keshe Foundation team in China for organizing this. We thank Professor Jay and Professor Zhou in being instrumental and being between the Chinese leadership and government and the Chinese Research Institute in organizing this. We will give a number of lectures. Armand will join me from United States. The two of us, we can fulfill to complete the teaching. As we said, we will transfer full technology knowledge in the space to the edge, and we bring the Keshe Foundation China, Keshe Foundation teams and research groups to work and merge into the governmental structure, but still be dependent. In this trip, we will transfer everything which even needs to be transferred. This is not a handshake, good morning, giving a couple of lectures. I'll get on the table with the Keshe Foundation people in different laboratories. There is a plan that we meet 2 or 3 different districts or different Keshe Foundation groups, and we'll develop the technology while we are there with Chinese army, with Chinese space people, with Chinese agriculture, literally in their labs. It'll be an open, very transparent teaching, and I'm sure I can thank all the Keshe Foundation supporters in China for this. It's taken a lot to build the trust with governments, and this is the first round of a number of official visits which we'll make across the planet. On our return, we'll try and we will have the function in Dubai, and then we go to another state by invitation of the king of the state. It's already, we met with the prince of the family, of the royal family last Friday and lunch, and the operation is undergone. This whole process has started, and we'll see where we go. As we met with the royal member of the royal family last Friday, and they're setting everything up. And then from there, we go to Ghana. Ghana and Nigeria is our next stop, official stop by the Keshe Foundation. All these will be bring collaborations with the scientists of across the planet. We will do as we were planning. I cannot do all the trips. From now on, what we call the heads of the states of the Keshe Foundation, the structure of the teachings, like Marco, Armin, Wins, and the others, will organize and be the heading these organizations, these trips, and these what we call official visits to develop and solidify the Keshe Foundation. In the talk I had with Armin this week, we will take to bring the Keshe Foundations in order. This week we will assign the first 5 companies which will start manufacturing, and with it will bring new structure into the Keshe Foundation funding. There is a situation, as you know, you are aware, with respect to the case in the United States, which we pursued with the gentleman who brought especially these Thursday teachings down. When we did not accuse, we informed of the illegal activities of using children, abusing children, using internet websites which they were running, and they brought us down that we made accusation. Now that this gentleman is arrested, and he has confessed to raping over 50 children, and that, as we know, as we said in an interview, we will not, it cannot be done, we don't make an accusation, but it seems to be his own children the victim of his activities. So we are watching the case very closely. It's developing very rapidly. The people who brought this gentleman to the Keshe Foundation for him initially to give interviews, and then using our technology to lure children to their website as they come to understand about UFOs, about the new energy, and very interesting, they call it on their website the exotic energy. The exotic was children for the people who were coming there to abuse it. There are some 20,000 names on the computer which is confiscated from this gentleman. The first victim of their own act has been the judge in United States. We know now the securities, we've been informed, have rapidly are moving into Europe. The person, what we call the red circle, who brought this man in, and then we saw him supporting him to trying to frame the Keshe Foundation for everything else. What we saw deliberately releasing the books of the Keshe Foundation on the internet, accusing us of everything else because they knew they are about to be caught. So they try to do as much damage as possible. Now, there is a question. We spoke in the past 24 hours for an update about the situation. There is a huge move to arrest these people as fast as possible, because they've been watching them, They've been monitoring them since last August. They know who they're in touch with, how they're operating. How now the gentleman Red Circle has moved, knowing that the the link, or the people who set up in the state cap to bring children for pedophiles in Europe is now lost, and the judge who was supporting them, we don't know whatever happened to him. According to publications, is a lot of as being one of the leading judges in the United States, was committed to commit suicide, or he was killed because of, now everybody knows where he was, personal activities. Now these people in Europe have moved to the German side. They handed over their position, and now they moved in German, and they brought 2 women with them in United States. We are watching this very clearly, very closely, and we saw allegations of Interpol being trying to chase us in the paper which we released from the Belgian police, which was deliberately done 2 years ago, and we left on our website, and putting the paper of the police, which is working with the same Red Circle, trying to force us to go back to Belgium to execute us. And the minute we released the paper, they knew, we read their hands. For 2 years now, it's dated April last 2014. We are approaching April of 2016, and nothing has been done, because this was the way Red Circle was trying to push us to go back, that the police wants us. They issued a warrant which had no backup by the chief prosecutor of the country. It was done by an officer. It's a fraudulent paper. And now they're showing this paper that this is an Interpol arrest. Interpol has created a specific protection for people like us. Let me explain to you, because these people, when they bring these things out, we explain to you how fraudulent it is, and how this woman, 2 of them now has joined. These are bunch that are all connected to the pedophile group in America. Pedophilia doesn't come in regarding the man with a boy or a girl. There are women who are pedophiles too, and they see their position in danger. So now they start talking, and one of them is seen showing the paper of the police, which we put ourselves as this is the release of the Interpol. And lady, I got a very message for you. Interpol is on you. We'll take you out very soon for what you've done. You are part of the child abuse organization, and we don't make allegations, because we have seen how you came through the same door as the Red Circle, and you sit with the Red Circle, the same pattern. We see the same pattern as the gentleman which has been arrested in the United States. So what we are telling you is very simple. As part of the structure, a number of, especially one of the heads of the European Space Agency will be arrested very soon. And it took 9 months to get this first guy taken out of the frame. Now the move is into the European Agency. In CERN, there are pedophiles sitting, and they make sure a specific knowledge is released that they can get as many children, because interest, they study psychological pattern, and then they release what kind of children they want to do. They use science attached to pedophile links, like our technology has got nothing to do with it, to lure the children, and then they study pedophile of which guy likes which kind of child. And this was a job of Red Circle for years around Keshe Foundation, which we realize now. He was using the Keshe Foundation to identify children for the pedophiles in Belgium, because don't forget, he was brought in by the ex, or what we call ex-king, now he's not a king now, son, which everybody knows his name. And then the son was within the structure of the scientific organization, where they were bringing scientists to see what is new, and then like us, trying to absorb them, made allegation with them, take their technology, and then use the new invention or discovery on the internet to bring children in. So now we're seeing the patent is open to Interpol and national international securities. So now we know the Red Circle was brought in by the ex-king of Belgium's son, which we always gave his name. And then the son is connected to a company in Belgium which is heavily involved in nanotechnology, which what we call the in-house lawyer of this organization sits with the European Space Agency, and the company majority owned by the King of the Belgium. But the interesting thing is, now we release an information which we can do now. The gentleman who came to poison us in Italy, both me and my wife and my child, His son-in-law works for the same company of the nanotechnology. Now you see the link. They're all connected to each other. The son-in-law of, you know, who came to and poisoned us to kill over 2 years ago, works for the same company in nanotechnology in Europe. So they are killing scientists through the organization by lowering people in to see what they are, and they take their technology. Now you see the circle is complete. The circle is fully complete. That's how they're organized. For this reason, now we expect a number of accidental deaths of leading people in Belgium and across Europe, which been abusing the children. Red circle is the key into the whole thing. That these two women been brought in from United States, these are part of the pedophile group. These are brought in as a decoy because now they're trying to take the attention of the gentleman who's been arrested in United States, and he is talking. He's talking like a parrot. We got to realize we have to protect our children. We lost a lot, as I said on Tuesday, because of this action. Keshe Foundation, we only lost teachings on the internet, but we have all the recordings. Very soon, we see everyone who's been collaborating with these people, in one way or another, they are connected to child missing. Red circle, what we call, you have to realize is the only person who knew where I was when I was writing the 4th book, and my wife, and nobody else. And that's when the ex-king of Belgium attended for a king to come and see a scientist accidentally in a village, in a restaurant, as we said, we released the picture, was organized by Red Circle. So he's a very highly profiled person within the structure of the pedophiles. You got to realize, if you go back to the teachings of the past, when I was in Iran, coming back, the government asked, or we were told, the office of the Prime Minister of Belgium called him for them to, they want me to meet at the office of the Prime Minister of Belgium. And when we went there, he could just walk through the offices and no problem, he was part of it. It clicked on me a few times, how come? So Red Circle is a key pedophile head in the structure of the Belgium organization. He has access to the king listens to him where the guy is. The king goes to where the guy is to meet him in a cafe. We usually, king never goes to a man outside. You go and see the king. So it shows they knew we are into them, and the man inside has informed them. He was the only one who knew where I was. And this brings us to a very important position. Red Circle knows, as you know, hundreds of thousands of children have gone missing in Belgium, in Germany, in Spain, and in south of France, connected to them. Red Circle knows where the graves are. If he can order a king to come and meet me in a remote cafe, he knows everything. We want at least the address of the graveyard of these people's Red Circle, that we can bury our children. We are not making accusation. If you could make a call, and the Prime Minister calls you for me on my return from meeting my heads of nation for development of space technology, and you took me to see the Prime Minister of Belgium, you can ask the king to come where I am to beg for his life. It means you know too much. We don't make accusation. You know where the children are buried. You are part of it, the true organization. The children which went missing in Belgium, 2 of them from Morocco, which they call them the true, where we don't make accusation, you know where the rest of the children are buried. You are part of it. Everything is becoming very transparent. You know the information coming. Red Circle in Belgium, we give you a clear warning. Be a man enough to tell us where the children are buried. There are 50 children from France we know. Cases are ready to come on. The French television is ready to go. You know where over 1,000 German children are buried which you abused with the ex-king of Belgium. We want the graveyard to be buried with respect. You know the number of children in past 25 years gone missing in Belgium. We want the addresses. There are two places there could be. There are a number of Dutch children which gone missing. You know where they are buried. Let me explain to you, Red Circle. You're born in Kinshasa. You're born in Congo. The gentleman who poisoned us, born in Congo too. You both came from the same place and worked through the same operation. We're not making accusation. We'll take you. Keshe Foundation, worldwide, the address we know is London Tower, Antwerp. Go outside. And strange enough, why this house has been used for him to live. Opposite to, there's a new school is opening up with youngsters that he can have full profile of every child which goes in there. Go and stand outside London Tower in Antwerp and look. The cross is a new school opening of youngsters. They are now feeding on young people. It's not random. It's the responsibility of Keshe Foundation followers to follow the procedure we bought. Well, now we got them on the run. They are trying to destroy a lot of documents. Interpol will not stand for this. Security forces will not stand for this. All we are asking, you know who you are, we know we are talking about, tell us where are the graves of our children. You've been involved in murdering, you've been involved in pedophile groups, you went immediately the minute we accused the guy in the United States to support him, to do everything else. Now we don't call you a murderer, we don't know how many you murdered, how many children you raped. There is a very question, one of the people that are making what I call profiling. There is a very similarity between you and the guy in the United States. Both of you have two daughters. Are your daughters your own victims? Is it why we could not see your daughters for years when we were with you? They abandoned you, and the only time when you received huge money for my return from Canada after 11 days of imprisonment, they came around you. You paid your children. Have you raped your own two daughters? Or your son? Or your grandchildren have been raped? You have mercy on no one. We don't make accusation. Now we have a solid proof and the man is talking. The only thing we ask you, in your team, in connection with the son of the king, with the king, we give you 7 days. We want the graveyard of the children. You lived in a big house in Antwerp. We're going to ask for every single inch of it to be dug out. Every palaces in Belgium, we ask people to dig it out. Don't destroy anything. We just want to find the graves of children which you have buried. If you manage to get the Prime Minister to invite you to the office when I was in Iran, if you manage to get the king to come and see me, it means you are very powerful. It means the power comes because you provided too many favors, like the gentleman in the United States. It was so powerful that the judge committed suicide for it. They killed him. We're not clear. We don't want to know. The only thing is, as a citizen of this world, who we care for our children, now we are standing up. In the United States, they are not allowing anything to go out about the connection between the guy who they captured as a pedophile with all the documents and the judge which is killed, not to touch the elections. We don't have elections. You're king, you stay forever. We need to have, please go on the internet, pressurize everywhere. We need to have the address of the 50 children which are killed with cases sits in the French courts. Political immunity has been claimed by the ex-king. And we need the addresses, positions where you have buried our children. The Ubo magazine in France has published the name of the children in past 10 years. You can go and find it. These are not accusations. These are black and white. 1,000 German children gone missing in 20 years are buried within the palaces of the Belgian monarchy. We don't make accusation. Now we got them on the run, we can ask for it. In my meeting with the head of state, we'll ask for every case to be opened up. Now we are in a position, we are correct, they understand we are correct. We will ask from the head of state to take a petition to United Nations to open every single graveyard, every single palace's ground to find out where these children are buried. In our meeting with the governments, we give everything freely to bring peace, and the peace has to come with those parents who lost their children and emotionally still entangled for your sick pleasures. Red Circle. You wrote it. You were trying to make abuse of children so normal that you write a song about it because to you is normal. I piss here, not piss there. As it doesn't matter. I'm so powerful, I can do what I like. Your power is in our hand. The two ladies in America, we are watching you very closely what you are doing. We know why you came, one of you, to the Keshe Foundation Center and start running. Yeah, watching you very closely. Your child abuse in the United States will be handled by the securities there. In Europe, we're handling it different way. And strange enough, we've been told that in this level, the technologies which belong to NATO is getting sold outside to the enemies of people who want to create war. So Red Circle is making money in every direction and children in between. So I'm very clear. We are not making accusation. We are directly telling you. Data coming from the information we are gathering is because we were the cause of it. We can head it. We've been asked to head this. We announced for this reason how we made changes for security reasons to our presentation of the April in the coming days. You will understand why. Red Circle now is communicating with the Germans. We're going to release all the communication of the Red Circle with the Germans. We are watching. You thought you were escaping. How to write to the police in United Arab Emirates, how to write to the police in Italy, how to write to the army in Italy, how to organize, target the hotel where the organization is done. We are watching, we are very wise. Now, governments start believing us because the man is talking and they're checking. Only thing I'm asking you, sir, give us where have you buried the children. Or tell your king, now they know we have to hand over the children. Now you see the whole picture is open. I paid with my life, I paid with my child's life and my family. For 10 years you threatened us, and every time we moved you tried to kill us or threaten, and you did. The 3 times we were attempted to be killed is all around your residence in Antwerp. The police of Belgium in the south and the prosecutor who write things, nothing of you is accepted anymore. Now I'm going to the next phase. Listen this very carefully and go public with this. The national governments have been aware of this misconduct by the Belgians, that they produce false documentation, Interpol documentation to arrest people, scientists or their families, or pressurize them. As we've seen, when people start teaching on the Keshe Foundation, they make a threat, they're going to kill them, they go for their children as they did with Alex and the rest. If you are a scientist and you've been threatened, or you're seeing that they're going to arrest you when you go back, get in touch with Keshe Foundation immediately. There is a structure within the Interpol agreed internationally through United Nations that you go on a specific site, you fill a specific form, and you can travel freely It's the responsibility of the government, the port you live and the port you arrive at the destination point, your security is handed over. They cannot touch you anymore. It means any Interpol papers sitting in the office falsified by the Belgian police is void and not valid. Governments have started protecting their scientists, their businessmen, who accusation came through the monarchies of the Europe. I traveled through this for the first time to test it, and that's why we are in Dubai. For 3 years, they told us if we move, they're going to capture us, and then we go back to Belgium and be killed. Our team, and we were told by the securities in Italy, they cannot touch, test it. We assure you, we are protecting all the scientists now. We know the Belgians have started this. You don't know, get in touch with us. We tell you the procedure. Go at security.keshefoundation.org and send a message. Tell us who you are, how you've been threatened. We know the name of the people who have threatened, and they've taken most of your patent rights by threatening your wife, your children. We are attaining knowledge, who you are, what you are. We support you. You can move around freely to be free from the threats, and we'll take you to the safety of the Keshe Foundation, one planet, one nation, one race organization. We give you room to develop your technology freely, and we encourage you and we finance you. This is why we set up one planet, one nation, one race. We are there to support you. You support the scientists from Arab countries who've been on the run for a long time. The same, the scientists who are Europeans. They force you to hand over your inventions against threats. Just write to us, don't worry. We tell you where to go, you fill in a form, and you go under protection of the United Nations and Interpol, and you move into safety, where they cannot touch you. Security.keshefoundation.org is set up partially for this purpose. The data will go directly to the security people, and it's for us to see how we can help you, and for us to move you that they cannot intimidate you or your family or your children. We gather together as world population to start sharing knowledge freely without being threatened at what they're going to do to us. We hear a lot of scientists being killed, intimidated. Now the Interpol is onto them. The international police is onto them. They have no more control. And you will see a number of people in Belgium will go disappearing. But at the end of it comes to one point. At least we have united to protect ourselves, to protect our scientists, to protect our children. We give you 7 days, Red Circle, to come up with the children's graveyard name and address, where they are buried. Ask your bosses or the ones you arranged. The truth was a decoy, and everybody knew. We start meeting with the head of states, and part of us work is world peace. The other part is to protect our children. Without the children, there is no world to have a peace in, because there will be no nation. And our children are not your toys. God created women to be enjoyed by man, and God created man to be enjoyed by women at the age where they can consent to be able to share their lives. Children have no consent. In the writing of the guy which we released in the United States, it says, they wanted me, I release it to you, it's his own writing. She wanted me to abuse her. She gave her consent. You become so kaput in your head that now you convince yourself the child allowed you to abuse it. It's in the writing of the man we release. We're going to release all the communications of him on the internet. The child of 10, 7, 6 allows the man to abuse him. There is 41 cases of sodomy with this gentleman in the United States. You are demented. Shame on you, Third Circle. How many children you buried with your own hand? You speak to the son of the king, who's a very good friend of you. He brought you to us because you saw us a new technology. We are good bait for the children. Tell him, can you please tell your dad they got us. None of you will be able to travel any borders. We have made sure of that. Try to get on a plane and see where we're going to catch you. Please, if you're a Belgian and you care about your nation and you're not a pedophile and you care about the children who went missing, the Moroccan community which lost 2 children and they had to fight for it to get the bodies back in 1990s, we know what we are talking about with the Dutroux case. Go to London Tower, stand there and ask for address of your children where they are buried. If you are anyone, you know that the children went missing, scientists got killed accidentally on the motorway, the way it was explained to me by the guy who tried to poison me. He told me a few days before, a few weeks ago, that you know the police arranges hit, and when you go on the site, then they shoot you. This is what they did for us. He told me how they were planning to kill me, how they planned to kill me, and it didn't happen. And strange enough, he was the only one who saw a Belgian badge officer outside our house in Italy. So, the gentleman who poisoned us, he's another pedophile as part of the whole lot. We are adding this into the structure of the claim, which is sitting with European Court of Justice and with the chief judge in Italy. Chief prosecutor of Italy is fully into it. And now other states in Europe have started taking position. Red Circle, you're a murderer. You've killed many children, or you've been the tools of children the way you supported the guy in Antwerp, in United States. The minute we attacked him, you went for rescue of the friend because you knew if he goes, you go. He's gone, now it's your turn. You pissed in my garden in front of my child because you would have abused him, now satisfied. So you're after the boys, not the girls. But maybe both, we have to ask your children. You wrote, I pissed here and I pissed there. So for you, I wonder how many times you pissed in your garden in front of your children and your wife in your sitting room. Or was it that's the reason she did exactly what the wife of the other guy in America did, put you out of the house? You don't play with children. Children are sacrosanct. Children are assets. Children are our life and our future. And if you thought because of who you are sitting with is your right to do so, now we're taking you on. And all the group in Germany who are working with you, another bunch of pedophiles. So, I give you a chance. Maybe I had to save your hand, that with your hand you dig the ground and give the bones at least of our children back, that we can bury them and the parents can rest in peace with the soul of their children. 1,000 German children on the border between Germany and Belgium, where your king has palaces. I think you got the hint. Where Mr. Dutroux disappeared into. Because you all work on the same Himmschitzer. I thank God I gave your hand back to you, that you dig the grounds out and give our bones back, that we can bury our children. Over 300 Belgian children are missing. All buried in the gardens of the God knows wherever in Belgium. And you know most of them where they are. You've been at it over 30 years, sir. We don't make accusation, now we got your chief. You brought your boss is arrested, is in prison talking. His computer confiscated it and his supporter is already in grave, buried. They wouldn't even do autopsy. When a man dies, the first thing they do autopsy. Man at such a high ranking, no autopsy? Because there was a biopsy. The biopsy was you're pedophiles. Give you a chance. People, go to Belgium, go to Antwerp and ask for our children back. Put these on all the presses across. We gave interview to a very well-known chat show, and they would not broadcast it because it would have damaged the elections in the United States. Election of a man to kill more is more important than the man who are killing our children with bare hand in raping them. I wonder if you had the stroke while you were raping a child, sir, red circle. The excitement at old age is not the same as when you're young when you do it. The heart can't take. I'm very clear. We are onto you and I will not stop. I got the first one and the second one. I'm going to get the whole lot of you. I'm not sensitive to pedophiles. I'm sensitive loving children who pedophile accuse us being something wrong, protecting them. We open a channel for the parents who lost their children and we file. We file in European Court of Justice till all of you give your blood test. All of you go on a full test to tell us where the children are. And the head of European Space Agency is not very far from it. There's no use teaching where you use our teaching to lure children in to kill or rape. Antwerp, London Tower. A nasty number. Number 13. The devil sits there. Protect your children in Europe. They are on the run, and people run on the run, they do any damage, not to be caught. As I said, we opened the Cuba for the terrorists who blow us up. I address you, Your Excellency, Your President Obama. Open it up. Maybe that's why you couldn't get it shut. To take all these people back there, these terrorists of children, and let them talk. At least we can find the grave of our children and we can put in a stop that people know is wrong. To them is normal. I piss here, I piss there, is something wrong with you. It's on the internet. Your Excellency, President Obama, open Guantanamo Bay and take these people back there. These are the real terrorists. We know there is a discussion in White House. Carry it through, please, sir. These are the terrorists of our children and the future. You have 2 daughters. We have 3.5 billion children we need to protect. We'll discuss this deeply at every meeting with all the governments. And they know we are correct. Now we see other heads will support this move. Going back to the teaching. It's not easy to change, but it's very easy to understand. Rick, can you bring somebody with a topic which you want them to discuss, because I'm ashamed to be a man that we have to go such a thing.
Okay, Mr. Keshe, perhaps we could bring in Klaus with his health unit. Would that be okay?
Please go ahead.
Okay, Klaus, I think you have a demonstration for us there. Let me put on my headphones again so people can hear me properly. There we go.
Yes, thanks. We're ready.
Okay, great. Let me stop the screen sharing. You want to share your screen, I guess, eh?
Rick, before you start with Klaus, did you receive a picture? I don't know if Caroline sent it to you. The number of the German groups in Germany with all the green dots on it. Have you seen that?
I have seen that somewhere.
Yeah, I nehme auf.
Pardon?
Say, what was that,
No,
Klaus?
I get
I
it
think it
ready.
was just the microphone was open.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you put that picture, if you find it, put it up. If you can
okay,
find it quickly.
all right.
You see the Keshe Foundation in Germany is huge. They are marking themselves where they are, that the nearest person can get in touch with. If you want to join the Keshe Foundation in Germany, there is a map. They made a beautiful map and they asked us, can you ask the rest to do the same? They have mapped themselves. Oh, it disappeared. You got to come back in again. Yeah, you really do it again, please. This is the one. That's the exact one. I just saw it for a second. Yeah. You see, this is the Keshe Foundation groups in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. It's a huge number of them. And these are the ones we know. So please find out. There is a list of Keshe Foundation groups, teams, supporters that they start teaching and developing the technology. The first Keshe Foundation factory organization is on its way. It'll be done next couple of weeks. So this, if you can map up and come into the Keshe in German at german.keshefoundation.org, that people around you can develop and deliver these technologies. As I told you, if enough of you does this, then the governments will move. And we've seen German government move in the past few weeks. They understand there is a change. They understand it's to the benefit of the nation, fuel-wise, energy-wise, and the rest. So when you see this map, try to map the Keshe Foundation points and just add to it. People tell you we are here, can you put us here? So this way we can map the world. I tell you something very strange with this map, is that it shows how big the organization is around the Keshe Foundation in one country.
This map was done by Dominic, one of our future teachers for German language.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Paul. This is the way, if we can do it, we do it for most of the nations. That you can get together, these people get together. I've seen somewhere in Germany, it says the Keshe Foundation Iranian Group Germany. So get together and map up and literally fill in that you can teach your neighbors, you can teach your friends. Let me explain to you what. When we set up, now it's not set up, it's done. I signed the papers again a couple of days ago for it. The Keshe Foundation Germany going into manufacturing in 2-3 different locations. Germany is not an oil producing country. Germany is not is more or less, more partially relies on nuclear fuel. With you producing these coils and the systems which we have produced now is proven, we just received a confirmation from the government. They have, through a month of running in a school condition, normal condition in a school for all the needs of the condition of the school, they have full accounts for years of the school. They have seen 20% reduction in consumption in 1 month. We are going for up to 33 and we're testing a new system in the next 48 hours to reduce it to 60%. If you put these systems, get the Keshe Foundation manufacturing in Germany supported to go into production as fast as possible, Germany can save tens of millions as one of the biggest industrial nations in the world for the fuel which you create by your own hand for your own nation. No nation is more proud of itself than Germany. Support your nation, support your people. Reduce the import on the fuel and number of the nuclear reactors in your country by you supporting producing your own systems of the new energy. Understand what you're doing. This is not a free energy. This is additional fuel, is a plasma. Explain to your officials the same. If you put this system on, we will know. Let me give you a tip, you will understand. Your chancellor supported the Keshe Foundation when we went for production of the first car maglev units in General Motor in Antwerp. We received financial support from Germany, from her office. The only thing went wrong, I made a very big mistake. I went to the hospital, picked the red circle and took it with me into the factory, not knowing underneath it was destroying everything. Your government is fully aware of the work of the Keshe Foundation 6 years ago, 7 years ago. They support you the way we receive support from Italian government. Because European nations, very few of them have access to oil or gas. You are an importing nation, but highly industrialized. Make units and give it to yourself. There is nothing wrong with the Keshe Foundation units energy. All of them are working. Government has supported it. We are receiving one of the biggest orders from a governmental organization because they tested it. It's going to be mayhem for your manufacturers. Everybody wants it. We have a limitation of production. All those you saw is not working, is a crook, blah, blah, they're not delivering. These are all red circle supporters. That's why they had to destroy that, they could stop the process. Now they're on the run, we know the truth. Destruction by discrediting is over. Now we know it's correct. We release the name of the country. We will show how many thousands a day and weeks we're going to start shipping in the coming weeks. I received the order yesterday. The pens have received the certification of European medical application. It'll be released on the net within next week or two. Once we have to do some other things after 25th of March. We tell you the reason, you understand why. Please make sure you make within the specification of what we have done that you can get your certification very rapidly, the way we done. We are prepared to supply you to the factories the copy of the certification, that it makes it easy for you to push it through very fast, that your factories get certification, you can help your country. I thank you, the German Keshe Foundation supporters. You have done a beautiful job. And we see you, you cover the whole of the nation. And in so many ways, the spread of the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation in Germany goes to a man we know. He organizes conferences around Europe. Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Schneider, for what you've done and for what you have done in lectures and support of the Keshe Foundation. Sorry we could not be in the last session, and I know you invited me for September presentation. I wish I could be with you. Okay, carry on. It's a beautiful picture.
Rick, I'd like to share my video, please.
Okay, just a second here. Okay, thank you, Vince.
Yeah, hello and welcome again here from Austria. Me, Klaus, and especially our Plasma Energy Dream team, which is already present today. We warmly welcome you, and we are very proud and happy to present you, to introduce you a new member of our Plasma and Keshe family. It's our health unit, our health device and foods device. We call it Plasma Tree. And we prepared a brief presentation about there are pictures in it, how we made it, how we produced it. And in the first step, I'd like to share my screen and show you this presentation. This health and food unit we see as a tree. We compared it with a tree because as soon as we stand between the body parts, the idea came to us that not only the production of CO2 can be compared with the leaves, but also the whole device, the whole health device, can be compared with a tree. And as we see it, we have the trunk of the tree. This is our housing, which we made of copper. We also have the bark of the tree. This are the nano layers which appear as soon as we heat our copper. And we also have the branch and the twigs, which are in this case the plexiglass holders, which holds the coils and the batteries. And these coils are our leaves. And when we produced it, it came to us that we do not produce a single tree. It came to us that we produce a whole wood. In this case, 2 trees, a bigger one, a more powerful one, and smaller one, a less powerful one. And when we stand between these body parts of the health unit, yes, we could say we felt standing in a very powerful wood where the plasma flows through our body. And I'd just like to show you briefly in some pictures how we produced our plasma tree. At first, like I said before, we used copper tubes for the housing, and we also used copper screws. We tried only to use copper for the whole housing in combination with plexiglass. And you see it's the picture that here we screwed together the framework, the housing. And in the middle of this picture, you see the coating process. We also measure the temperature just because there's a lot of literature in which there is the temperature mentioned, and we just wanted to know at what temperature the coating process, the really coating process, takes place, and we measured about 340 degrees. And we used a special way of coating. We began at the giving part on which the plasma batteries are mounted at the bottom and coated the whole housing up, and went then to the taking parts, to the other body part, and we coated it with the gas from the top to the bottom. So this was just a feeling, because there is a plasma flow between between and the giving and the taking part, and why the reason why we coded this way is because we used copper, and we are already used to coat copper, and we just tried to coat copper tubes or coils, and it worked very well. We just had to clean them. The first try, the nano layers fell off a day after, but only because there was a dirt or a special layer on the tubes, and then we cleaned it, and the coating process was perfect for us. We tried to invent or produce a modular system, which means that we tried to design our health unit in this way that we can switch or replace the coils or the batteries very easily, or that we can adjust the height of the hanged in plexiglass holders. So on the left side you see some stages of the giving part of the health unit, and you see these connectors. We use these connectors to connect the single modular parts, but we also, of course, nano coated these connectors, including the isolation, and we let them nano coat very long, until we were sure that the nano coating is also inside under the isolation. At the right side, you can see the taking part. Also, we used the connectors, and you can also see the copper screws, which we also used to hang in the plexiglass holder in order to replace them, or in order to adjust the height of the coils. At the right side, you see our salt container, in which there is hangs a coil, a coated coil with plastic around it. Everything we used at the whole device is nano coated, even the hangers, the tubes, even if it's plastic, we nano coated everything. So, and these were some pictures now, and now I would like to show you live with the help of Sonia how this device looks like. I just switch. So, Sonia, could you please come with the camera? Okay, just a moment, please. Okay. So Sonia just moves to the device now, which stands behind me. And at first you can see just the leather connectors between the modules. It's sharp, okay. Geh ein bisschen rauf. Yeah. Okay. You see the plasma batteries and the coils behind. You also see the dirt plexiglass. That was a bit adventure for us because we nano coated the plexiglass, and every time we used our cameras and pictures, we wanted to clean it, but we was a bit afraid and still didn't know how much we then also remove the nano layers. So that's why they look a bit dirty. You see connector now, and also the connection between the coils and plasma batteries. We used in this device not 6, but we used at one side 10 double coils, and just show the connection between the two sides, so einfach von vorne rüber, and we connected then the giving and the taking part with a copper coil and isolated nano-coated plastic tube. And you see here now the taking part. There are no plasma batteries mounted, but there is also this modular system which connects the single plexiglass holder with each other. And Sonia goes down here now from the top coils to the bottom and shows you then the salt container, which stands at the floor. It's the bottom of the taking part of our plasma tree, which is here. At the whole device, we only used CO2 zinc GaNs. Yeah, and if you just come to me, we'll show you now the helmet, which we produced. Is there an autofocus? Is it sharp? Oh no, it's sharp now. Ich drehe sie. I mean, the containers in which the coils are inside are a bit bigger than the ones were produced at the Keshe Foundation Philippines. The question is which is the right side, the right diameter of the coils at the helmet. Concerning the windings, we use the same amount of windings as in all the others, and we use the 0.75 square meter cable. And Sonia just tells me to switch the cameras. Okay. And you should see me now in front of the device. Yeah, I can put this helmet now on my head, and I just want to show you how our experience till now is, how you can go into the device. It looks a bit crazy.
Before you go any further,
Yeah.
this is not crazy. I've made hundreds of these helmets over past 15 years, and I've seen it changing life. It's absolutely beautiful.
Thanks a lot. I just wanted to add it looks a bit crazy, but it feels wonderful.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
I've done the same thing as you do. I still have people can tell you, I still carry some of these helmets in the lab in Italy. They're lifesavers.
Okay. And I didn't mention till now, we mounted here a nano-coated plexiglass just for people not to touch the coils. We didn't mount it, but only here for presentation, not at the other side. There are two protection plexiglass plates at the giving and the taking part. And if you go in the device with the helmet on you, we also mounted some hangers to hold, because it's a special atmosphere you enter in here, and if you feel a bit into the plasma tree, you can feel the breathe of it, and you begin breathing like the plasma tree, which says, in other words, that it came to me. For instance, when I breathe in, I just say, give me everything I need, and if I breathe out, I just say, take away, or I take away, give away everything I don't need anymore. And even if you measure the device, the multimeter, you can see how the device breathes in terms of going up with the voltage very slowly to 300-400 millivolts, and then it goes down again very slowly and up again very slowly. So you really feel that this entity is alive and breathes, and you feel like you stand really in a very powerful wood, surrounded by two plasma trees which communicate with each other. And as you can see above me, we mounted another copper coil in order to fix the whole system a bit. And we also made the distance variable, so we can plug this copper coil in different stages, in 5 centimeter steps. And it's also possible to give a chair between these two trees for people who just can sit, or who just want to sit. And yeah, I mean, this is live now, so I'd like to stay in there, but we'll go on now, maybe with the presentation, because the thing is, a member of our family, I could say, is our first volunteer, and she also has. Yeah.
Can I tell you something? I congratulate you. It's beautiful what you've done.
Thanks a lot.
This is the the system which are built in pieces. Now we see it done by number of people, and I congratulate you, team. And it's beautiful when you see this working, because I can teach you more how to use it. We can put people in there with cancer and walk away without cancer. You can put people in there with hunger and walk without any hunger. And it all takes a few seconds, not more. It's beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome. It's a project of many people together here. I just wanted to tell you that we have a volunteer member of our family which likes to, I mean, we all tested it already, but which likes to test it. And I just want to describe you what the illness of the person is. She has a undefinable cerebral tumor, right side of head, since 10 years. And there is also, I can't read this now here. There is also at her left side, arm and legs, a spastic hemiparese. And she didn't use chemotherapy till now, and the doctors never found the cancer cell, but there is this tumor in her head and this spastic hemiparese. And we asked her, and she said, please show a video of me. We really asked her. It's okay for her. It's just for 10 seconds. I would like to show you a video of her. And we will document this case and just start it. Yeah.
Ja, komm bitte.
So this was a short video. She asked us to show this because she was with us from the first day, from the first second of building of the device, and she is looking forward going into our plasma wood. Well, since the other products we document at plasmaenergy.org. There is nothing on the site. Everything we did, like we did at the finished yesterday, just in
Can
time.
I ask you something, please? For not to creating division, can you link this, your site, to the German at keshefoundation.org, please? Trying to find you, remembering is very difficult. We're trying to bring everything under one roof. Use the Keshe Foundation, German.keshefoundation.org, to link these on the Keshe Foundation website. Then people can find you very easy.
Yes, we are already in contact.
Yeah,
yes, and I make sure that it will be translated to Spanish also until this weekend.
Yeah, this benefit by it. To go and find a plasmaenergy.org somewhere and plasma something else, as is part of the work of the development of the Keshe Foundation. These kind of teachings you come has to be linked that the rest of humanity can provide as a family. Join it to the German.keshefoundation or Austrian.keshefoundation.org and put it on that banner that we can give a full exposure to it. This unit is very similar to what is made in Philippines, and I know a number of other people are doing it. So it's a fantastic job. It's beautiful what you've done, but there is facilities behind the Keshe Foundation to allow you to do this. All the platforms are built. Instead of opening division and division, keep your site, no problem, but link to the Keshe Foundation, we can bring people straight away to your website. Okay.
Mr. Keshe, um,
As I said this morning, I don't know if you heard or not, that we've been told that 25,000 Keshe Foundation websites only in China. It's huge. Anything. So please connect it to the Keshe Foundation, Austria, at austria.keshefoundation.org, that we can put it as a blueprint. This has to be as part of the blueprint to go on, that people can make it. This is the first time we see it. You've done such a detailed work, and we follow the testimonial as you report with your person. And I can tell you in a way how to do it properly. I see her hand. You can't use the helmet as it is. You have to use it in a specific way to open those hands. The uh, epileptic attacks, as you tell us she carries, this can be stopped within a matter of 2 to 3 months. But you have to do it the proper way, properly done, not just because you build a unit. And we should see, according to the research we're receiving from China, a large reduction in the tumor. So this is where plans should be, or this is what you got to watch. The fingers to open up, the body to go straight, the reduction in the seizures come very rapidly when you do the body work. When she looks at me, facing me, it's her left hand which is paralyzed. So
Yes.
you should not touch anything on the left hemisphere of the brain. None of your coils in that hemisphere should be switched on. You have to remove any activity of the core from that side if you want to see performance.
Okay.
Because it's the left side, so it's on the right side of the brain which is operating it. So when you do this, you have to make your helmet functionable, that you can remove coils, not just because it's not connected. These coils, once they're set up, they operate. When you make these systems that you've done, is absolutely gorgeous. I saw my own work over 15 years, but I put this helmet on the children who could not talk, could not walk, and I've seen them changing their lives. It's beautiful what you've done. But please understand to remove the coils on the same side as there is paralysis from your reactor, from your helmet. And make sure there is only, you see, the arm and the hand is involved. You only need the reactors which are near the ear and they go to the center of the head. The front and the back has to be removed. You don't
Okay.
need cores in that area, because when you do this, yes, please. If you can bring the helmet up, we teach, we can go. It's beautiful what you've done. So let's just not show it. Let's show how it's used and what is the benefit of it. If you have this picture as it is there, I'll go and I'll show you what it is. You see, if I stand, the paralysis is, I'm looking at the paralysis to be on this side. So the only unit you need to work with is these units. You see, it's the hand which is twisted. I'll draw here. In the brain hemisphere, half hemisphere, your hand comes on the top and it goes down here to your fingers. You see a lot of deformity with the finger. So this coil, I'm going to change color that you can see it. Oh, it's beautiful what you've done. It brings so much pleasure. You need this core to be filled up. You need this core to be filled up. You don't need any others. This has to be at half power, and this you don't need at all. You take, you discharge these. There should be no cores in this to start with. What you do, you allow the neurosystem in the part of the brain which is to do with hand and arm, which is this section of the brain, to come into operation. Very, very little. The only thing you can do is to put this one here. I've done this and it works very nicely. Let me get the number. This number 4 here, you see the green?
Yes.
You put a coil in this one, which you create a flow and you start repairing the brain. You need the opposite phase that the flow can go through. Empty the other cores. Do not use cores in any of them, because the brain in this part at this moment is to change the hand.
Should, Mr. Keshe, should we empty it, or is it also possible just not to connect them?
No. Your cores are active now.
Yeah, okay. Just
once you nano coated the system, you are active.
Yeah.
You can't just leave it. You just make your system in a way that you can take a cup, put the cup back in, and I wish I was in Valletta. I would have opened some of my helmets. You would have seen it. It's very similar to this, but internally embedded. Then, only thing, look for the problem. The problem is the spine. If you put a full picture of her, is the spinal cord because of the pressure on the brain. So what you need to do, see if you can open these first.
Okay.
You got to see if the hand opens up. That's the target. There is a possibility the seizures are irrelevant. The seizures she has is epileptic seizures, is because so much information is created, but the tumor sits on it, and those information gets released in one batch. So the body stops sending information. Once you reduce the size of the tumor, the seizure stops. And you can see the size reduction. You can do two choices. You can run these two, 1 and 2, with 4 for about, let's say, a week, 2 weeks, to see if you get the hand moving. If the hand does not move, then you put where is the exact position of the tumor, you have to find out, and you create a flow which is draining it. So what does the draining means? Is you take from it. You only connect your gravitational rings, not your magnetical rings.
Okay.
On either side, you only connect. So what it means, you take energy away from the cell which you don't want. The brain decides everything else is okay. Where there is a slight difference, which is a tumor, literally you empty it out. The only way you can empty a tumor is when you put two facing gravitational rings in operation. Gravitation means taking. So when you take energy from the cells of the tumor, and then you end up with a tumor which is it gets dissolved in the brain, in the liquid of the structure of where it is, and then you're going to be left with the center. Then the center, we change the composition of the GANs on the coils. Because, no, it's okay, we just leave it as it is. So just because you made the unit does not mean you need to use the body unit. The deformity on the brain, on the body, is all to do with the structure of the pressure of the tumor on the brain. With this case, you do not need the body unit.
Okay.
At all. Do not touch the body unit, because this is not what you're looking for. Carry on.
Mr. Keshe, I have a question. Vivek here from Singapore. The coil that you marked with the small X next to number 1, you said put half.
Yes.
You said put a half the strength on that. How do you put the half the strength on that?
Yes. Hold on. Sorry about that. I had to answer the phone. Can you repeat again, please?
Okay, sir. There's a coil next to number 1, where you have marked with a small X. You said use half strength on that. How do you put half strength on that?
You should build a system with your plasma systems, with your batteries. In my systems, I use different size magnets of different strength. You can't do this. Here with the plasma, you create batteries. When you make your plasma batteries, the number of turns decides the power in most of the cases. The how you change, test your batteries, see how it's double, how it's single, or use 4 batteries for the left and 2 batteries for the right. You
Okay,
understand?
so it actually comes in terms of how the battery itself is connected, number of turns, and how many batteries are connected in
Yeah, there are
parallel
different
to
ways
each
of
other.
controlling. Yes, there are different ways of controlling the power.
Okay. Okay, thank you,
So
sir.
you're welcome. So you use, let's say, 2 for the 1 and 2, and on the 4 you just use 1 battery. So, but it has to be the same kind of batteries you made in the same batch, which the 4 being stronger on a plasmatic condition is trying to feed the weaker one, which is 4. You create a transfer flow of the plasma. So you can do it 2 ways. You can go for leaving all the helmets all open, but you have to see where the tumor is, target the tumor. For the hand, you need to use those 3, because even when the tumor goes, that part of the brain is damaged. You have to rebuild the cells. This is very important. You got to see this, the versatility you have is bring the MRI up. Let's have a look at the MRI of the tumor. Then you decide which one affects it. You make a decision. You're going to reduce the tumor, or you're going to do the building of the arm after tumor, or you do it before. Once you start activating the arm, the tumor gets activated itself to answer. It's different ways of literally setting this thing up. But where the arm is like a stroke, this is what you need to create. The twist in the body and the brain, what do you call it, the posture, this automatically the body will go back up. Do not use at this moment your body unit. You don't need it. This is what I always explain. Find the source of the problem, not clean up the side effects or the what do you call it, the what you see, the end product. Here, all that is to do with the tumor in the brain, but at the same time, there are 2 ways. You can activate the arm, and that activation will force the reduction in the tumor, or you do it the other way. You look at the tumor itself, where it is, and you decide which one of the 12 cores you want to activate, or 10 you have. You have to target. It's not just how you build the helmet, I'm going to run everything. You understand? There is a
Yes.
way you can use this helmet in a specific way. You have to reposition, add 1 core in a specific place, and within minutes you can bring anybody out of coma. This helmet, the way you've done it, in a specific condition, used, you can wake anybody out of coma. People who've been 10 years in coma, give me this system, within 24 hours, I'll give you a live person. But you got to know what you're doing. So, just because you built it and they got holes in it, doesn't mean you got to use it. You understand? So,
Yes.
because you're there, you're doing it. You see, when you put it on your head now, is no problem, because there is no problem in your head. All the energies transfer. If it's needed, they take. You understand?
Yeah.
But when you're dealing with tumors, when you're dealing with cancer, when you're dealing with epilepsy, understand the reason. Spend an hour or 2, study the case in reality, what it is, not what you want it to be, because you made the system, you got to use it. Decide which configuration you're using, understand the connection between the different part of the body, why it's there, which section is there. Very easy. Go on the internet, find out the shape. This is the tumor here. Where, which elements of the physicality is connected to this part? What does it touch? You understand?
Yeah.
And
Understand.
then take a next step, because this is a very big bad habit, is that I built it, I have to use it.
Mhm.
Now you built it, it's absolutely beautiful what you've done. No shadow. It's the same as the one we've seen with Renan. But now you have to become selective which cup you're going to leave inside, which cup you're going to take out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to use the gravitational ring or you're going to use magnetical ring. If you're going to bring stability, pardon?
Magnetical is always the giving, and the gravitational the taking part.
Yes, yes, yes. But for the brain, majority of the time, you need gravitational. If it's a tumor, you have to take away. If it's epilepsy, epilepsy is, as I explained before, when you see a body shaking and the convulsion and the rest, this is nothing to do with what goes on. This is the problem in the world of medicine. We look at what is the end products, and we produce medicine for it. But in fact, epilepsy is nothing but a switching and switching off, as I explained many times. The brain, there is a pressure on it. Arm, legs wants to move. The information doesn't go to the arm and leg, which is supposed to move. As you see, it's twisted. So that information is released in mass. What it is, let me explain to you how exactly this case is. The tumor is sitting on the brain. We'll find out where it is. Most probably it's putting pressure on the hand and arm. The arm and the fingers are trying to get rid of this pressure, this in what is there, the pain. So it's producing a lot of information to send to the different organs of the body to create sedatives, or send it to the right place that the pain is not there. But because of the way a child sitting, a man sitting on a child, the tumor sitting on the brain, the information is produced. It finds a shortcut, it goes to a specific point of the brain, and as the brain wants to release the information, whatever it was to do in the arm is not going anywhere. The brain has a capacity of, as I always say, like 1 megabyte of information per second to go through it, but 3 megabytes comes. So when it comes to 1 megabyte, 0.1, the switch comes on. So the information is gone, but information from the brain is taxi destinated. It means it goes to the specific point. When you get a needle in your foot, you don't shake your hand, because the information goes that is the foot where it is. But when the information released in this condition at 1 megabyte, it has no characteristics, so it goes anywhere it can go. So what it is, information comes off moving your foot from the nail and not moving your hand. Information has no base, everything moves. Then you see the what do you call it, the stupid shaking of the body. And then it opens for the second time, it releases another 1 megabyte. So now you see another shake of the body. It opens for the third time to release the last 3 megabytes. And then when there is no more information, the shake is called, we call it epilepsy. So the cause of the shake is the tumor which is sitting on the hand, on the arms. So the source of the information, producing information that leads to epilepsy, sits in that seat of the tumor, and is for the arm. Arm is in a lot of pain, but body is creating sedative for it. You don't feel it. It has nowhere to go. It releases it. You see that the epilepsy. It takes sometimes 2 days to build up to 3 megabytes to release. Then you see it, and you say the woman has epileptic attack every 3 days, every few days. Whenever it reaches a point, it releases it, so it goes. So go to the essence of the problem, not just to make a machine to put them in. Can we see the MRI of this, please? You must have an MRI if there is a tumor.
Yes, you can see, but I didn't prepare it.
So you can't start nothing with the lady. You have no authority to do, you have no rights.
What did you mean?
You cannot touch. You cannot touch the lady if you do not know how the tumor has to be handled. If you get the MRI, bring it up. Don't use it till we see it, that is correctly done. Yes.
Okay.
And then together we all learn.
Okay. Sonia just told me we got this MRI.
Put it on the screen. Let's have a look. Yes, we all learning.
We don't have it scanned in. Hast du es elektronisch? Kannst du mal senden?
If it's on a disk, we should be able to see it.
Yeah, It takes just a minute.
No problem. We have all the time. You've done such a beautiful
Okay.
job. We wait.
Take a picture.
Okay.
Mr. Keshe, I have to inform you, yes, Rainer, I have to inform you that Klaus is part of our team now. He was vetted and he is part of our team now, of our teachers team.
Thank you very much. We need brilliant man of science. This is a new science. The one who understands it, they can teach it. But we have to teach correctly. It has to be done. I've seen a couple are making pens in Holland, and they are not selling in the name of Keshe Foundation, but they're using our concept, our technology. They use every banners of the Keshe Foundation. They give a lot of talk about me, but couple, whoever you are, I thank you for teaching, but the pens you are making are not correct, and you cannot sell products on the internet if you have not certified yourself. You can cause yourself problem. A lot of you have started making these pens and you put it on the net that other people can buy it. We sell it, we have certified it. It took us, I think it cost us about 12,000 euro to do the trial certification, and then we had paid thousands more to get it done correctly. So it costs money just because you're making a pen and you go and sell it. Anything you sell, please try to get it certified, because I've seen fake, what do you call it, powders put in a bag and sold as a Gans powder. Is good for your brain and the others. You're causing a lot of problem for yourself, not us. What we call cowboys. Have you managed to get the picture?
Just a moment. We make a picture with our mobile phone and try to put it in.
Yeah, no problem. Go back on your stand. You showed us a beautiful stand. Can we look at your stand till you get the video ready? Okay. The stand you made behind you is done perfectly. When you stand inside it, you have to decide which organ it is. If it's again cancer, if it's energy to give, if you are giving from magnetical or you're taking from gravitational. You understand? So,
yeah.
Because you made the coils, I said that to Renan as well. Make a connection for coil, each coil, magnetical separate, gravitational separate.
Okay.
Even though inside your coil, there is a double coil, is gravitational magnetical. But when you put it as a transportation across, that plasma inside counts. So it's a bit dark. You have to move your camera to the right a little bit because it's very dark. We don't see anything.
Geht's heller?
Yeah, that's perfect. That's beautiful.
Okay.
So try to this. What are you going to do with this? Do you have somebody who knows how to use it?
It's just us.
I give you an offer. I don't think you can refuse. Make me another one. Separate
Okay.
it. I'll pay you for it, or you can donate it to the foundation. And we give you the address of the hospital where we are opening the Keshe Foundation Institute Hospital.
Okay.
And we put it in a very good use. I don't have time to build these things anymore. It's just I don't make systems anymore. But if you can make one which you can control every coil, connect.
Okay.
It's not a control. You connect. You can connect batteries together. It's just a panel. You just pin them in. Everything has to be nano coated. We can test this here in the hospital, which we're going to announce hopefully to be opened up in collaboration with government. That people just come in. It costs nothing, but they walk away with no cancer. They walk away with no what do you call it, fibromyalgia. They walk away with no Alzheimer's. You've done a beautiful job. This looks very, what do you call it, like 1960s and 50s with the electronics which came out. What you see that they've done now is absolutely gorgeous.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Keshe.
It's absolutely gorgeous what you have achieved, and in such a short time. It's such a beautiful technology and knowledge.
Mr. Keshe, we managed to get it on a mobile phone now. I will switch a camera.
Okay, please.
So, can you see this?
Where is the tumor?
So wait a bit. So Sonja, where's the tumor? The white one.
Yeah, but which side is the left and which side is the right?
Which
I
side,
think
Sonja?
this,
Which side is the left side? Oh, sorry.
which side fits into the brain?
This is the right side, and this is the left side.
So if you put her is the side where we see, you see exactly what I told you on the machine?
Yeah.
Where that white patch is where the connection of the arm and the fingers are. So we are precisely right. If you bring the picture of the helmet and you see what I told you, it's in that point. So what you need to do, you can do two things. You can, you don't need the right side system, you have not to put anything in it because the tumor has nothing to do with the right side.
Okay.
You have to create a gravitational on the same two system you have. You know the number 1 and 2, and you need, let's see what we can do with this.
Shall I just bring the picture of the helmet?
Bring the picture of the helmet, because this can be done totally different way. Bring the helmet next to it, or bring the helmet up. Okay, just let's see, can we take the helmet to the side? You see, now when you see the position of the helmet and the tumor, you don't want to transfer energy across to the other side.
Okay.
What you can do is, you got to,
I can bring in the picture.
You can bring the picture on top of it if you can.
Yeah. Okay. Just a moment, please.
If it's transparent, we can do it.
So,
what is need to be done is not to cross the energy of the tumor across the brain. With the arm, you can do it when it's there because it takes a fingerprint across of the energy.
Yeah, is I got it. So just a moment. Print. Share screen.
Well, it's got to be the other way around now. You got to rotate it. The tumor moved.
Okay, I will rotate it soon. Just a moment.
Can you ask the lady is with you? Yes.
No, she's not with us now.
When did this started?
Wann hat das begonnen? 2005.
Was she heavy user of mobile phone?
Hat sie viel telefoniert? Not much, says her mother. Sonja, komm mal kurz.
Did she get hit on the head? Was she had a fall?
Hat sie mal am Kopf einen Unfall gehabt, oder? No, she did not. Is this the right side? Das ist rechts und das ist auch rechts.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, but Mr. Keshe, the helmet, as you can see, is the back end at the bottom. So the right, it's like if you would have it on your head. And your nose and your eyes are in front of you.
No, which way is she facing? Me, or if the way the skull is there, she's looking away to the top. Yeah.
So ist es, wie es wirklich ist. So these two pictures are right positioned now. They fit together.
Okay, no problem. So now we see. You see the helmet is the other way. This okay.
Yes. Yes.
Now we
Before
see
it
this
was the other way around.
the other way around. Okay. Now what you need to do. That's why I said you want to do a thing. You got to do it. Okay. Now we have this brain tumor here, and this is the matching area you have to handle.
Yes.
But there is a lot of indication in this tumor where the problem is, how it is. This looks very much like a mobile phone tumor. We see a lot of this. Could you ask what was she using? Is it the same telephone number? Don't mention the name, but is it a Korean-made telephone?
Weißt du noch das Telefon, das sie
Or is it
benutzt
made a
hat?
phone made in Sweden? Or is it made in...
Well,
You know.
we don't know, but we can find out.
Yeah, find out, because we're running a case like this already with
Okay.
another condition. It's not malignant, it's not cancer, they don't see it. This could be possibly due to the... When was the first sign of this condition?
Wann war das erste Anzeichen? Ja, 2005.
You don't want anything in these coils. That's for sure. At the
Yes.
moment. You see this here. If I change, this is where the hands and arm goes in the brain. So that's why we see the problems with the hands and fingers. This is somewhere around the ear, this area.
Okay.
It sits very on the top. It sits very on the top.
Yes, this is right, yes.
Yeah. It sits very much on the top because you can see the cuts in the growth.
In the motoric part.
The motoric part. Yeah, that's not a problem. It's a physical part. When we get a stroke, the energy of the heart comes up here and it damages these. That's why we see paralysis. So we understand this. So what you got to do is, I can't do this in your hand. So what we need to do is to reduce this. You have this one here, which is sitting on top of it. Yeah?
Yes.
You have this one in its depth sits on the side of it here.
Yes.
You have this one, which is on this angle here. And this you don't need. You have to empty this one. This has to be emptied totally. This has to be emptied.
Wait, this one. Okay, yes.
Yeah. Number 4 and 5, you have to take your thing out.
Empty.
All this you have to take empty. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now we got to play with this. The play with this is we can do it two ways. The tumor is on the surface on the top. Okay. We have two choices.
Yeah.
We can create gravitational here to suck into it, and we can do a gravitational here to suck it up. And this seems to be the best. Then we don't allow the tumor to spread anywhere. We literally deplete it. Okay?
Okay.
So you put a gravitational ring on this. You still hold your magnetical, but you connect your gravitational to the system. When we say you don't use gravitational, you only use the magnetical, in these units you keep the double core and the double core on top of each other. You don't take it out. You just connect into your gravity as it goes in, or you connect to gravity as it comes out. So you let it come out. Or you connect your magnetical out to a sink.
Okay.
So if you connect in this your magnetical into the sink, so you're sucking out. So it forces the fields to come in and come up. So you bury the energy in your sink.
Yeah.
Okay. So you got to connect, let's say 2 batteries here and 2 batteries here, and connect 1 battery here. I'm going to do it in fingers that you can see.
Yes,
Here you connect
I can
2
see it.
batteries. Okay.
Yeah.
Here you connect 1 battery.
Yeah.
In this one, you connect to the magnetical, yeah,
Okay.
and
To the
here
side.
you connect to the gravitational.
Okay.
If you connect to the gravitational, it has to go through the thing. It goes through the magnetical, comes through the gravitation of this, and it goes in the sink. You get rid of the energy in the sink. So what you're doing, you have a K2 here, which are connected to the magnetical, and you have one which is connected the magnetical to the sink. You connect your batteries to gravitationals, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. Understood.
And then the field will flow this way. It goes through the tumor.
Mm-hmm.
It goes through the tumor, and because of the smallest sink here, it has only one way to go because it goes to the sink.
Yeah.
And then you take energy away from it. This is one of the ways to do it. The other way, if you didn't have the coils, you do the way I do. I literally take pieces and pieces of this. You have to confine and not move the tumor.
Okay.
One of the first things you see is the lack of epileptic attacks, because the pressure will go off the nerve of the what do you call, the arm and fingers here. And as the pressure goes, normal information goes through the arm. The hand opens, the arm opens. This, what we see here in this part, it shows the deformity in the spinal cord. This side here goes with the arms, because down here is your upper arm going down inside, and this is your spinal cord, because your leg comes through the same, through your spinal cord, the other part of the body comes through the spinal cord. And this pressure on this side is causing the problem on the spinal cord. That's why you see the twist in the body. The problem with this is if she gets it, because the brain, as it reduces the weight or from it, the brain is growing up, is blowing it back up to its normal shape, you're going to have some headaches, or you could have a muscle ache. If you get a headache and muscle ache, this shows a good sign. But don't use anything else. You don't need a body unit, you don't need anything. Try this, this procedure I told you. We have looked at it in 2 weeks time. You see, if she changes in position, in posture, or in the epileptic attack,
Okay.
and get it sorted out. But take everything out, and she doesn't need your upright unit.
Okay. Just a helmet.
Just the helmet, those
Yeah.
3 for the time being. You have to play with it till you get it right. These cannot do any damage because it's just a flow of plasma. If you don't need it, you don't take it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Plasma just brings it out. There is another way you can do it, is deciding yourself. You have to decide. Please ask a doctor to supervise with you. Don't do
Yeah.
these things on your own. You
Mm-hmm.
need a medical doctor who is part of the Keshe Foundation. I have a doctor who can supervise you directly from Middle East, one of the well-known doctors. I can bring him in to support you, to explain
Oh,
to you.
thanks a lot.
Okay, or we have doctors in Keshe Foundation Europe, in Germany. We have a couple of good doctors, and we have a very nice doctor in Belgium who's well trained to handle these machines. So you can ask them to supervise. Don't touch it till you have a full supervision, because they give you a lot of tips, but they understand the technology can do it. And then what you got to do, you design the procedure is that you connect this to the magnetical, and you connect this to magnetical too. Yeah, you put 3 magnetical in the sink. So what happened there, as you sinking it, or you connect the energy to go somewhere else, the energy has to come from the tumor, and they drain the tumor. This is one of the safest way of doing it as well. You don't create a flow to go anywhere, you just drain it. This process takes a little bit longer, but it's very effective. I've done it before.
Mr. Keshe, there's several people have questions about this use of the saltwater pool, I guess it's called, as a sink. Can you explain a bit about that?
Wernie, are you there? Wernie. He's usually around. Can you see him to promote him? Wernie. Are you there? Renan, are you there?
I'm here, sir.
In the chat here. I see Bernie's in the chat. I'm not sure if he's responding right now.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Renan.
Mr.
Is Vernie
Captain, yes.
about? Is Vernie about that? He can explain to us about the sync.
He just went a while for he bought something for an errand, and he'll be coming back right away.
Okay, when he comes, we'll explain it to you because Vernie understands this very well, and he can explain to you. Okay, so thank you very much for this. Carry on showing, carry on explaining to us. You made a beautiful system, but if we go back, if we show your stand all together, don't
Yes.
do anything till you have a doctor on board with you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Can we look at your stand, please? You see the stand is the same. If you are, let's say you are sorting out the kidney problem, you don't need the top two layers. You position the middle of the 5 on the left hand side in a position that what you want to do. You don't connect everything. You have to get out of this habit of I made it, I have to use it.
Wieder rüber. Das wieder rüber. Ist zu
Yeah,
dunkel.
a bit more to the right. There we see it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
So you have to start educating yourself how to use these systems. You target it. If it's the lung, you use the top 4 to the line of the diaphragm. And then you have to decide if it's a cancer or you're just giving it the energy. If it's the energy, it has to be balanced between all 4. If you're connecting, let's say, the top 2 cores here, I'm going to use my, I don't have Android here, I cannot touch it. Do you see it? No.
It's because it's a video, probably.
I can.
You can't annotate it.
I can take a picture for annotation.
No,
Right.
if you look at the top 2, the top 2 trays, which is 4 cores on the left and the 4 cores on the right, have to be connected exactly to the same power supply according to the ratio. So if you're connecting each coil on the left to 2, you connect the one on the right to 1, which you create a gradient of the flow of the energy. That it goes through the body, is information carrier, it goes. Then you have to decide if you're connecting both to the magnetical or gravitational. Are you emptying or are you adding? So just you made it, it's just the beginning of the use, how to use it. And as I said, just because you made it doesn't have to be used. You use it in parts according to what is needed. If you are doing an arm and a leg, you don't need any of the top.
Yes.
Yes, sorry about that. Rick, Benjamin is in the background from Ghana. When they finish with this, they have corrected all the data. They want to come back in. And I've been told the vice of the Atomic Energy Authority of the Ghana could be online with us after this.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So yeah, our presentation just finished. Yes, we would like to build a unit for you and to improve it.
Yes,
And
that's fantastic. You bring it to one of the most advanced hospitals in the space technology. We're setting it up. I'm sure we will see different versions of this when we go to China with the Chinese group. We bring it in. We try to have a live sessions in China whenever we are in public sessions. And I'm sure we'll see these used there because they're reporting different kind of things in respect to tumors. This is a marvelous team you made. It's, thank you to your team. This is absolutely
thanks a lot.
this is beautiful. Try to get yourself a doctor, medical doctor in Germany, 1 or 2 of them. We know we can ask them, but depends where you are in Austria. I don't know any doctors in Austria who are there. If you're a doctor in Austria, you want to join us to test, we can help you. Ask Kevin Davina. Maybe he has somebody in that area because he's in Austria with you. And we'll see what we can do.
We already asked one, and he will visit us in the next days. So maybe we already got one, but he has to see it for himself and has to decide.
Explain the science, yeah, explains knowledge to them and how it's done. Try to separate each coil, each ring,
Yeah.
in different panel. Just put a panel, you can plug it in Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then you can choose how to connect. Where is not needed for kidney, you don't need to touch the lung and the heart. You just dismiss the two top trays. You just don't connect it, or you remove the panel altogether. That you concentrate only on the liver. Try to make your
Okay.
panels detachable. You just take it out and put it back in, and you can connect it.
Okay.
It's fantastic. This is one of the. I have a lot of chairs and things like this, but it's nice to see it in this way. It's fantastic. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Again.
You,
Um,
it's fantastic.
Mr. Kesh, there is one last question of our group because we made the professional video out of it, also out of the production, and cameraman and cutter asked if it would be possible that you could say in 1 or 2 sentences how the body part of the device works, and if it's okay that we can use this in our video.
Go on the Zoom. We do it properly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we do it. When you've done
Thanks
it,
a
you
lot.
organize the Zoom. You ask to Paul, he'll organize it. We do a what do you call it, Zoom conference, and we
Okay.
go through the step by step that we fit it in there. You don't need to adjust it.
Okay.
That's
Thanks a
perfect.
lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Congratulations to you.
Thanks. I give it
Thank
to my group.
It's the
Thanks a lot.
humanity. We hopefully we have everyone from every culture will go through this very soon. What the one you make for the foundation.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. There we are.
Some of us
Where are the
are here, and also the dogs.
The dogs are there too.
We thank you for your information, and we'll build a.
You have entered a world of science which needs people of the science of health that can help you, and this is
Okay.
beautiful what you've done.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you indeed.
And
Thank you for you doing it. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Rick, can we go to Ghana, please?
Yeah, there was one question about the coils on the helmet. I don't know if it's too late there, but regarding the wires in it, were they copper or zinc wires? There's some confusion in the.
No, these are all copper wires.
Okay, nano-coated copper wires, and
it's a standard coil.
it's covered with CO2 GaNs and zinc GaNs. I take it.
Then we come, yeah, that's what they've done. But when we come to it, and you understand, even the coating matters how you do it. But in we're coming to the point, as we was explained by you, but you couldn't express it, that when you stand in these machines, your desire to release yourself of the pain of the kidney will trigger only the core which is going for the kidney. This I'll teach you in the coming time. We saw the gentleman today when he was desiring to have a, what do you call it, the banana, and how he was feeling the taste of it. In the coming time, you come to the same point. You desire for the kidney to receive the energy, only the kidney. You decide left or right. Is the emotion which will trigger the system. But at the moment, we have to gradually graduate to this level of understanding. You don't need coating. You just need to create the emotion that this is where the pain is. The body knows, the system knows, and in flow it will change itself. But we'll come to it later.
Right. Thank you. Okay, we can move on then to.
Anna, please.
So Benjamin, are you? I'll unmute you there. Do you want to go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay, we are. Good morning, everyone. And
good morning, Benjamin. From humanity to you in Africa.
Well, thank you all. Apparently, Dr. Nana and Professor Shilo have an emergency meeting, so they have all left immediately when we came around. But Dr. Nana was around, so she had to leave for this emergency meeting. Please, can you hear me?
Yes. Would you like to share with us your screen?
Okay. So we are willing to share with you our corrected results. So where is this? Okay, PowerPoint. Okay, this, please, can you see?
Yes, yes, we can see the screen there.
Okay, so that's I will try to share some things, some new things that I have found also, and then Nash is around. He will also come in with the corrected results. Apparently, like Mr. Kesh said, the one who entered the uh, results made a lot of mistakes, so a lot of things have been corrected. Okay, so today this is what I have to share with you, that water is life, and that the price man pay for the wrong use of atomic energy is very costly. However, using it properly, we can transform ugly situations into pleasant, ones. Okay, so we start by showing you how, water, actually we receive water from nature or the mother creator. So as you can see, from rain comes down from the clouds, and then it returns back to us again in the form of a cyclic order. So evaporation from the vegetation and evaporation from the sea and end up in the clouds, forming in the sky, forming clouds, and then they return to us in the form of snow or in the form of rainfall. Okay, and water, as we know, is a universal solvent, and our body is made up of about 70 to 80% of water, and it's a very important chemical compound. Some of the characteristics that one can noticeably found with water is it is tasteless, colorless, odorless when it is, not contaminated. These are some of the things that you will, actually find, and it has a boiling point of 100 degrees Celsius or 120, 212 Fahrenheit. It freezes at 0 or 32 degrees Fahrenheit, and it has a molecular weight of 18. That means two part of what do you call it? The hydrogen is one, and then two part of oxygen, which is the atomic weight is, 8, almost getting to a 7.99 something. So you are getting a, so the molecular weight comes to 18. Okay, and this the essential ingredients in man. That is why we can confidently say that man has about 80 to 90% of water in his body because of these ingredients, which Mr. Kesh normally say Mr. Cohen. That's his amino acid, the structure of the amino acid. We have 65% of oxygen, and then 9%, 9.5% of hydrogen. So you can see that the combination here, you can get a lot of water from the human, body. Okay, let's descend further down. So you can see what is actually happening in Ghana, and these are some of the news headlines I gathered. If you go online, you can find some of these things. Illegal mining destroy river Boinzon and Bia. Galamsey induced water Galamsey induced water shortage hit about 50 communities. Ampra contains cancer causing chemicals. Okay, that is Ghana Water Company is attesting to that. And Galamsey plunges Ghana into water crisis. That you can see, that is recent, 19th of February. That's a recent news that was on the website. Okay, this is one of the key members or key people in the Ghana Water and Sewage Corporation, and he's telling us that fluoride content in water has, which was supposed to be 1.5 for human consumption, which I even find it too high because fluoride is not good for us. If you read a book by Dr. Jerry Tennant, you can find out the health implication about fluoride in water. and it's a good book. I actually have read this whole book. Voltage is Healing. If you can get to Amazon, you pick a copy for yourself, and then you see what Jerry Tennant, has discovered about fluoride. This consumption in fluoride has written they have to raise the standard to 2.3, and this is unacceptable and is dangerous for human as far as dental health is even concerned. Okay, he said that the increment in fluoride content of water cannot be treated once found once it has found its way in water, making the situation more dangerous. According to Mr. Pintel, another mineral found in the water which was equally dangerous was mercury. Okay, so there's a high content of mercury, and as I share further, you can see that you cannot treat it the normal way that water is being treated currently. So our technology offers a possible solution to all this because of the gravitational and the magnetic field, which is incorporated in the GANs, which eventually can pull this thing down as sediment. He currently also said that the company spent more than estimated amount of money to treat water because at times the pollution becomes so high that it has to pump away all the 3,000 gallons of treated water from that is after testing. They do the quality control analysis, and it is normally found out that this water is not consumable, cannot be consumed. So they have to pump it away because they don't know how to deal with the situation. Okay, and that is another what do you call it? He said the situation. This is a pumping station in where the Brim River is. They said the situation has caused Ghana company to shut down the water treatment plant that treat water at Brim River for the residents. So it's a huge problem here. Okay, and what is the cause of water? Then how do we, water is life. So how do we get clean water? Because it's cost so much to treat water than to get it in this pure, state. Currently, that is the mode of treating water in the cycles that water that is clean, comes out. It has to go through this three major process, which is further divided into five processes. That is the pre-treatment, filtration, and post-treatment processes. Okay. First of all, the water have to be disinfected, and secondly, coagulation and flocculation treatment process, and sedimentation process, filtration process, and then corrosion control process. So as you pump this water along the tubes, they are not, they don't end up corroding the pipelines. Okay, so this is a pictorial view of what it looked like in Ghana before I left, to Europe. Water is pumped from the river, and then at the initial stage they boil it. They boil it to kill the or to treat the germs first, and then afterwards they add alum for coagulation, and then they go through the process of changing the taste or to control the odor through carbon, and then you get to disinfect it by adding chlorine to it. And chlorine, as I continue, you see that it has even what do you call it, a very negative implication on our health, you know. And then the next stage is the water undergoes a filtration process, and then the sediments have to sink down, and then it is pumped, and then again we add another chlorine to it again. That means we have added chlorine in two stages, making the water somehow clean and pleasant to drink, but the health implication is very costly. Okay, then this is the post-treatment stage. The last stage is the post-treatment stage. You add another sodium chloride, to sort of avoid corrosion in the pipelines, and then you get your clean water out. I know this system, is common to most water treatment plants across the globe. Okay, so let's see what chlorine has chlorine, the negative impact of chlorine in water treatment. This is what I got from H2O water distributors side. Okay, so I haven't changed anything and I didn't write anything, but I know the implication. They are just echoing what we have found out. Okay, chlorine has an extreme drying effect, not only on the hair but on the skin. As the skin becomes drier, it also ages more quickly. So just as you can add chlorine to filter your water, you can also add a filtration system to your entire home system. That is, if you want to avoid the negative impact of the chlorinated water. What many people may not realize is that chlorine has a definite aging effect on the skin. So when you use so much chlorine, your skin tend to age, faster. What those same people may not also know is that chlorine was chosen as a primary disinfectant for our water supply for its safety, but it costs. Okay, but that cost has not factored in health risk which comes from drinking chlorinated water. The risk of developing cancer, for example, is more than 90% higher than those regularly drink chlorinated water than those who do not. Okay, this is by Michael Sorai. You can get this article also from Enzyme. Okay, and these are some of a lot of from different people. This is a medical doctor, J.M. Pride. Chlorine is the greatest crippler and killer of all modern time. While it prevents epidemics of one disease, it is creating another. 2 decades ago, after the start of chlorinating our drinking water in 1904, the epidemic of heart trouble, cancer, and salinity began. Okay, that's a medical doctor speaking. And this is another from air and toxic risk assessment, that is 1991. Other studies have indicated that exposure to chlorine via inhalation may alter disease resistance in animal with higher incidence in emphysema, pneumonia, and tuberculosis. So that is the disease that you can also get. Let's listen to another doctor, Dr. Lance Wallace. Showering is suspected as a primary cause of elevated levels of chlorophyll in nearly every home because the chlorine in water, that is chlorophyll, also known as cas- carcinogen, levels increase to about 100% during 10 minutes in your residential shower. So that is how you gradually actually poison yourself, because the skin area is actually the large part of your the greater part of your intestine, or you can take in more fluid via your pores than drinking. So when you enter into water, the water gets into your pores faster, and you can easily poison yourself, or get another side effect. A the next one is from a professor of water chemistry at the University of Pittsburgh, claims that the exposure to vaporized chemical in water supplies through showering, bathing, and inhalation is greater than through drinking. So you see why? Because the skin area has a lot of pores, and you can easily, you know, uh, uh, get this chemical into your bloodstream faster than you taking it. Now, let's look at our treatment method. When you look at the diagrams that I showed earlier, you see that it undergoes a lot of processes. But using the guns, you don't need all these systems. You don't need all the systems that are associated. You may only need about 2 or 3, only 2. Maybe let's say the water is pumped, you get your guns in the water, and then the sediment sink. While the sediment is sinking, you are also dealing with the mercury levels or all the heavy metals, that is embedded or laced within the structure of the water down. And then the upper part, which has shown itself to be clean, can be used as drinking water. So the cost that is involved in buying high cost of machinery and so on can be dealt with. Not alone man hours and then manpower, the manpower involved. So using this technology, we can cut away this cost that most African countries or most developing countries, face. So, like here, I'm showing samples that I've submitted to the NNR lab, the National Nuclear Research Facility lab here to deal with. This is the treated water from Brim, and I know some of you have already seen it. And we started the process at this particular date, 15th of February at 14:38 p.m. And then we came to it the next day. The control still remained the same, but when you look at the one that has the copper oxide in it, you can see that it is more, what do you call it, clearer. And uh, Nash is actually working on this results also simultaneously with the other ones that I have submitted. Actually, I've loaded him with so much work that there are a lot of samples that they are analyzing for us, and we will show that also with time. Uh, he was supposed to come with the sediment, but yesterday there was a power outage. I think 2 days or so. 2 days they have been a power outage at the atomic site, so it has stalled, the process. Okay, and these are also the effect from adding ordinary nano wires to the wire. That was when we started. That is how it looked, and after 24 hours, the next day, the water is a little bit clearer, and it is more clearer now as it sits on their laboratories now. So we can, in effect, uh, further research or further, tuning of this method. We can cut costs and then save money for third world countries. Okay, so he's here. I have. Um, I have the corrected results. Nash is here. He will, go through with us again what he has, corrected. So I have handed over to you.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Keshe and group. As we saw,
Is it? Are we online? Hello?
right. As we went through the other time that we met, we found out that there were interchanges in some of the results of the parameters, especially with turbidity. With turbidity, we had the offin control, which is now being corrected, is 200, but after the treatment, it dropped to 32. Then with the Revapra, the control was 226. After the treatment, it dropped to 4, which is even below the guideline values for drinking water according to WHO and Ghana Standard Authority levels. Then we came to the color. The color of fin control, we found it to be 220. After treatment, it dropped to 20. Then Revapra, the control is 50. After treatment, it dropped to 1, which is very significant. And even with WHO, the apparent color, it should be 25. but after treatment, especially with Rivapra, it has dropped to 1, which is very significant and encouraging. The true color, as it follows with the apparent, the offine control 22, but the true after filtration for the true color came to 15. Then the treatment too after filtration, it dropped to 3. The same with Rivapra, the control after filtration was 50, but after the filtration it dropped to 5. Then the treated just 1 came to 0. And these are all, that is the treatment values are all below the drinking water level, which is very, very good. Then we also had a look at the nitrate values. The nitrate for offine control was 0.406, 0.318. Then with Rivapra, it was 53, which is extremely high, but it dropped to 0.002. That's after treatment, it dropped. The recommended levels according to WHO is 10 to 45. And then Ghana Standard Authority is 10. Then we also had a look at the phosphate levels. The phosphate offine control was 0.683. After treatment, it dropped to 0.034. Then with Rivapra, the control was 2.066. After treatment, it dropped to 0.012. Sulfate was 2.51014 for the offine. After treatment, it came to 2.0089. Rivapra was 0.218. After treatment, it came to 0.14. So basically, these are the corrected results that we have. As Ben already said, we've also analyzed the sediment from the samples, and by next week we will come out with all the metals that we are possibly being analyzed for the sediment. So thank you very much.
Hello? Hello? Okay, so that is the, what do you call it, the final result, and it's very encouraging, you know. And as you see on the screen, this is something that we are, it is in the process now. We are, you know, we have started the process, and with time we will give you all the.
Benjamin,
Yes,
before
sir.
you go any further, go back to the report, please.
The report, okay.
Can you expand? Can you open it that we can see the results? Because last time we found discrepancies in typing. Person was typing it. Can you go up, please? Can you open
Up.
it? Open it. Open the figures. We want to see the figures. We'll go back.
Okay.
We need to see the chart. Oh yeah, go down. Where is it? There is the report here. Open this report. Oh, can you open it, Rick? We can't see the figures.
Yeah, I can't do anything with it. It's a picture, and
It's a
you need to show the actual report so that we can see the figures more correctly, or else try to if you can make this picture bigger in your program there. I think it's only at 65%. If you could make it 200%, maybe we can see the numbers better.
Okay, what I will do is I will, what do you call it, send it to you now. Okay, let me close this, and then I will do that.
Don't
But
open, we
again,
can see your program.
okay, I'm closing. Wow.
You worked so hard because to analyze with Dr. being there with you in what
You could actually just use the percentage slide on the bottom right corner.
Okay.
You can increase the size. It says something about 60%. You can make it bigger there.
Go back to the.
Right, that might work.
Go back to the screen again in what you had.
Yeah, somehow you might have to reshare your screen. It's, oh, there you go. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Go
Yeah,
on the
there's a
slide.
slider there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, there we go.
Okay, but it's still a bit blurred.
So it's gone. Okay.
Now you have to keep it like
Okay,
this.
if you make your screen bigger, okay, well, yeah.
Open up your screen, you can't do.
I don't think you can do that any bigger.
Okay, what is, can we have with the Dr. Nash analysis on this data?
Dr. Nash, the correct.
Hello, Benjamin.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes,
Yes.
can you tell us with now that we have the figures, can we understand what is the property of the water now after the processing and or after residue?
Yeah. After the processing, we take the pH compared to the guideline values for WHO and Ghana's Standard Authority. The range, the guideline level is 6.5 to 8.5 for the WHO, and after treatment we are within 7.62 for River Pra. That's the treated. Then when we come to the conductivity, WHO level is 500 to 700, and we after treatment we are between, we have 268 for 0.5 for River Ofin, and then 178.
What does this mean? What does it change this in the quality of water conductivity?
Yeah, the conductivity, it's the amount of metals that are dissolved in the water. And some of these metals are health hazards. So
does it show metal content has reduced?
Yes, it has reduced considerably.
But what's the percentage of loss? It's nearly half, isn't it?
Nearly half, yes. Nearly
Yeah.
half.
Okay, what about the next one?
The next one is the total dissolved solids, which is also, the guideline value is 1,000. But after treatment, we are below even the guideline value of 1,000. We are 134.65 for River Ofin and 88.9 for River Pra, which is very good and very, very encouraging.
So it dropped from 1,000, is it 1,079 or is it 179?
It's 134.65 for the River Ofin and then 88.9 for River Pra.
What was before? Because we don't see it clearly. Is it 1,100?
Yeah, it was, the guideline value is 1,000, but the control, that is the untreated, for River Pra is 179. But after treatment, it dropped to 134.65. Then for River Pra, the control was 1,164.45. Then after treatment, it dropped to 88.9. So from 1,000 down to 88.
What does this usually contain?
The dissolved solids, that's what we are analyzing the sediments now to find out actually what kind of or what type of metals are embedded in. So after the complete analysis of the sediment, now we'll be able to tell the dominant metals in the sediment. We will be able to know the iron content, the copper content, the zinc, the manganese, cadmium, lead, if there are some of these hazardous elements in, which affects, which is a health hazard, I must say. With suspended solids, the control, which is on treatment for offin, is sorry, is 210. After treatment, it dropped to 35. Then the PrAC untreated is 230. After treatment, it dropped to 5, which is exactly the guideline value according to WHO and Ghana Standard Authority. For alkalinity, which states the either the basic or the alkaline nature of the soil, of the water sample, the offin control is 75. After treatment, it dropped to 45. Then the Rivapra, the treatment should be, the control or the untreated should be 105. After treatment, it dropped to 65. The control, the guideline values are
I think your officer has
200.
mistyped it back to front.
Yes, the alkalinity too also skipped. It's also interchanged, which we have noted. This the 75 should be in place of the 45, and then the
And
45
105 the other way around. Okay.
or the other way around.
Okay. The next one is
Next one is turbidity. Turbidity, the untreated is 200. That is offin control is 200. After treatment, it dropped to 32. The PrA control is 226. After treatment, it dropped to 4.
you explained to us last time what turbidity was the clarity of the water.
The clarity of the water. The clarity of the
When
water.
you pass a light through it, it must be able to be seen. Or when you put something behind the container which is holding the water, a transparent,
Yeah.
a transparent container.
Benjamin, we can't hear you.
Okay. When you the turbidity is, for example, when you have put it in a transparent bottle, when you hold a paper behind it, you should be able to see through the content of what you are holding, or you should be able to have a clear image without blur. So that is the dispersion rate of light is able to go through without becoming opaque. That is simply what turbidity actually means.
Okay, thank you very much. What's the salinity?
Salinity for offin control, it was 0.2 parts per trillion, that is PPT. But after treatment, it dropped to 0.1. That's about 50% down. Then the PrA control came to, the untreated is 1.1. After treatment, it came to 0.1. That is, it tells how salty the water is when it is consumed.
Did you manage to get the unsalted GANs this time? You found it distilled water for it?
Yeah, I wash it this time.
No, don't shout. Come to the microphone.
Okay. Okay. What I got the ionized water from the NNR lab by the courtesy of Professor Dr. Shilo, who is interested in our work. So he told me to bring a big gallon, and they were able to offer me a lot, for my experiments.
Okay, carry on, please.
So we now come to apparent color. That is the color of the water as it was submitted to the lab. It's offin control 220, but after treatment it dropped to 20. The accepted level is 25, so this is quite good. Then for pra control, it's 50. After treatment, it dropped to 1, making it very almost colorless, just like distilled water. Then the true color is after it has been filtered. The offering control was 220, but after filtration, it came to 15. Then the treated offering water, which was 20 for the apparent, after filtration to get a true color, it dropped to 3. For pra, the control was 50 on treated. After filtration, it dropped to 5. Then the treated river pra came to 0 for the true color. The WHO level is even 5. So compared to the treatment was more effective than the control, than the guideline value for the true color. Then we came to nutrients and other chemical tests. And we start with fluoride. The fluoride for the offering control was 0.015, but after treatment, it dropped to 0.011. That's about 0.004 difference. Then the pra
That's about
control,
35% reduction.
about 35% exactly. Pra control, that was 0.033. After treatment, it dropped to 0.001. Even the guideline value for fluoride is 1 point, also contributes to the salinity. Then for pra control, we have 596.81. After treatment, it dropped to 28.99. The guideline value is 250 to 1,000 according to WHO, and then 250 for Ghana Standard Authority. So we realized that the treatment was even below the guideline values. Then we come to sodium. Sodium for offering control was 17.9. After treatment, it dropped to 13.2. That's about 4.5 difference. Then pra control was 85.7. After treatment, it dropped to 16.8. And the guideline values is 200 for WHO and 200 also for Ghana Standard Authority. So here the treatment has also clearly shown how effective the treatment is. Then sodium for offering control was 2.5. After treatment, it dropped to 1.5. Then pra control was 6.5. After treatment, it also dropped to 1.0, which is far below the guideline value, which is 30 for WHO. Then for total hardness, we have 65 for offering control. After treatment, it dropped to 52. Pra control was 48, and after treatment, it's also, this should be, it dropped to, this should be 18, but they have made it 48, the same 48, should be 18 for total hardness. The guideline values are 500 for both WHO and Ghana Standard Authority. Then for nitrate, the offering control was 0.406. After treatment, it dropped to 0.318. Then for pra control, it was 53. And after treatment, it dropped to, this should be 0.53. 0.53 for pra control. After treatment, it dropped to 0.002. The guideline values for WHO is 10 to 45, and then Ghana Standard Authority is 10. Phosphate for offering control was 0.683. After treatment, it dropped to 0.034. Then for pra control, it was 2.066. After treatment, it dropped to 0.012. We don't have the guideline value for phosphate yet. WHO and Ghana Standard Board, the guideline values are not in yet. Then for sulfate, the offering control was 2.5101. After treatment, it dropped to 2.0089. Then for pra control, it was 0.218, but after treatment, it dropped to 0.014. The treatment levels, according to WHO and Ghana Standard Authority, were to be 250 to 500. So far is what we
Okay,
have.
as a scientist
Yeah.
who is qualified to give us a verdict, what does this result give us? There is a very strange characteristics that the often
Yep.
shows totally ratio than pra.
Because
Yes.
the
But
offering, okay, because the offering was treated with CO2 GANs, and then the pra was treated with copper oxide GANs. So they
so
are two
copper
separate.
oxide shows a better performance than CO2.
So yeah, sure.
But the CO2 costs nothing to produce, where copper oxide does.
Yeah.
Can we speak with Dr. Nash, please, Benjamin?
Doc-
Dr. Nash,
Yes, Mr. Kaish.
yeah. What is, we see a lot of reduction. Okay.
Yeah.
We see a lot of improvement in reduction of the all sorts of things. But
Yeah.
are these all beneficial to be withdrawn? Or can be selective and keep some? Water without
Yeah.
nourishment is no good, but part of these things are nourishments for animals or whatever. Can we become selective? I mean, is this water okay for consumption? Most probably, but void of everything,
Yeah.
more or less.
Yeah. We realized that with the copper oxide treatment, it's more effective than the carbon dioxide. And it's, even when you look at the guideline values for drinking water, you realize that some of the parameters, it's even lower than the guideline values, telling us that the treatment using copper oxide has been very effective. These guideline values came about when we haven't come across the treatment with copper oxide and carbon dioxide. I believe the guideline values are from what Ben earlier shown, the traditional way of water company here going through the processes of treating water. So based on that filtration or the treatment system, that's why they came out with these drinking values. And now that we have advanced forward with copper oxide treatment coming in, we realize that we can even go lower than the guideline values, which has been set for some years now. So
Would it
if
be,
this is,
would your government consider to implement this?
yes, and I'm sure they would, but they will call for further tests on a wider scale, and that will go through the processes, and the government will surely, because this is even cheaper compared to what we are spending treating our water for public consumption at the moment. So it's a big breakthrough if all hands on deck, relevant people are brought on board, and we sure the government will give an ear to it.
Is it possible to get the couple of error on the page to be corrected?
Yeah,
And
sure.
if we could have a written report, a scientific report of the evaluation of this result that
Yeah.
we can share with number of governments. because this allows a huge difference in, because especially when I look at the salinity, the salinity with copper oxide, this allows the seawaters for countries like here in Dubai to be literally cleaned out. You can drink it, you can put it through and drink it. How long did it take? How long did you leave the two to stay? A day?
3 days.
3 days. Was
3
it
days.
effective immediately, or after 3 days you got to this point? Would it be any different if it would have been just one day?
Mm. After putting it down, we started seeing changes after 1 hour. The water was clear. So Dr. Nana was even asking me, why is the other one, that's the copper oxide, going, clearer than, but I have already tested it in my room and then have found out that the copper oxide, gets clearer faster than the CO2. So I just
Okay,
told her,
Benjamin, what is
yeah.
important, we need to see now, we have a base data
Mm-hmm,
on each river.
mm-hmm.
We have to see if the material which is collected must be in the what do you call it, in the residual which you are testing. We
Yeah,
should
the sediment.
find the correlation between the two. It's called correlates. Otherwise, it won't be. We will see where it's gone to.
Mm-hmm.
What will be interesting is, can you, once they've done the test, can
Yeah.
you try to see if you can wash the copper oxide or the CO2 out of the residual, that we can reuse it?
Okay.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
So does not matter what is as a residual. There are processes they can take the gold out, whatever. You haven't tested a lot of other things here. But would it be possible to wash the CO2, because we do the washing, Arman is good at it, that we can recycle the material. We don't need to use this to keep on producing it. You understand? Hello, Benjamin. Have we lost him? We'll see when he comes back, bring him back on, because he's got to explain to us the other part. What we see here is more or less in line we've seen with a couple of other reports. But now, with this report, we try to pass this on immediately to certain governments. We know they are working to clean the system up, the process. It is important that we make a proper report of this, and in time understand it more. I've seen these kind of work past 10 or 15 years. We were fully aware. It's the first time we receive a governmental report, and we'll start seeing these kind of reports across the world. A lot of governments, companies, organizations are doing it. I'm sure if we can get Benjamin in the background, we will take this with us to China. China has a lot of rivers which needs to be cleaned up, and this has a very little cost. So drinking water changes. At this moment of time, I was in a seminar last week, last Monday, not this Monday, the Monday before, official seminar by the United Arab Emirates regarding the water. The amount of water which is imported in United Arab Emirates is huge. Every drop of water is brought in, because desalination units, especially like companies which are very big in it, like Samsung, it costs a fortune to do it. This is an easy way out. It allows us to drink water from everything we like. In the rivers, in time of disaster, people like a lot of you who carry copper oxide, now you can use it. But at the same time, if we add to the information that we learn for the future, if you test, we tested these with minerals, but If you do a germ test, microbe test, from the data we have, copper oxide comes totally clean. CO2 creates life. So in cleaning up, if you are taking the residual out, is good. But if you're going for a totally disinfected water that you can literally drink it, doesn't matter what kind of parasite was in it or microbes, you'll find out the copper oxide comes on the top. So we've seen the process, we understand the process, but copper oxide has shown in a number of trials to be a disinfectant. So in having this data, I think we will speak with Benjamin in the time. Is Benjamin back? I will discuss this with them in the background. You will see that copper oxide has a huge disinfection. It disinfects the water, kills all the germs. It doesn't kill, it literally takes them out into the sediment. They still survive. In the sediment they do exist. In the above they don't. And I don't recommend the CO2 water drinking, but the copper oxide, when you let it settle, has the property to be okay. No problem. No problem. So we know this. We hopefully when we are in China, because the water contamination is huge in China, we know this as the number of lakes in what used to be USSR, the Russian, like in Kazakhstan. I'm aware of the huge lakes which have huge contaminations. All
Sorry, Mr. Kesh, we are back.
Okay, okay, thanks, you're back. Just wait 1 second, I'll explain something. If we expect with these disasters like what happened in Fukushima, a huge amount of radioactive contamination of the water, copper oxide is literally your only guarantee to decontaminate from radioactive material. This is what we gave to TEPCO. TEPCO was shipped huge amount of this copper oxide in different form as what was it called? Talcum powder lotion. We have the shipping documents for it. TEPCO didn't want it to be called CO2. It's gone as talcum powder lotion. We have all the shipping documents. And now that the gentleman who was part of the TEPCO to decontaminate is the director of the Keshe Foundation Japan. We met him last week. We're seeing the machine last Tuesday. Now we are in that process. So if you come across radioactive condition where we expect the number of radioactive reactors to go off, what we call the power stations, in a case of a disaster, copper oxide is the only solution which gives you sediment free, germ free and radioactive free. So bear this in mind. What we need to do is, we can do it. It's the beautiful position which Benjamin is in. Benjamin, you're back online. Is Dr. Nash with you? Hello, Benjamin.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are with Dr. Nash. Listen, what we want you to do, you have proven that this water is cleaned out of the sediments, yeah? What I want you to ask your team in conjunction with the Atomic Energy Authority of Ghana, because you have the access facilities to it, to do 2 more further tests on the water from the rivers. One is test the water for germs and bacteria. Okay?
Biology.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are right.
Okay. We need to test, okay, now we know the sediment. Forget about CO2. Or you want you carry CO2, carry CO2 too. But we want a test on both river, on one river, take any of the two. Now we know the result, we go for the best, which is the copper oxide. Leave the CO2 out. When do another test and give us the result in respect to bacteria and germs or whatever is in the water before and after. Okay? In the
Control.
video you showed us last week,
Yeah.
the week before, you showed us people washing the animals, the blood of animals in the rivers and everything. So these
Yeah.
rivers are fully contaminated. Yeah?
E. coli.
E. coli. So I want you to ask the authorities within the institute to, what do you call it, do a bacteria test, a full test, like this report for sediments, if we can have a bacteria test. And anything
Okay.
else which is there. The second thing, because you are part of the Atomic Energy Authority of Ghana, you're within the institute, ask them to do the same, which is, with you have radioactive material with you, if you can contaminate the water as it is with radioactive material, and then add the CO2 into it and report to us back on the cleaning of the water from radioactive material. This is very important.
Okay.
These are we need. If it can be done very rapidly by next week, because I know you're very slow, it's what do you call it, very difficult to get you moving fast. But even the waters you have now, you still have the two waters after cleanup
Yeah.
and the normal. Test the same waters again for bacteria and germs, and do a simple test of adding radioactive material to the river and its copper oxide, and we would like to see the report in the
Okay.
residual or in the water. The result will come 100% in the direction of the cleanup of the radioactive material. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
And we know this because TEPCO has confirmed it. We know this because we shipped enough material into TEPCO. So this is important. Maybe for the first time Africa can help America in the case of disaster, that the people in America know how to help themselves if any nuclear material is released in the environment due to whatever accident. Not a disaster, we most probably sooner or later, we already know there's a huge amount of radioactive material in the coast of Italy. The African nation, with the small budget you have, you can prove to the rest of the world how they can help themselves. As I told you, Africa will become the flag bearer of the new technology. Yeah?
Yes,
So
sir.
if you can do it through the Iranian government with support of the Ghana, because I know there's a close collaboration between Iran and Ghana, we will release the technical data into IAEA as part of the collaboration with the Keshe Foundation, Iranian Atomic Energy Authorities, and Ghanaian Atomic Energy. We collaborate as three nations, three organizations, to become a standard for the new standard for decontamination of radioactive situation. We know the answer because we know it from the Fukushima. Certain radioactive material, copper oxide, is effective. If you see any residual, you add CO2 to it for another level. And if you have beta from certain materials, you use the water which you showed it had a mercury in it. That mercury will convert to gold. Becomes a national asset. I'll guide you all the way through it. This is what's happening in Fukushima in Japan. And what you set up, we will show. When I'm in China, we do these tests very rigorously with the Chinese military and Chinese government for cleanup. But I know from 25 years ago, when I used to work in Russia, in Kazakhstan, we had this problem with a lot of lakes which are heavily radioactive or mercury contaminated. This allows a new cycle. With a little amount of expenses, we can clean up most of the problems. So please ask your collaborators in IEA, in Ghana agency, nuclear agency, atomic energy authorities, to first of all test these waters for microbes. I'm sure CO2 will give you clearance because we've done this with the South Sierra Leone University. We already have a data from South Sierra Leone University, which they did the data on Ebola when we had the crisis. And from the nuclear atomic side, you can ask your colleagues, because you're in the Atomic Energy Authority, to do a quick test. It takes you 5 minutes literally. You add CO2, you let it settle in 1 hour, and take the waters, the one which is not treated with the CO2 and the one, and you just measure. You got the Geiger meters and everything there. You can do the Geiger counters very quickly. Could we have this report within next week?
Nash, sir, I happen to give him a lot of stuff, but they cannot maybe cope with my rate of what do you call it, sample. So he's
We
here
need
to answer for himself.
Dr. Nash.
Yeah, Mr. Kesh,
Yeah,
with the
Dr. Nash.
microbiological, the
Pardon?
microbiology, with the microbiological analysis that assignment you've given us, yeah, that will be done at another lab, but within the same Ghana Atomic Energy. So we're now going to make arrangements with them and then get the samples for them. So hopefully, I think a week will be too short for us.
No problem. 2 weeks.
2
Humanity has
weeks,
been
correct.
contaminating for hundreds of years.
Yeah,
2 weeks is
2
nothing.
weeks. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be
But at
fine with
least
us.
if you have any preference. But I know as a nuclear physicist, it should not take you more than 10 minutes to give us a result on the nuclear contaminated.
Yeah.
You have
Okay. So
plenty of
2 weeks will
cobalt.
be okay.
You have plenty of cobalt residual from your disinfected units, which I know you have for radiation system use. I know a lot about your organization. Don't worry. So
Great. Thanks so
if you
much.
could ask, listen, we are nuclear physicists, and a few governments have access to these kind of technologies. We collaborate with different governments. We know what you carry. We're trying to support you with the cobalt for what they call it, decontamination radiation of the hospital units. I know what you carry in that place. I've seen a full, what do you call it, inside report. That's why we are there to support. So
Okay.
you have some old materials, cobalt and the others which are there. If you can contaminate it, or the water, contaminated water, just add it as a contaminated water. Use a CO2 and use the copper oxide. CO2 will not show. CO2 will show maybe partially for alpha. Beta, you need to use mercury, which comes from the water. If you have cleared the water with sediment, I think you won't see such a good result. But if you, in your test in sediments, you find mercury in your sediments, then don't touch. Take them to put the sediments back in the water, add your radioactive material, and add the CO2, and then measure the sediments. Now you should see a lot of gold. You recuperate all the gold, plus you convert the mercury to gold. So this becomes national asset. You understand?
Yes, please. Yes.
So
Yeah.
this is a huge, any mercury, if any of this residual in the two rivers you see mercury, mercury is your national asset that converts to gold. If you take the residue of the nuclear materials which you have and add copper oxide or CO2 into it as a mixture, you will see gold will rain down. You will see it. This is how we supported, what do you call it, TEPCO.
TEPCO.
Yeah, TEPCO with the Fukushima disaster, they are collecting gold from their tanks. 50
Right.
kilos per tank is on average.
I see.
You understand?
That's great.
So
Yes, I
because
do.
these rivers are getting exploited for gold and they're using the mercury in it, it's very easy. If you have the radioactive material in conjunction with the gold, CO2 or copper oxide, you might need CH3 to create a chain reaction which what we sent to TEPCO as part of the conversion of tritium, you should be able to see gold dripping at the bottom. This is the only solid because you will see the shiny bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it becomes a
Wonderful.
national asset. You can literally sell the gold for your government and subsidize all your researchers.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
We
So
brought
2
you
weeks will be
gold.
fine.
We brought you gold in the form of Benjamin. Now you can produce gold to sub. That's why I said to the CIA when they brought us into you, when I told the American government when we were introduced to you through the organization of CIA, when we were sent in to collaborate with you, we said when we come in, we make sure Ghana Space Institute and Ghana Nuclear will not look outside for any financing. Because I was aware, I studied the topology, I studied the structure of what is in Ghana and how people operate, and I was aware of this, but we have to wait till the data is there. Now the data is there, we can be open. And I thank the people within the structure of the CIA who brought us to you, because this allows us a lot of work to be done. And it's a great collaboration. And I thank the head of Ghanaian Atomic Energy and the new deputy which you received. We openly collaborate with you in every aspect. Thank you very much, Dr. Nash.
Mr. Kesh, Dr. Nana just walked in, but she's speaking a call, and one of the uh, managers for the Biological Institute is also here, Doctor, in the person of Dr. Gordon Amenope, who
Can we have him
yesterday
on the
took me.
line?
Okay, Dr. Amenope, yeah.
Hello, Kesh.
Hello, yes. Good afternoon, doctor. We just received a report, beautiful report from your institute, from your organization, Atomic Energy. What it'll be interested, we've
Yes.
seen the sediments. What we requested now, is it possible to have a biological report? The decontamination and pre-contamination of the water, microbes and everything else. That not only we reduce the sediments and the clarity, but has the process, the waters you have left, is decontaminated from any infection, Ebola, E. coli, whatever. Is it possible if you could have such a report from you, please?
All right, Dr. Kesh, my unit actually deals with plants, animals, and so forth. And we will not be responsible for
But you have friends
decontamination.
within the organization, I presume.
Yes,
Okay,
but
good.
I wanted to talk about different issues.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good. My unit is Nuclear Agriculture Research Institute,
Yes.
and we normally change the genes, genetical makeup, the genes and chromosomes of crops using peaceful nuclear techniques. Right, and the current problems we are having now are related to climate. The rainfall figures are not encouraging, so we want to come out with plants that will have genes that can convert little water into food. In other words, drought resistant plants.
Can I ask
And
you a question? Can I ask you a
yes,
question, doctor?
yes,
We
please.
know in Africa, I worked in Africa for a long time and I've been in the interior. We know that African ladies carry sometimes 40 different kind of seeds for different climates. They forecast
Yeah.
how the weather is going to be, and that year they use a given seed.
Yeah.
Is there a seed in Ghana or in part of your structure without genetically getting modified, which had the property that it can live in a drier condition? There must have been.
Yes.
Must be local
Yes.
seed.
Yes, we have some seeds which can actually do well. Example, lima beans can thrive very well under drought conditions. We have other crops species that actually thrive well under drought condition, like cassava, special breed cassava are also there. Although they are not seed, but they are vegetatively propagated.
So it is in the genes structure of the seeds, or the, what you call, the fibers, to
Yes.
be able in their memory chain that somewhere down the line they could stand the droughts in Africa. That's why they survived. That's why we got them now, because genetically
Exactly.
it's recent. Okay, what you can do, I suggest you test. This goes back in the test we showed couple of 2 or 3 weeks ago, from the research from our group in US and in Philippines. If you put your seeds, you saw the copper oxide, which is brought the sediment down from the water. Put the same copper
Yes.
oxide in a container and add water to it.
Yes.
Take the water, or put the copper oxide in a container and put another container inside it with water, and put your seeds in it for about 10 minutes, no more than 10-15 minutes. And take the seed out and plant it. These seeds will take up to 80% less moisture to grow, which means any drought condition can be met. These
All
seeds will
right.
grow much faster for a shorter season. We know this. I did this test over 9 years ago, 8 years ago. So
Mm.
instead of going genetically modifying, trying to stand drought and pest, if you go on the Keshe Foundation, the work 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago is on the net. It's on the agricultural green, what do you call it, blueprint. Just try. Benjamin is with you. Don't do anything else. Just put
All
your
right.
seeds in the same CO2, copper oxide, or in the same CO2 which you use to create the sediments to clean up the water. Put this CO2 or copper oxide in the bucket, and put a bucket inside it, and put your seeds and water in there. Leave that bucket for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, whatever you choose, because the more you leave it, the more you strip the outer energy of the gene, and you go back to original seeds thousands of years ago. We know this from experience in Belgium. So take
Okay.
your seed, put it in a bucket, put some water in it, and put that bucket in a bucket which contains CO2, and then leave it for 10 or 15 minutes. Just stir it and cultivate.
All right.
Is Dr. Guava at in US, who's going to Kenya, is he with us? Is he online?
Yes. I'm handing over to Dr. Nana.
Hello?
Yes, I'm online. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Dr. Mugaba, are you with us?
Yes, please.
No, you're cutting off. There is something wrong with your line.
Yeah, we can hear him fine, Mr. Keshe.
Caroline, can you cut? He's downloading.
I'm here.
Hello? I
Hello.
can't hear you.
Oh, Dr. Keshe, I can hear you very well.
Yeah, something at your end, Mr. Keshe.
Rick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Hello?
I can hear all of you.
Rick?
Yes, hello. We have to get a hold of Mr. Keshe here. Second.
I can hear you fine.
My audio is out. Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, hello. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Hello. go to
Hello, I cannot hear anybody. I can hear broken voices.
Do you want me to mute?
Hello.
which video, pardon me, Vince? Okay, we'll put his other voice on, let's say. Get that lined up here. And we'll share the screen.
Hello. Can you hear me? I can hear the recording.
Yes, right. Okay, I'll leave it where it is there and just pause it then.
Okay, can we go to Ghana, please, or can we go to US?
Hello. Okay. Ghana is online.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Should I make my submissions again?
Yes. Do we have Ghana online? Do we have
Yes.
Benjamin with us?
We have got. Yes, please.
Okay. Can we go?
We are online. Ghana is online.
Okay. Can we go to United States to Dr. Ogaba in US? Who?
I'm online. I'm online.
Okay. Can you enlighten us there, because you're going to be part of the Keshe Foundation in Africa, and you've done these tests. Can you explain to our colleagues in Ghana what you did and what the result was, that they know they have a guideline?
Yes, please. I planted potatoes treated with water as control and treated with CO2 gas water. And the ones that I treated with CO2 gas water matured 2 weeks earlier. And the weight per potato was not different from control. Maturity was faster for potatoes treated with GANS water, CO2 GANS water, and all I did was submerge the the potatoes in CO2 GANS water for 5 hours before planting. And my presentation, I can see it online. I guess Rick has it online.
Yes. What we've seen with Dr. Mkoba is that it supports the research in the past that if you can even nano-coat copper pipes before you outside of the pipe that pass the water through, you will find out that the harvest is much better. You'll get a better harvest too. So, and you need less water. Our research in US from the Keshe Foundation Innovation shows you don't need to water 7 days a week. You can water twice a week, for example. So, by the use of CO2, water of the CO2, you never change the amount. You keep the bucket of the CO2. You just put a bucket of water and you just whatever you need to put. You want to put potatoes, you put it in there and leave it for a while. You want to do seeds, you do it for 1 hour. Potato is different because it's more dense. With seeds, we've seen 10 to 20 minutes is more than enough, and you plant the seeds. And then you can even water it with the water of the CO2, the same water which you put the seed in. You can keep it in the bucket and keep on watering the plant with it. You'll find out you need less, much less water, which instead of let's say 100 liter, you use something like 20 liter of water. The harvest we have seen in research done, very controlled research in Belgium, your harvest goes up by 3 to 5 times in foliage, which is good for the animals. And you will see that the cultivation time reduces by up to 30%. So you can cultivate in the time of drought in a shorter time, get the harvest, and you can do a lot with it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Dr. Kwagawa is going to run the Keshe Foundation in Kenya. And we bring all the Keshe Foundations in Africa together to collaborate. Is there anything else from Ghana you would like us to help you with, or because we can collaborate together?
All right. Can we get the Kenyan contact so that we can communicate with him?
If you want, I send him with pleasure to Ghana. He
All
can
right.
stay with you for a while. He's a doctor in agriculture, he's economy. He can help you and then transfer the knowledge. I know you have a close connection with the atomic energy in Kenya, that he can transfer the whole thing to Kenya. Some of your colleagues in Kenya already use the energy units which was built by Benjamin, which they took to Kenya. I
All right.
organize that. He will come to you, and then from there to Ghana. Is that good with you, Dr. Oba?
That's perfect. I would also very much like to go there and talk to see Benjamin and the rest of his group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we organize this within the next 2 weeks before we go to China. Thank you very
All right.
much. Thank you
And
indeed.
I want to make another submission from Ghana.
Go ahead, please.
All right. Are you please in favor of GM modifying crops?
No.
All right. In my job line, I don't do gene transfer or genetic engineering, but what I am trained to do is to use nuclear energy to modify the genetical composition of crops for drought tolerance, disease resistance, high yield, high beta carotene levels to prevent blindness of children. Is it also acceptable to you using nuclear energy, pure nuclear energy, not gene slicing?
Okay. As you know, I'm a nuclear physicist.
Right.
And so I have got a fairly good experience in this respect. In the nuclear industry, we use radiation, which is a one-way track. We only give the magnetical. When you use the CO2 the way we just discussed, you will find out you get what you're looking for because you use a plasma condition, which means you give and take, and it brings a new dimension into the world of seed genes or genetic. At the moment you bombard the seed to change it. In fact, if you use the CO2 or if you don't get the result with the water of the CO2, use the water of copper oxide for a more effective pressure. In a way, is not a radiation pressure, is a magnetic gravitational pressure. So in a way, the seed will modify to what it needs to do. You understand? So,
All right.
and it's the way the universe works. In nuclear industry, we force energy in. With the new plasma technology, we allow the seed to find its own balance. And it works more effective. You have no radiation hazard. You don't need to decontaminate anything. But the only thing is, if you don't get the result you want with the CO2, go one level higher, go to copper oxide. And usually with the seeds, the copper oxide is the maximum you need to do. So if you ask Benjamin, if you have the seeds, do the radiation process and do the same in parallel with CO2 and copper oxide. Or if you want to increase the energy, add a CH3 to it. Or you can mix these. And you find out with less than no cost, you can do exactly what you need for. But in a way, if you look at it in nuclear industry, radiation is adding energy into.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
This way, you add a plasmatic energy which is balanced and acceptable to the seed. So
Yeah.
you get the same result, a balanced seed, and exactly how you wanted it to work with zero cost.
Mm. All right. So I can understand you that your method, CO2 plus CA3 method, is to reverse the plant to original state that God actually made it in the days of old.
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes, we've seen these results up to now.
All right. What of if I want to increase beta carotene level 100-fold? If I want
Play
to
with a
increase.
mixture. Play with a mixture of 3 or 4 ganses
All right. All right. All right.
till you get the mixture you like, with let's say 10% of this, 20% of the other. You see
Yeah.
where you are giving energy or where you want to take energy. And the copper oxide has the property of giving taking energy in certain levels. But if you add it with zinc oxide GaNs, which Benjamin can make very easily, you find out it allows the balance within the seed structure. We know this from research in a couple of cases. So Benjamin has to give you a separate, let's say 4 or 5 different ganses, which cost nothing. You've seen it in your center. And then you play with different mixture till you get it right, and the seed will respond, because it's not the radiation. The problem with the genetic modification now is we radiate to dislocate and put it where we want it. This way is a gravitational magnetical, it goes to where you want it, but it's in balance with it. So it's not genetically modified. It accepts a condition, it processes itself to what you want it to do, without any radiation at no cost.
Thank you so much, Kesh.
Thank you very much. I've done certain amount of work as a nuclear physicist in this part, in this section of the seeds. I started it in 2008, 7, 8. And I have seen the crops
Okay.
which usually die, they last 4 months more than their usual. And you can regenerate, you can keep on
All
cutting
right.
the harvest and it comes back.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thanks for your
Dr.
question.
Kesh, I would like to hand over the mic to Nana.
Thank you very much
Dr.
indeed.
Nana is here with me.
Thank you very much indeed, doctor. Uh,
Oh, thank you so much. Okay.
I will explain everything to Benjamin in how to make the materials ready for you that you just test. Thank you.
Good day, Mr. Kesh. This is Nana.
Hi, good day, Dr. Nagana. How are you, Dr. Nana?
I'm fine, thank you.
Are you happy with the results?
Sure, we're making a lot of progress and I'm happy with it. So we've been discussing it at the authority level from time to time, and on the MOU, I think it's close to final. but the lawyer wanted to be clear on some things. Especially, she wants to know how Keshe Foundation will be infused into the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission system. So, should it be a department under the Ghana Space Science and Technology Institute, or it should be a joint company?
Uh,
So,
we prefer to keep our independence to be a joint company, but embedded in Ghana Spaceship Institute or Energy Abbas, which is the Atomic Energy Authority.
okay. So we'll
Because
make it.
I know if the rule changes in the country and the leadership or the parliament passes a new law, we lose the control. But this way we stay independent, that we can operate and serve the nation.
Okay. So we can make it clear in the MOU then. So I'll
Yes,
put some
please.
things together and share it with you again.
Thank you very much indeed for your
All
time.
right.
Dr.
So
Nana,
thank you.
how
Yes.
how can we proceed with these results from what we've seen from the Atomic Energy Authorities now?
Yeah. We need to.
Can we
We need to.
commercialize it rapidly, or can it be used to be commercialized?
Yeah. We need to go over all the tests again, all the experiments again, through the
Mm-hmm.
scientific processes. Do the
Mm-hmm.
tests again and invite other institutions which are doing similar work to be
Mm-hmm.
witnesses to those tests, and then we can go public. Once we go
We are
public,
already
then
public. You're listened to by 100 million people. If this is not public,
no,
I
I
don't know
mean,
what is public.
okay, I mean to get it accepted in the Ghanaian community,
Yeah.
we need to talk to. We have Water Research Institute or Commission
Yeah.
Institute, yeah, who is the authority for water issues or water resources in Ghana. So
Mm-hmm.
we need to have all our documents right and then talk to them. They can give us the authority to probably go ahead with water treatment and other issues about water in Ghana.
I think your biggest problem is your secretary to get the figures in the right column. Otherwise, everything else is easy.
Yeah.
The
Okay. So
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for your long-standing collaboration and cooperation with us.
thank you, Mr. Gill.
Thank you indeed for your time. Thank you indeed.
Thank you.
Benjamin,
Yes, sir.
yeah, please produce as much as you can the gases of CO2, copper oxide, CH3, and what do you call it,
CH.
zinc oxide,
Yeah.
and provide these in a given quantity to the doctor that they can use it for their seed. Make sure there is no salt content, because if you have a salt content, the salt will transfer is plasmatic condition to the seed,
Seed.
and then that can cause you sometimes is to benefit. It allows the salt in the seed to extract moisture from the environment, so it becomes a sink for watering the plant itself. And in some plants this works the other way around. So try to give them the ganses with salt water, don't wash it, and try to give them gans with the washed gans. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what this will do, the plant is looking for a moisture, and the moisture comes through the salt content within the DNA of the gene of the seed. So if you add in some seeds the salt water to be there, because now salt behaves as a gas state of the salt, not as a salt as matter state, will bring the gene into a state of being like a thirsty, and instead of drought killing it from outside, it calls for the water, the moisture to come to it, and it creates its own water moisture. In some countries we've seen that effect. In some countries, due to the climate, it doesn't seem to be responding. So allow them to test both with the salt and without the salt in all four of them, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Kesh, I'm already collaborating with him in other, what do you call it, crop matters. Yes, yes, I think last 3 days, huh? Last 3 days, he took me around Ikrabo lands where I can do a lot of experiments concerning agriculture. So it's in line. So I'm working with him already, and
Yeah,
he
what you
has.
got to learn, Benjamin, get yourself a meter, 2 meter of copper pipe,
Mm-hmm.
nano coat it from outside, cover it with a plastic tube, and let the water go through it very slowly. And
Okay.
feed your plants all the time with this pipe. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So what you do as you water, you feed. You add energy to your water, plasmatic, and the plants will grow totally different. And when you do it, try to spread the watering, not to every day. If you plant one side every day, plant this waters, measure the amount of water, that you know how much you're watering, and that's what it is. You got to understand, at the moment, water shortage, water distribution, agriculture has become a big game. For example, China is short of water. What they have done, they have leased properties in Africa and in Argentina. What they're buying is a water rain, they call it water rain purchase for agriculture. The water rain in those districts are used to make soya to be shipped back to China. So you got to take a measurement of how much water you're feeding to the plants, not just feeding it and looking at the plant, how it's growing or if it's growing faster. Measure if you give 100 liters there, if you're giving 20 liters. This is the real test of the technology. You understand?
Yes, sir.
And connect you, if you're watering with a hose pipe, measure the water. If you're measuring with the hose, with the tanks, add a copper pipe, nano coated from outside, not inside.
Outside.
With the,
Oh,
put a
okay.
plastic on it that it doesn't get destroyed, and water it and measure it, you will see the difference. Very quickly you see 70-80% reduction in the water consumption, and you will see up to 30%, up to 4 times, 5 times more what we call foliage. So when you work with them, work correctly, and then you do the seeds with the salt, without the salt, and then you see how they want.
Okay.
There is no need
The
to
la-
use of radiation anymore in any food and agriculture. Now we have this technology.
okay. I was about to before I completed with the water thing. I showed a picture of what we have actually done, and it
Carry
shows
on. Would you
the.
like to share with us the screen?
Okay. Yes. So where are you? Yeah. I've okay.
Rick has to stop, then you can come in. Yeah, come in now.
There you go.
Okay.
Thanks, Rick.
So thanks, Rick. Where is it? Give me a minute to start my PowerPoint again. So the last part is what I'm about to share with you. Uh, so, sure.
Is there a problem?
Yeah, there's a problem, but we are on
It's
the.
coming up. You're coming up. There we are.
Okay.
You have the last picture we see now. Yeah, please.
That's the last picture we see. This is what we are about to do. So you see the ends, there's a connection point at where the tube bends. That is where we are going to put the nano coated tube outside so that it will water the plant. And these beds have seeds which have been nano treated in different configurations. So I have all the permutations also drawn, and once it's ready, my IT guy is a bit indisposed, so he's not here, but I have seen that he has done a lot of work so far. There are some few corrections I want him to do on them, and then we can share it so that those who have what do you call it, expert knowledge in this field can also add their knowledge to it. So that is what.
Benjamin, when
Yes,
do
sir.
you start this process?
Uh, we it's all we. I just went to see Dr. Amenope to see the land, but already I started. I have started the process already somewhere, but I'm not getting the full cooperation from that end. So I have even abandoned that project. But this one, I will have people who will be able to man it for me because here, if you give something to
You know
somebody,
what we can do, Benjamin?
yes,
Benjamin,
sir,
the
yes, sir,
biggest agricultural university in Africa, the most famous one, has
hmm,
always has been South Sierra Leone University.
okay,
It was a jewel in the crown of the agricultural universities in Africa till the problem started a few years ago. We always promised, what do you call it, the chancellor of the university, he wants to bring back the university back to what it was. Uh, we have still the situation with Ebola there, but maybe between you and Dr. Waba, which is coming to you from
Godwin.
United States, we can join you up
Okay,
with
Dr.
these
Mutwe.
professors in South Sri Lanka University because they need this for food. Would
Okay,
it be possible that we can put you together in that way? Because one of the seeds I think you got to try extra cassava is rice.
rice. Okay,
Rice.
we are in position. We are in position.
Try to see how you can do, because what Americans have done over past 20 decades, they imported American rice so cheap that it was not worth for the farmers locally to produce it. So now they are forced to buy, and the new seeds are agriculturally modified that it doesn't give them what they need for the next harvest. If you can show how you can reverse what I call the genetic modification of the seeds, which you can do, and share it with the scientists in Kenya and in Sierra Leone, I think we achieve a major production in rice. And we can even go back to the original rice, which a lot of we can grow in the dry season.
Okay.
This is
Dr. Manope
fantastic. What
is
you
nodding his
have put in
head, so.
front of me in that picture, what I've been trying to do for nearly 2 years. You dangled the bait, so now I bet. Now you better do. And I'll bring as part of the collaboration the director of the Central Bank of ex-director of Central Bank of Sierra Leone to be collaborating with you with this. And he's he's ex-director of the World Bank, and he's very good in these things. He is from Africa, and he understands the problems. And we can raise a lot of funds in Africa for this project to stop the processed genes.
Okay. So,
That's
in line with this, I have told Nash that I'm bringing some samples to his lab. So we'll do after and before soil sample analysis, and the water that will be used to water this crop will be tested periodically to find what is in the intake point and the what do you call it, the outtake point and the intake point. So we'll do that and see what is inside before it gets past the nano exit, so that we'll also know. Uh,
uh, can I ask our colleague in US, how fast can you get to Ghana? Is your suitcase ready?
Oh, I'm ready, but I thought I would go to Kenya first and then go to Ghana. That may be easier.
Either way, let me know when you travel, and we finance the rest of it the minute you tell me you're moving.
Okay, thank you.
Please, because I think with your experience you've done, you can bring correct test trials in Ghana and transfer the knowledge back to Kenya.
Definitely, I look forward to doing that. Thank you.
Anytime you fly, we'll support you. It's all in your hand from now on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much for a beautiful job, Benjamin. Try to support the measurement of the what do you call it, microbes and bacteria in the water, if you can do that. I could carry it with me
Okay, we will
before I
do
go
that.
to China. And the contamination of radioactive material is a gift from Africa to Americans if this disaster happens and we get radiation spillage, because the number of nuclear reactors sits on the right boundaries of the plates. It'll be fantastic. You're sitting right inside the Atomic Energy Authority, and we can ask our colleagues in Iran for a direct collaboration and transfer of technology in different ways.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks, Dr. Nana, Dr. and all your support in the Institute. All the best. We'll see you next Thursday.
So they are interested in the space aspect also. So I told them we are in position to build our first spacecraft here, and it has gone around. Actually, Professor Dr. Shlo should have been here, but because of a lot of meetings that he's having now, he couldn't be here. But
We will
Dr.
collaborate very quickly. We need
Okay.
for them to appoint people who are as part of the space technology, who you have thought and understand the technology. We bring them in the space in the spaceship team. We bring they let them appoint Ghanaian scientists who understand our technology in the space, and then we bring them straight away into the Spaceship Institute, what they call it, teaching group.
Go off any moment from now, so
Pardon?
our UPS will go off any moment.
Hello, you can't hear you. You're down somewhere. Get the microphone.
Okay, we are saying that our UPS will go off any moment from now.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for being with us.
And quickly, Dr. Cash, this is Godwin again.
Yes, Dr. Godwin.
A lot of seeds are being sent to the moon for cosmic radiation mutation breeding. So I'm interested in space technology. If you can pack some seeds and send it there, and then bring it up and see how they can actually grow in comparison with the one we modified in Ghana.
With the greatest of pleasure. I'll organize it with Benjamin.
All right.
And we'll speak together in time to sort it out.
All right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Godwin.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Rick, it's nearly 2 o'clock, if I'm correct. And I think we promised we share the teaching of yesterday. We're going to a very extremely advanced level of space technology at the plasmatic level, which is understanding of the emotion and the interaction of the emotion and control for what we call universal communication. To a lot of you, this will sound like nonsense, but as you are not educated, we don't expect much. It's for those who will understand how in the space we'll communicate. What is the purpose of our emotion in interaction with what we need, what we would like to have in the space. You got to understand this is at the more or less highest level we have built over a year, 2 years of teaching. We decided to release this, that in the coming time, people who will start understanding, like the scientists in Ghana who want to be a part of the Edge of Science and Space Technology, understand how we will communicate in space. It's no use getting into space when you can't feed yourself and when you can't communicate. This we have started as we are getting ready. We are on the final stages of showing the full spaceship within the structure of the Keshe Foundation team. How we'll do, how you can feed yourself, but you got to learn how to communicate. So what you hear, I've asked Rick Raymond to release yesterday's teaching to the what I call the first year students and the 3-year course, if the back end was done, is something like about 3-4 hours of teaching. You can listen to it or you can leave it, or in the future to go back on it. It is important, it's absolutely important that we manage to transfer this knowledge across for those of you who are on a governmental level testing. I think I give a very clear hint why we are releasing this. Number of space agencies who've been around the foundation have started testing, listening to us in development of their own space technology using maglev system. And if you are ahead of us as you are doing your test, as I call on a blacklist on the background, soon you will come to one of the first things you need to do is contacting or being contacted or being across the contact board and you don't know how to communicate. This is a gift to space agencies and you know exactly who I'm talking to. We are releasing this knowledge for you that if you are ahead of us and you have managed to break through in different ways, you need this to be able to stop any conflict in the space, because your thoughts are read before you come. And Americans usually have a habit of pulling the gun before asking a question. This time they can read your mind. The only loser will be you. So what we're doing, we're releasing this recording of the yesterday's teaching, specifically and partially with the Keshe Foundation supporters who are developing to understand it if they haven't listened to it. Secondly, for the space agencies who are testing, have followed, and they're investing a lot of money in our way of development. We know some 2 organizations are on the verge and they are there, but in being there, when you come, when you open the door, you need to speak. We are teaching the basis of the teaching of the speak, but we do it public in a way we say, we know what you're up to. Wish you all the best. I'm going to come off the line if you want to start the recording and let it be listened. Those of you who might come back in the future and laugh at it, it shows your lack of understanding of what it is about. But when those students who just joined or they'll join, in the 3rd term you understand exactly what this is about and what it is. This is the blueprint of the space language. Last week we released a blueprint for the spaceship and the structure. Now we start releasing a number of these things for what we call a spaceship program, where we are entering a point that we are about to produce crafts without dimensions, without physicality of the schools and platform what we are used to. The way the skin of the man is created from the fields, the way upper atmospheres of a lot of planets are created without any material but from interaction of fields. Now we are learning the same process. The way we see the surface on the sun is created through the same process. Containment for holding to the plasma. Up to now we produce plasma to release its effect. If you contain the plasma itself will create its own surface. This is what this technology about. And then you will understand visibility, tangibility. So from now on, when you do such a thing, you should understand how to control it. And now that we release the plasma for it by interaction of itself with the other plasmas to create tangibility, we have entered the true space, age of true deep space travel, without the need for food or water from the planet, because we can produce it through the fields of the source of the plasma of the reactor. In this process, You have to learn when you come in, you join the family, you open the door, they greet you, you know how to greet. You don't look at it and say, oh, it's delicious, I want to eat it, because before even you think of eating, he's already eaten you or disarmed you. So what we start teaching is the universal language in these teachings of today, and understanding of the characteristic of the emotion in different part of the brain of the man. In the teachings up to now, we always handle the physicality, how we change cancer, how we do this. But if you listen to the teaching of before, now we know the cause sits in the emotional part. And then the interaction of your emotion with another creature emotion, understanding the color and interaction of the emotions will give you the indication, what we call universal language. And this is what the teaching of today is about. It's the blueprint, partial for different aspects, but it ends up with the blueprint for universal language. And those of you who understand will understand that we have opened the door of communication with our family in the universe. This is the first part of it. We go in deeper part. We promise by the spring of this year, as has been promised in all the holy books, we open the door of universe to the man. And this is the first thing. When you are born, you have no language. We don't understand what you want till you start saying mama, papa, and up, and water, and whatever else. This is the language of the universe. The colors of the true thing of the emotion of the man and the other creatures that we only love, and there is no war. Let us listen, and maybe we'll learn something.
Mr. Keshe, I think this is the morning teaching you're talking about for Wednesday morning.
Yes,
And
yes, and
was
part
there
of the afternoon session, the back end, please.
the afternoon session? I'm not clear on what part that is. I'll have to try to
It's the last half an hour, 20 minutes of it.
of the afternoon session after this one,
Yes,
or was it
that's
the
for the
afternoon
3-year
session of
courses.
the?
That's for the 3-year courses.
Oh, okay. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay, I'll have to try to find that during this play. So I'll play the entire teaching. I assume it's sort of got a setup to it and so on, and feeds into it. So I think we have to just play the whole thing and let it go. There was a part about the Chinese meeting at the first, and I wanted to know if that was okay to play.
Pardon?
It was
No, don't
discussed.
play that one, please. Do not play. That's
Okay, well, I'll have to try to get ahead of that. So,
You want me to speak while you're finding it till you're ready?
yeah, just give me a second.
What
Oh,
is
yeah, I
it?
just need a couple minutes. Yep.
What is it about?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know this person. I haven't
We
seen
better check
anything that,
what it is.
yeah, I'd rather see a
We
presentation that's presented to us beforehand so we know what we're getting into there.
we can do it for the Tuesday afternoon.
Okay.
Yes, Vince, I think we do this for Tuesday afternoon, if that's okay.
Okay, let me get this movie set up in the background and you can,
Okay,
it'll
I
just
give
take me
you.
a couple of minutes here, I think.
Okay, when you're ready, give me a shot. I give some more knowledge to add to the knowledge. First of all, what you will see in these teachings is the way we look at the structure of the life in the universe. We do not see arms and legs, but arms and legs are there to carry out the wishes of the emotional part. Emotions do not have arms and legs. Emotions have gravitational magnetic field strength. Very much like Earth has its own gravitational magnetic field strength, and its interaction creates the color of blue of the planet. Where, for example, the interaction of the gravitational magnetic field of the sun creates the golden color we know. But if you put the color of the Earth with sunset of the sun, we see different colors. We see gold, we see red, we see blue, we see yellow, and or when you stand in front of a sunset and you see all these gorgeous colors. It comes by interaction of different fields of the earth with the sun in a given angle. The same is with the emotion of the man and interaction with another entity's emotion. When the earth creates a field and interacts with the sun, we see the white color, but we see the blue of the planet. What happens if our field changes slightly or sun moves in a different angle? The same field is the same, but in a different angle it creates a beautiful red sky just before the sunset. It's the same entity with a different condition of position of the field. In space we do the same. If our color is the same as of the strength, we get the white color. There is no interaction, we don't see anything. I love you, you love me. And if the true love is there, when the two fields are of the same strength, they do not create any residual. It means we are the same. Anger has a different color in respect to joy. When you are happy, it means you are giving. If the other creature is happy, is giving, what does it do? Because you don't see any color, but your emotion is happy in giving, you know he's in the same condition too. So this is the way in universe we communicate. There is no alphabet. It's the interaction of different strength of the plasmatic, gravitational and magnetic. This is how we started teaching in this semester in the final year. But on the other hand, a lot of students in the 3-year course are so advanced that we start partially to teach them the same. So in a way we are getting human race ready in understanding how the rest of the universal family works and communicates. That you don't walk in and you try to shake hand when the people don't shake hand and just bend in front of each other. You find your hand empty in front of nowhere. So this is what the teachings are. We are getting human race ready for one nation, one planet, one race. And then if you understand that, we are one race in the universe. So what we set out as one planet, one nation, one race is actually to walk you into one universal community. Are you ready, Rick?
Yes, I've got that lined up here now, I believe.
Okay. Thank you very much for today. I'll go offline. You can let it play. And add the back end of the 3-year course. Stanley has it in his recording to add to it. Please listen. This actually gives you an insight how we teach in the final courses. We learn from each other, and it's an open table. It's not a lecture that you have to listen and copy. It's adding to the knowledge. This is how we teach. This is how it's taught. And most of the people you see or you hear, they're with the teachers of the future of the foundation in their own nationalities and countries. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this teaching, and it's the first time we have opened part of our private teachings into the public. And I hope it'll be as the same we'll try to do when the sensitive teaching is done, that affects the whole population of humanity on this planet in respect to universal community. Thank you very much, Rick. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I'll let people know that there'll be just portions of this. There'll be a plain whiteboard until things get put on the whiteboard later, but that's the way the conversation went. So I'll just start playing it. I'll do a screen share and we'll play that now.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome. This is the teaching of the Wednesday, the 2nd.
Anyway, we're talking about the emotion. Does the emotion comes out of our amino acid, or does the emotion comes from the interaction of our amino acid? Do we need to standardize emotions? Or while I feel pain, you feel as joy, another creature in the universe sees it as a threat, and another creature uses it as a funny thing happening. Are we all watching the same thing, but in fact, with a perception of what we think it means that thing to you according to our culture. It's very interesting. Now, I'll give you an example. Then you have to understand it. We were sitting with friends, and I looked at the table, and he was saying he was in Africa. He went to Kenya, and he said, "This is what we see. This is what is seen." And then we were expecting emotion, how we reacted. In the certain tribe of African tribe, when they want to greet you, and when an important man sits in front of them, as important as a chief, or chief respects him to be their guest, they give the chief something like milk, and he plays with the milk in his mouth and he spits it back on the face of the guest, and everybody cheers that the chief has respected the guest so highly. And so now it's the same thing as emotions. The man who watches as a man, as a somebody, as a spectator watching the scene, if you're African from the tribe, you rejoice. If you are European and you are, let's say, Asian and the Chinese, you get horribly sick with it, because now you see something which is not in fact acceptable to our condition, and then you have to put your position in a position of the chief who spat on the guy, and then you have to put yourself to be the guy who received the spitting and show the emotion. Even if it's anger inside you, she will say thank you very much for spitting at me. We all watching the same scene. We all are witnesses in different angle to the same event. The tribesmen are happy that the chief has accepted the guest and they're rejoicing. The Europeans sitting there going horrified, the boss being spit at, or the president, or whoever it is. The chief who is rejoicing in tradition that he can accept a man equal to him that spits on him, and then the man who actually receives the spit and he has to clean his face, and don't move, don't, if you clean your face, it's an insult. Now put yourself in the middle and try to understand the emotion. But it's the same story. If you are part of it, it's okay, this is what it is, we have to accept. If you're not part of it, if you don't understand it, if you're on the receiving side, you clap, and the one who got a spat on, you can, just literally give you a fist. But he sits there and expect. What boils inside him? Is it anger? Is it fear? Would the chief, if would not say thank you, in the brain you could feel it, say I can see him getting angry at me, but he's got to sit there. Would it create a war? Would it create a conflict, or would it bring you joy? Now, this is the language of the universe. This is the emotion of the universe. Make the chief a man from planet Zeus. Make the people from the tribe man from planet God knows whatever, Neptune or whatever, and the audience from another continent, but part of the universe, and the receiver of a part of it. Would we start a war? Or would we hide our emotion? That it's okay, I accept it, and there is no war.
There's no conflict. I accept what it is. And now you try to put all these four emotions in a very simple way in the layers of your brain to the same event. Or can you separate the one which is the emotion of fear in line with the emotion of joy and the giving and maybe laughter? As we said, fear is the one which brings control. It means I'm going to hold on to it. It's the heaviest. Joy, happy, giving is the outer, is your magnetical. This is a very strange, very easy way to assess the same situation. Many of you have to learn which is sits where, and you have to be correct with it. That if you are fear of the situation you're in, you're afraid of it, can you still show I'm happy? But mean that I don't see your physicality, I feel the fear, but I see something else moving on the top. So this means the guy doesn't like it, but he still shows good that is acceptable. I don't see your face, I have no eyes, but I can feel your emotions. What do you see? It's the same story. How do we separate it? And then make yourself blind that you don't see nothing but feeling the emotion. I think I always said the people will be one of the best people to be the people of space, because they have already developed and separated their emotion. They're aware of it. They are more or less in charge of it, because maybe at the beginning of finding out and being blind, if they would have touched a step too far, as falling, they would have cringed and they would have been fearful of falling. But now they've fallen so many times and they miss so many times, oh, this is another one. So, do we become blind to the sight in the space and we start feeling the emotion? And if we get to that stage, and let's say they bring us back on Earth, and we can pass a tree and see, or pass a plant, feel the emotion of plant, I'm sure it's going to eat me. I'm sure it's going to eat me. I'm going to be part of his energy. I'm not there. Then would you see that energy? Would you feel that emotion of the plant not to want to be separated, to be killed? These are parts of understanding. I dig into different pieces to bring different emotions. And then you have to understand where, in respect to you, that emotion comes from. And then if you can do it, you want to land, you come more towards the fear. If you want to fly, you go towards the joy. And if you really want to go zappy, you're going to go into the childhood one, which means I do what I like. But I call the zone of ignorance. If you can do this, what we call non-verbal communication, universal language, will start appearing to you as a second nature. As I said in the teaching yesterday, if you stick to the inertial side, you play the inertial game. If you play the universal game, you play
the plasma game. But how do you control emotion? How do you control different levels of emotion? I want to go faster, I'll get rid of the fear, but I add to the joy, increase so very free. You can go faster, you can go as fast as you like. Any questions before I lose you again?
You mentioned the what do you call it? The place of ignorance. That's the place. That's the bottom black line beyond fear. Is that the idea?
In a way, when you become ignorant, you connect all the feelings together. When you become ignorant, means nothing matters, so the emotion of the fear, happy, joy, whatever is all there. This is short circuit. I don't care if I'm happy, I don't care if I'm sad, if I'm afraid, I'm joyful, I'm fearful, I am lovable, whatever. It's a shortcut, it's all the same, doesn't matter, you connect all of them together.
Okay, and the idea that you're putting forth is to make the separations, to deliberately create the separations in order to have the interaction of the fields, in order to create certain effects, let's say.
Yes, I was talking to Caroline, we met we meet a lot of different people in our life. And we were discussing it actually this morning about it. If you understand, your body talks, your body radiates a non-verbal communication. What I was explaining just now is that your meter, then you decide how and what's going to be strong. If it's going to be towards gravitational end, you're going to sink this way towards the fear, or you're going to go towards the joy and happiness and giving, which is your magnetic one. Your body creates reaction, physical reaction in respect to your emotion. What I was explaining just now is that we met a couple recently that after years of having boys, they had a girl. And we thought that's very cute. But she said we planned it and we got what we wanted. It was well planned. We asked, do you use this? No, we went to America, it didn't work. Do
Did he do that? No, it didn't work. Was it selective genes? No, you can do it naturally. The conversation finished, and then later on, sometimes after, I ask Caroline, did you explain to you how she could have a daughter? Oh, she said, yes, it's naturally done. And explain what I don't know. Oh, she says, the woman explained that certain part of your cycle, your temperature goes high. And 3 days before that, if you find out, if you conceive, it's going to be 100% or more chances of a daughter. And it's very interesting. You just listen to it. So, oh, now I know what I want to do. I'm going to have a daughter. But I wasn't talking about this. I was talking about that few degrees of change in temperature. Is that the emotion that I'm getting ready to reproduce? That if you can create such emotion on a regular basis that it creates a higher temperature in your body, it means you are radiating a lot of things. You're literally a scent box for the ones who are looking for temperature. And in so many ways, if you think of it, the emotion has found a verbal language for itself. So, if we can measure that emotion of the reproduction with a thermometer, oh boys, what have we missed in the culture of man's cycle of understanding of his emotion and his condition, and his literally not only emotion, but his own motion. How did we find out? How come we know about it, but in a specific positions, but we don't know enough about it to create the condition in different layers, in different part of the body, that we can lift ourselves? Can we produce the energy that we don't even need to walk? Would we go to the point that if we walk, it'll be just for pleasure? I'm going for a walk to use my feet. I haven't used them for 20 years. I want to know if they're still there moving. We know all the tricks of the life. We know if we can measure with a few tenth of degrees change of temperature, we can guess when the boys are ready for play, that will release an egg. But you ask yourself another question. There is a further extension to this story, how you can have a daughter. The human race, the human body has become perfect at it. If you measure the emotion of yourself in respect to the environment you're in respect to the people who are in charge of the environment you are in charge of, would you be able to produce what you want? Any other question? Any question?
Mr. Keshe, this is Zizen here.
Oh, welcome back. We haven't seen you for a long time.
Thank you. I just went to warmer climates there for a couple weeks.
Did you forget the suitcase?
uh,
You could have jumped in, huh?
yeah, I just brought shorts along. Yeah, got a lot of
Are
mosquito
you
bites.
still on holidays, or have you come back on the holiday from the holidays? You're still on holidays?
If I'm teaching this Friday, if that's what you mean.
No, I just wondered. You just came back. You know, if you just.
Yeah.
How is the emotion of holiday?
Well, it depends what. Yeah, it depends what one chooses as a holiday. Some like just being on a beach or whatever, but some like actually doing some research while they're doing it. So, yeah. Yeah, I just went to meet some friends that I hadn't seen for 8 years. So to do with human behavior and whatnot. So it's nice to go into different cultures. Put it that way. It's very enlightening. Anyways, one of my question you mentioned regarding that emotion can have inertia, and I'd never thought of that before. And so, does that mean fear has more inertia than joy? Is that, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Joy comes. Okay, inertia. What is inertia? Once joy comes, is it easier for it to disappear than when fear comes? Is fear harder to disappear? Would that be part of inertia? Once it's there, it has a tendency not to go away. Or is it the intensity of the emotion that creates a stronger inertia? There's also, I mean, for me, you know how we have this term called funny bone? You hit my funny bone. Because there's apparently a bone in the body that's funny, or when you hit it, it becomes an emotion. So, where was I going with that? And there's something to do with how one can change the emotion real quickly, number one. But when the emotion's there, how easy it is to switch emotions. I would call that inertia. Would that be a correct use of the term? Yeah. I guess for a few years I was meditating quite a few hours a day. So in that, I considered it some of it mind training, where I could hold an emotion regardless of any outside circumstances. And it was a really good training, actually. Very good training. So in that way, I would consider meditation, for me anyways, it was quite valuable in, I wouldn't call it controlling emotion, I guess it is, but navigating emotion with a control panel, or so that the emotion is in charge of my control panel.
So how does inertia work into what you're just saying now then?
It's inertia, I guess, could work either way. If I'm in the joy realm, I can. To me, inertia is it has a tendency to stay there, regardless of whatever else happens. So there's inertia there. So the joy keeps going regardless of a quick change in circumstance or whatever.
So did you change it due to your attention on it and so on, or what changed due to where was the inertia there? Does the emotion have the inertia, or is it our attention, our identification with that emotion that gets stuck on it in a way with that inertia?
Actually, that's a really good question. Actually, I found how to operate out of the higher field strength, if I can put it that way. So therefore, it's higher field strength than emotional. So therefore, it's a lot easier to switch emotions at will. So the higher field strength is always in the center. So in the center of, say, the donut, if we look at the soul, if you want to put a physical shape to the soul structure, if it was a donut, and also then corresponding the physical representation of an emotional center in our brain, I would see that also as a donut, or would that be a torus? A donut, a dynamic donut, hole in the center. The hole, I can viscerally feel the hole. So if I put my will, I'm willing to be in that higher field strength. That's part of it. It's the willingness to be there, because it's much more intense. The intensity is strong, so it's getting used to intensity of the field strength. But when well, you can never get used to it. It's always know that it's the higher field strength, not the lower one. But anyways, when in that higher field strength, it's almost like a tunneling. Mr. Keshe called it a tunneling, or there's almost like a fiber optic cable in there that can be accessed. Maybe that's not the right way to put it, but it's funny. A funny way to put it. So there's things on even like what I'm getting back to. I'm going all over the place here, but the funny bone. We have a word in our language called the funny bone, and sometimes I say to my partner, you hit my funny bone, because she did something she didn't think was funny, but I totally thought it was very funny. Can my funny bone operate all the time? If so, then I have control over my funny bone. Therefore, I just have to find the other bones for my fear bone and the other bones of joy. I don't know. I'm just rambling here. If it makes sense, I don't know, but it makes sense to me.
Hey, Zeisen, this is Denny.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. I haven't heard your voice for a while.
Yeah, you've been out having fun. So one of the things I'm thinking about is just how easy can I make this? I mean, so if it's so easy that I'm overlooking the easiness of it, because it's been ingrained in me to work things out and make them difficult. Just how easy can I make this is a question that, and I guess part of the easiness is just allow it to happen, let it ooze out of me, and let these things just take place like some kind of a body function, a bodily function.
But one doesn't have to be ignorant, though, as being able to sense that. So it must be a sense that we can develop.
It could be very well. It's just like I feel like I have to go to the bathroom. I sense that.
That's what's always intrigued me as guys. I don't know what it is for women, but if I'm around a waterfall, or even if I turn the tap on, suddenly I've got to empty my bladder, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I used that trick on my grandson.
Yeah, exactly. So, so right there, what is that? I every time it happens, I'm always surprised. What is that?
Well, that's an emotional strength that just happens that quickly and that easily. So, in other words, there's got to be little tells that'll get us this aware of the differences in our strength. Now, we were talking about the emotional center, and you were trying to put a torus and a torus and or a donut. Well, and we do know the I can't even think of those the two halves of the centers. There's two halves. There's the you can tell me because I can't think of it right now. But they're the emotional centers.
Two halves of the brain, you mean, or what?
No, the two halves of that the thalamus, the thalmi, and so then you have a strength from one thalmi to the other thalmi, and so that's what will give you the ease in it happening. And so if you can, just like you can sense that you're going to make your left bicep bulge or your right bicep bulge, you should be able to do something similar with the thalmi. Some easy little trick that you know where, and it although it's emotion. And now I'm going to step out for a minute so that I can give a chance to think on this, and I'll let you go back to your thinking. But the thing that I wanted to impress upon ourselves is how easy it just might be.
Thank you for that. That's if I can carry on here for a bit. I would say it's the development of the will and the willingness to go there. Those were very paramount in my self-training in my meditation. So I think that's a very like we have very strong wills, stronger than our physicality, stronger than our emotion. So where does that will reside? I'm not sure about that, but what I do know is it's a high field strength. If one brings the high field strength to it, if that makes sense.
So it seems like you're talking about what we could say a voluntary, you're voluntarizing or making it something conscious, which may not have been voluntary and conscious beforehand in a way. Like, where does that willingness and that will come from? It's probably not from the physicality, because the physicality sort of normally runs the show, or has its needs and wants and so on, so it needs to be fed in its own way. But I think that voluntary, that willingness comes from a different place, from, let's say, essence or spiritual place. And when that gets activated, it's much stronger. It's from the principality strength rather than something that's more illusionary from the edges of the creation, let's say. So it seems like voluntariness, or like reinitiating one's will from moment to moment even, is important in order to bring everything into the present and into the voluntary and into the conscious realm.
Yes, I love that, Rick. Reinitiating one's will. That's totally explains it. That's brilliant.
And it has to be on a moment-to-moment basis. Otherwise, it was something in the past which is not relevant in the moment. In other words, something that was initiated in the past does not necessarily carry through from moment to moment if you get into that moment-to-moment space, which has to be actually recreated from moment to moment. And therefore, that's one of the jobs of being a creator, is trying to keep remembering that willingness and remembering all your parts from moment to moment, because it's a moment-to-moment job.
It could act like a reflex. It could act like a reflex.
The funny bone. The funny bone.
Yep.
Is a reflex.
Sorry, guys.
Initiating one's will. Maybe that's how one can overcome inertia, and I see the inertia as being the could be called the pre-programmed matrix that we agree to, so it runs on automatic.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, go ahead.
This is Stefano. Hi. I think because some night ago I was talking about this with a friend of mine, and we understood maybe one thing very simple, which is I put you a little bit physical, but if I do like this, you recognize this is a clapping of the hands, right? While if I whistle like this, you recognize it is a whistle.
Yeah, but how do you whistle?
Okay, this is because with our brain we manage to recognize, collect the data, and compare the different things. You can even distinguish with your eyes a pen from a fork or a spoon. This is because we collected the data, we compare between the data what was what, and we define that that particular thing is this. Okay.
Yes, but okay. Let's say.
Sorry, Mr. Cash. Go ahead, please.
Put it this way: what is a spoon to you? It might be a fork to me.
Yeah, yes, but what
let's take it a step further. Let's take it a step further. You have to remember, and I touched it yesterday, the biggest radar to judge an information is your skin. The skin of the face detects different things. The skin of a hand detects different emotion. The skin of the foot has different emotion. We don't feel exactly the same, our own skin to be everywhere the same. Do we use our right hand for emotion of the laughter? And we measure our fear with the tip of our fingers on the left side, because it's your gravitational, it's the side you take energy in. Do we go into the point of understanding from our skin our emotion? Then would it be the same or easier way to understand this is what it is? This is how I show. This is why I started this discussion. Would we become blind and only see how the interaction of the motion with the physical structure creates what color on the skin? That we recognize this is fear, this is joy. Do we extend the knowledge to understanding of what we receive from our skin? If I receive this field from such an entity and I absorb it, it's like a wind. I know it's a cold wind, is a fear wind, is it what? Try to look at all the angles of what it is and how till you get to the point inside you that you can recognize it directly in the brain. Do we go to the point of releasing an energy and seeing what other people feel? Keep your face very straight and send a message of I love you, which is the joy of giving. I'm not expecting any back. See if they all raise their head and smile at you. Or you see somebody frown at you, I love somebody else, I don't need yours. Remember in the teaching last term, we spoke about with your thoughts moving things. Now sit in front of each other, sit in front of a bird, sit in front of a dog, sit in front of your child, and try to find out, I want to tickle you, I want to reach and touch you, but don't do it, just see if the person fringes, just juggles up, or the dog moves up a step further, I don't want to be touched. Or you can tell your child, just come to me, I love you. No word, it's just a feeling of, I want to receive something that I can give you. And you see the child comes to you. This is how you're going to control your reactors. This is why we speak about this. That's why it's part of the teaching. Because now your antenna is your brain, and you decide, I want to go left, it's a bit too much, I want to see uncle on that planet, so that's where I want to go. But is that uncle on the planet waiting for you? Or you have received, uncle wants to see you and you go. Man in a space will be so busy traveling that doesn't know even what time of the day it is. What do we read in the signature of our fields and emotions. You see, I don't teach you this is the line, this is what the emotion is. I leave it open to you, because that emotion can be different between all of you, but you all feel the same. I stay silent. It's nice when I stay silent, I listen to all of you, the way you think.
In fact, I think that I think that the main job would be to recognize inside ourselves by our own in the exact moment where we find an emotion, to recognize it and compare it with another, and so we can build up a lot of data of ourselves inside ourselves, and then after this we can even recognize the same thing even outside ourselves. So it's like recognizing a fork from a spoon, but because you know the exact I don't know if I can tell about the shape inside ourselves of that emotion, then we even recognize it if it is around us in any other person. At least I am collecting I'm building up my database of emotions in this way. Just paying attention at my feeling the moment when I feel it, and then comparing it with the other which I had, and even in trying to put that feelings out in a proper manner for an outcome I would like to have in the surrounding, let's say.
And about that, we talked about the way you greet everyone in the online teachings here. Every time you come in, you enthusiastically say, you know, hello, or
Yeah, I think that is a good base. Actually, I think the good base is the peace of mind. From there, you can build up, because and if you aren't able to stay quiet with your mind and with your feelings, you can even analyze any kind of thought or emotion is passing through you. While in the moment you achieve an inner peace, an inner quietness, it's very much easier to put your attention on the right spot, let's say.
And how does the enthusiasm, the emotion of enthusiasm, or one might say joy, tie into that?
To me, it's because I'm accustomed to it in some way. So I know what it is. So when I want it, I do.
Does that come from, first of all,
It's experience.
yeah, it's the baseline of peace of mind first?
It's like I was telling you before. It's like when you collect a lot of data about yourself and about your feelings. It's you know, because during our life we don't pay attention to our feelings, to our emotions. But
Yeah,
in
but
fact,
that's you. What about the rest with respect to that emotion? It might be anger to you, but joy to us. Why you get angry and the rest of it laugh? Ah.
this is I never considered. Wait, but I don't understand what you mean when you say anger to me.
You see, you fall, you get angry, you drop something, but to the others, it's to you is anger, but the same thing is joy to the others. They laugh. Look at him, he missed the step.
Or someone that's laughing and you think, geez, how could they laugh? I'm having such a rough time. Everything's how could someone possibly be laughing at me, obviously, you know, or that kind of thing.
Yeah, but this is a subjective point of view. But I'm trying
Okay,
to
well, that's
okay. Let's put a measure to it. Let's take it a step further. We all buy a distilled water. Distilled water is distilled, doesn't matter where it means it's nothing but just water. A lot of you have seen these machines which they put on. If the frequency is love, it will make the sign of love a heart. If it's whatever, the water will give you the emotion of how that frequency is. Yeah? Now, all of us, all of you in this team, get yourself a clean glass of water and a bottle of distilled water from the supermarket, which is clean, there is nothing in it. And all of you sit and watch and try to see what your emotion makes in the water. Does it make us, I love that one. The cup will make a love sign, heart sign. And then go to the book and get the book. Says this is it. When you see the water is this shape, it means anger or whatever. Shall we all buy a standard book that we feel this is my emotion, but everybody reads this is the love, and that one you make your love with the same cup, and if it goes there, now we know this is the emotion. Shall we carry a cup with us everywhere? For us to measure our emotion and feelings as we feel, which we send out?
Well, they actually have that now in terms of what they used to call it the mood ring, and now they have mood amulets, and they're more improved than they were in the 1960s and 70s and so on, where this gem-like thing will change color supposedly according to your mood. It might be more dependent on body temperature, actually, but what they call it mood. So it could have a broad range of colors supposedly depending on your mood. And you would show your mood by wearing this jewelry.
Oh, I feel lovable. Can you look at my, what do you call it, my mood button or whatever it's called?
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm blind. What am I going to see it then?
Well, you'd have to have a braille mood ring then.
So we do know that oxygen has magnetic properties, and that's most of what water is made out of. So if I correlated that with the mind, if the mind has magnetical properties, or the brain, if I want to put it that way, or the field around the brain, then it can be how should I say? I find personally, I find the higher field strength in the center, and the way I access that is by calming the mind, peace of mind, which basically is like the turbulence is down enough so that the water becomes still, the water being the field, and that point then is the will and the willingness to affect the whole field by my will. So it still comes down to the
Okay,
will.
what about, wait. What about four of us sitting around the same cup and trying to do the same thing? What would with the water? We must be boiling up and down. One is feeling angry, the other one is happy, and they think, what's going to happen to the water?
Okay, then there's also the will or willingness to join with other other minds. If you want to put a co-pilot, so there's a joint willingness. That's been a big challenge.
Let me explain to you something. Wait. This is not. I'm taking you somewhere. I know where I'm taking you, but I just, as usual, try to walk you on the, get you to walk on the plank than me doing it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, what about if now before you go to space, you get trained for years, you go in this pool, they put you in the suit, they do everything else. What about we create a cup or a water that we make a standard for it? This is the how, is the language of universe. A is when you can get this water looking like this. B is when you get this signs from the glass of water. C is when you get this shape, the water waves this way. And happiness is this. I don't eat you is this. Shall we make a vocabulary of the emotion compared to the water? Because the water shows us. But I'll tell you something else. We teach, we think, we work with the space technology. Water is the attribute of Earth. Our brain is not the water. Our brain is a Ganser state. What about we create a cup of CO2? And our brain is based on the CO2. Add a touch of zinc oxide into it as a gas. It's a copy of your brain, more or less. What about if we make this as a standard for people before go to space, understand their own emotion, and we say these are the standards for being happy. I'm giving, I'm taking, I like to give. This is the speed of the rotation of the GANs in the cup. This is the how you give energy and the GANs expand in the cup and you get to this size. It means you're very giving, you're lovable, you're love. Or would this in the space measure us in respect to that cup? That this is when the man gets the GANs to this level, it means he loves. So the language is this. So we create a GANs universal gravitational magnetic field language. You see where I'm taking you? Trying to teach you the language of the universe through the fields, the way the universe operates. There is no A, there is no B. It's the field strength which you understand as understood. We don't carry a vocabulary of dictionaries with us. We carry a vocabulary of emotion in the field, the strength of giving and taking. This is why I brought this public teaching in the level of the layers of the brain of the man. Do we start classes? Do we start a procedure with ourselves where we start learning the language of universe? Does your emotion, which becomes like a sun, we just give? When they see the man, they say, look, he's a giver, he's kind, he's love, he's in love with the universe. This is where I'm taking you slowly, to teach you the language of the universe.
Then the way you give dictates, I'm prepared to receive so much, but I don't need. But I'm giving this which I don't need. Maybe he likes. You don't speak a word. You give your emotion. Your emotion in space is the language of the universe. There are no A, B's and C's. Inside us, as a race, as a human, we feel the fear of the end. And collectively, with what is about to happen, even though we don't see it, we feel it, we are emitting the sign that collectively as a race, this be the ants, the cows, the chicken, the God knows, the birds and everything else, that collectively we feel the energy we are receiving is increasing at the level that we know we cannot sustain. So collectively we are radiating a field which in the universal language is a SOS. And do we have the creatures of the universe on the standby? That when it comes, we go in, but don't forget that our thing is coming. Then would be so receptive that we see in space another race is getting to that what I call boiling point. That we go and do the same to help not the physicality, but to help to release the soul. Or take the soul somewhere, it's just like your child, putting it somewhere safe. I'm taking you to the universal orphanage, let's say. This is where we're going to. Not for you to get interrupt the same as before with the right hand coil and left hand coils and up down coils and turn it this way and different wires. No. The whole purpose of bringing these emotional layers and levels and whatever is what we always thought. The language of the universe. Non-verbal. Universe works through interaction of the fields. In all dimensions, which is a GANs. Now you see where you're going. Now you see the step by step. Soon a large number of people will start creating the system of the lift or gravitational magnetic positioning, because you don't lift in the space anymore, you just move from one place to another. Lifting is respect to the earth. In a space, where are you lifting to? You're always forever in motion. And when you are travels of the universe, it's like when you go, you cross, you go from Italy to France to Germany, you go further to Spain. In the universe, the same, we come across different languages, different cultures, different entities. But does your entity change? Or when you smile, everybody smiles. On earth, we know moving your lips to the side means I'm happy, so we call it a smile. Is there a language of a smile in the universe? I'm happy. And is that language in the amount of the field you release? Do we see how much comes in and how much goes out? The more goes out, the more goes, you take one in but you give four, it means the guy is a happy guy, he's giver. I can't do anything because he gives so much that he doesn't let me come close. But only he takes from these fields and he gives only those fields. So it means his food is this, so I have a little bit extra, I give it to him because that field I don't need. I'm walking you in two directions with your emotion. One, trying to start teaching with the universal language. Two, in controlling, in talking, you can do the driving too, in where you want to go with it. When you sit in the car behind the wheel and you got the wheels and the steering,
and you accelerator, you don't shut up, do you? Just because you concentrate on driving. You're chopping, you're smoking a cigarette, you just joke or whatever. Now, in the space, you have the same. One part of your emotion has dictate where you go, and the other side of the emotion is to understand how to communicate.
Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
Tony, Turajakalan, how are you?
Not too bad. I'm getting ready for 8, but I don't know where I'm going.
So you started your Hafsin yet?
Not yet. Let's explain. You better explain than me.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to appreciate.
I'll explain to you what you just said because you just laughed.
Okay.
Let me explain.
Please.
21st of March is the Iranian New Year, which is in about 20 days from now. The tradition in Iran is that we see the beginning of the year 21st of March, which most of the northern hemisphere, Japan, Iran, the whole of Silkway celebrate this day because it's the beginning of the spring. Over thousands of years, the Iranians have measured the second when we enter the zone of the spring. We measure it to the second, sometimes falls the beginning of the new year. It's not like European 12 and 12. It takes 365 days, 6 hours and something, or 12 hours and a few seconds, that the Earth comes back to the same position. And we measure it for thousands of years. We are so wise to it. And we sometimes falls in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning, sometimes it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon. We stay for it, we call it the Salat Tahwil, means the time of evolution, revolution to the next cycle. And we celebrate it, and we start the celebration days before, from around the 1st of March, 2nd of March, which is today. We plant seeds that by the 21st they grow to shoots, and we call it the Sabze. So the beginning of the cycle of the New Year celebration starts from yesterday and today, that we put the seeds out to grow, that sits on the table. Initially, we used to call it She, but now this started with Se, which means we put 7 items, we call it Haft. Sin, Haft means 7 things starting with letter S. Sabze is one of them, which means the beginning of the life. We give life ready to live. Because today, 1st, 2nd of March is the time when we start getting ready for it.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Anything that...
And there are other things we put on the table, and I was just asking, Mr. Akhawan, are you ready for your...
That gives me excuse to celebrate. Amen.
The Iranians are celebrating. The Iranians, the Zoroastrians, we always celebrate.
Life is too short and is very magnetical because it brings joy. And that brings us to the roundtable discussion that I've been enjoying listening to your teachings. And I just had a little bit of a flashback of what you started this teaching on the 2nd of October 2015, that if you wouldn't mind helping me on your board writing what you mentioned that motivated a lot of people, was we are using matter state, 80% of population dwelling in that. Then we go into the nano state, where 5% of the population of the planet. And then we go to the GANS state, which is about 1% approximately of the population. And then we go into the plasma state, where 0.0001% or 700,000 out of 7 billion people on the planet dwell in that state. But the goal is, as Mr. Keshe mentioned, if I understand it correctly, is to be beyond plasma, where you manipulate the plasma. And that's how you become the pilot of the spaceship that Mr. Keshe is talking about. So to be a pilot, as I was listening to Eisen and Rick conversation, Eisen was talking, You have there is a will, as Rick was saying, that is so powerful. Gravitational magnetic field is so powerful, that will, which I call it intention. The human intention, absolutely right, Eisen and Rick. Human intention is so powerful that if we are aware of the human intention, that's the pilot sitting in the spaceship beyond this solar system and these galaxies. So, with your intention, we have to understand, if I understand it correctly, to manipulate the plasma, our intention, let me back up. The way I understand what Mr. Keshe is talking about, from my point of view, is we have to be aware of these different colors in our emotional part of the brain, which starts with fear and ultimate magnetic field is joy. It is all about the gravitational magnetic field that we can manipulate the plasma. So that awareness in this roundtable discussion, that awareness, it's your intention where you want to go. You want to descend or you want to ascend. So knowing that, in order to be that observer, that objective, what Eisen was talking about is for him, he drops to his heart, where he's free of all these things, just being in that center state where he's feeling, he's not thinking. So ultimately he connects to that infinite field of cosmic consciousness, that which is plasma, and being in that resonance automatically pick up joy, which is magnetic. And that is a key that Eisen uses in order to activate the magnetic field regardless of everything else. So that's one way, and that's beautiful, to tap into that plasma, and then with your intention you can take where you want to take the plasma. So that comes from my point of view. We all have seen the human torsion field. The center of it is in the heart. So no matter where we want to go in the universe, we have to understand where we are. So using this physical body, which includes heart, and the center of the torsion field is heart, it's free of any kind of other, whether it's through skin or the blood, what kind of emotion we absorb in our
I'm going
emotional
to throw
part.
you a very big stone, Mr. Ahawan.
Please.
I hope you can catch it.
Okay.
In a way of, I hope you can understand it. At the moment, we have a digestion system, which is there to convert the energy of the matter to the energy of the body. At the moment, we have lung, which converts the energy of the gaseous level to what we need, which is a faster conversion, which is a huge amount. We eat a very little compared to the amount of energy we take from through our lung. Our lung is breathing 10, 18 times a minute. So much air in. You try to get 2 liters of water into your stomach 18 times a day, and a minute. We on average breathe 10 to 30 times, depending on age or whatever. And we take something 1 to 2 liters of air in. You try to put 1 or 2 liters of just water, forget about the food, 10 times a minute in your stomach. Impossibility. We hardly, this is why my teachings always say, we take 20% from our environment. by physical, because the rest comes through the body. Now, the point is, when you learn the way to absorb energy from the environment through your interaction of the emotions of your brain. You lose your mouth and you lose your lung. You have no stomach, you have no digestion system, you have no lung, you have no need for the heart. We don't pump any blood into the head, we pump blood into the environment around for the physical part of the brain. You cut the brain, you cut the emotional part, you don't find a drop of blood in it.
Yes, I appreciate.
Where does go the function of the heart?
Exactly.
The need for the heart.
Yes, as I mentioned, before we start this.
Do you understand what I'm talking about? Is there a need? Is there a need for blood circulation?
Yeah, just one moment. I just wanted to clarify. When I go into that state, I don't actually drop into the heart as was described. I actually ascend. I go higher, more towards the soul level, between the emotion and the soul. Not so it's a higher field strength than the heart. Just
yeah, but what I'm trying to explain, in space, our physical structure shall change beyond recognition of what we carry on this planet. That if we come the passengers of space, let's say for on the Earth time of 100 years, when we come back, earthly people, we are foreigners, then we are aliens, because we've gone through the evolution of understanding.
Yes,
Then,
I understand that.
you understand this?
Yes,
so
I understand
we have no heart. We have no need for the heart, because we learn to absorb energy in a different way. Because we are not eating, there is no liver, there is no kidney, there is no intestine.
Exactly, and I understand that perfectly.
Now you understand.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
is there a need that we emphasize on a pumping system where there is no pumping needed? Or do we change, let me say, or do we use part of our physical brain? Because when we lose our intestine, when we lose these bits which have no need for the heart and liver, the structure of our brain will change. This is something none of you contemplated on. Let's open the doors.
As a matter of fact, I perfectly understand what you're saying, Mr. Keshe, and I wanted to use.
How do you see? How do you feel with the changes which you're gonna receive? And from the beginning, in taking man to space, we pre-plan our own evolution, because we know the revolution and change of our structure of life will bring evolution. We were victims in the DNA and RNA to evolve to survive. This time we have a choice. We are the decision makers, because we ourselves going to decide to create the evolution and revolution.
Which is the pilot, as I was talking about. And I understand what you're saying.
No, Mr. You have to understand, group of you here in this and group of the others who will listen to these teachings in the future. You are the forthcomers. You are the group which will decide, if you understand what is on the table, that this time the evolution is decided by us, because we know what is to come, and this is what we decide the human race in space will look. It's very much, we say, look at the guys just come from a village. You know, somebody you see in the city, or we see somebody say, oh, look at him, he's a very affluent man. He's got the culture. Because one came from the village and it trained itself to become affluent. And if you come from somewhere in affluent, you can see the monkeys pretend to be. In our cycle, where we sit now, this moment in this teaching, maybe 20, 30 of you. And no one, the rest of the 7 billion, is aware of what is to come. And if it wasn't spoken today, you could never imagine it, there is such a thing. But I put everything to you step by step logically, that you can see. You go to space, you're prepared to go to space. You space, in going you need to learn the language of space, but you know in the space there's no food to eat, so you learn a different way of absorbing your energy to convert your body that you can exist, to sustain your physicality and your soul. So as you can't eat, you don't need mouth. As you can't breathe air, you don't need the lung. So physically you're going to go to evolution. Man will change beyond recognition in the next 12, let's say 100 years. We cannot, when we show the pictures, I can't believe this is the man. When we lose attachment of physicality, some fingers will go, some foot will go, but would we go strong, active, that there is a little brain can supply, because now you have no blood circulation. Now you can transmit immediately, there is no need for nerve system. Now there is no cancer. Now the man become man of the space.
Yes, I appreciate that.
How do you plan to change the structure of the human body that you will change into become the true man of space? In many of my teachings, I always refer to this beautiful woman who I met. She was in her 20s. At age of 5, she wanted to become a harvest. And in 15 years, she managed to make herself tall, long fingers, very long arms, and different posture. If you see her out of the context without the harp, of the evolution by the desire. I want to be a harpist, I'm a little child. The strings are too far, I need a longer finger to reach. Every time I try to reach the last string, my emotion tells me I need a longer arm, so I put energy into it that the arms and the finger can reach that string up the last. My head needs to be high that I can see from the top, I don't get the harp topping up top of me. In next 20 years, man will go beyond evolution in a very rapid way. It's you who has got to decide the change of the evolution. Because once you do, the emotion which you create in the need for the change to survive the space but be a perfect, will transmit through your emotion to the rest of the human race. None of you is ready for it, but this is what's going to happen.
Yes.
So you have to understand, we start teaching very deep in space technology.
And that brings me to the second section of your teaching in October, when you introduced Caroline to teach how to create a plasma ball in the middle of both hands, which again, that's a free plasma. That's what the science of spaceship plasma technology is all about, to create a free plasma, where instead of whether it's a skin or the blood or a nano or GANs, we just go right into plasma. So with the human intention as a pilot of his own spaceship, the intention where we are going, before we have to know where we are going. The way I understand, combining your teaching and Caroline teaching and others who contributed so far in this roundtable discussion. So creating that plasma using our own energy is where we put the intention in the middle of that plasma, that we dictate, we manipulate the plasma through our human intention, which is incredibly powerful. And your left hand, if it's point A, and your right hand is point B, since we are living, this is a little bit of a kick I'm throwing in that Caroline did not cover, but it created a resonance in me to bring this subject up right now in this group discussion. We are living in a vibratory system. Our emotion is a vibration, the light is a vibration, the plasma is a vibration, everything is a vibration. We are living in a vibratory system. So everything is a wave. And with the human intention, when we drop to our heart, because we have to understand where we are before we go where we are going. We know where we are going, but where are we right now? And how do we plan to get there? So we have physicality. We can use it. For me, when I drop to my heart, I'm free of any thoughts. So I use what Caroline taught. Left hand is your gravitational for man. Right hand is magnetic for man. And when you interact this field, you create a plasma ball in the center. So with the intention, this is a little thing kick I'm throwing in. With the intention, since we are in a vibrative system, we are living in a holographic universe, including our skin, our lung, our heart, everything around us is holographic. So with your intention, when you create that plasma ball in the center of both hands, the intention is, how would it feel like to collapse the wave of holographic, whatever it is, fear, anything. It's a shortcut. It's a backdoor. Rather than analyzing which color is which, you just collapse the wave. Put the intention. How would it, and who are you asking? You're asking the plasma, which is the infinite possibilities in the universe. Everything was created out of the plasma. Has consciousness, has intelligence. You ask it. That's how you manipulate the plasma. You create that plasma ball, and then you ask it, how would it feel like to collapse the wave now? And let the plasma answer. And everything will collapse. Fear, anything. So that's where we start. It's a level ground. Now we go back to our intention. Where do we want to go? The pilot comes in. So you want magnetic? You activate the magnetic and joy. How would it feel like to feel in absolute peacefulness and joy starting now? Put it in the plasma, the intention, and let the plasma create that. And here it is. Your left hand is pointing.
No, stop, Mr. Howard. I'll take you a step further. You missed the biggest point of the teaching, and that's one of the reasons I brought Caroline. You brought to talk something, now you brought yourself hanging yourself with it. You're good at it, so I use sometimes your own ways to bring in new ways in. So you brought the rope, I give you the rope. See how far you want to hang yourselves, all of you. You put the head, you put your two hands out and you created the plasma. When we say the plasma, what we see as a GANs is a ball which receives and receives. Have you ever thought, I make the plasma to be my soul and move my physicality inside that plasma. And wherever I need to, will manifest myself in the physicality of the dimension I appear in. A lot of you miss this.
That's the intention.
No, that's not the intention. That's the only solution.
I would say it's more of a willingness.
Yeah, and
No,
depend on
no, it's not a willingness. It's not a willingness. It's the fact of the reality.
Sorry, Mr. Keshe, could you repeat the concept again, please?
It's not a concept. It's something which you will have to do in a space. You see a lot of light, flying light balls. A lot of you have come across it. A lot of people report they see a flying light bulb in the space. These are the entities which have managed to convert himself to the plasma of themselves. In a way, the light you see flying is a GANs, where the passenger is inside itself as part of it. In a way, when you create these plasma ball, I taught you how to create it. I especially brought Caroline to show you. Is in a way how you bring your fingers together in it to open it, that becomes your new jacket. And what you emit from it becomes what you want to be. What you are prepared to give and take. In a way, you become the sun. Where within, through your emotion, you control the sun. The question is the sun the reality of the jacket of an entity that in radiating manifests itself in everything and human body and the rest of it as part of it? In a way, if you can control this plasma, you create this plasma, it's like the clothes you cut and wear and you sew and you put on it. Now we go to the next step. Some of you will understand why you are even here on this table, as you call it. We know the soul. As I said once, hello friends, we know each other a long time. It's nice to meet. But now we speak the language of the man, that the man can do the whole thing. It's just like a bunch of people in the theater. We have rehearsed enough. Now we show the show. If any of you think you're around this table by accident, I tell you good morning. We use the language of the man to teach the man the evolution the man has to put itself through it to reach and become part of the universal society. So let's take it a step further. We came out of the light, we manifested in physicality, and now with creating a ball of light, would we go back into it or inside it with the full knowledge that we don't need anything else, but we can become physicality at any points we like? In a way, instead of sewing a shirt and the trousers and putting ourselves in it, now we make a plasma that becomes created out of us, that become part of inside of it. And then with what we emit, with what we receive, we find a balance in the whole of the creation. Is the finger, it's like peeling an apple, or opening a Pandora box, or opening a sweet box. You need two hands to open a jacket. Are we creating this plasma ball as a new home, that we can with the finger open and go inside it, that become part of it through the emotion of what we give and what we take? And then we find out with what we give and what we get and what we prepare to give while we are inside this jacket, we become like the sun and the earth. We find each other's position. If man understands what I just explained, you have entered in a true universal understanding of the condition of the travel, and correctness and fairness.
Thank you for reminding us, and we are all remembering. And as you mentioned, there is no coincidence. Everybody's at this roundtable discussion. Good to see you all again. Actually, hearing you all again.
I'm probably here by accident.
We never know. We are accident flying.
So this is kind of interesting, Mr. Keshe. So that little ball of light, is there a humanoid in there?
You are the humanoid. You didn't get it?
No, I didn't get it, and I began to follow when I lost my heart and my fingers and everything. I knew I lost part of my brain because I don't have to send a message to that part of my body anymore. So my brain, I don't know, has no need to be as big as it is unless it has some other purpose, unless I need more GANs in my brain. So now I'm becoming, that ball of light is like a soul. And so, and that soul then has all the attributes of becoming whatever it wants to be.
If was it this way, let's just put it this way. How much are you afraid of losing the physicality as you know you become the light?
Well, I guess at my age, I'm probably not too afraid, because if I keep going the way I am, I'll find some other essence to be, because I probably won't be breathing. I'll go the way of my ancestors. So I guess the fear is not very much for me anymore.
Could it be said that the evolution is from being verticals and horizontals to being a celestial entity, like a planetary? So then you act as a planetary with a maggrav instead of being earthbound, or so. Then
I'm gonna put it to you in a different way.
Go ahead.
When you look at a cup of gas with so many elements in it that it makes the totality, the visuality of what you see, ask yourself another question. How many beings are inside this each cup that they are looking at me from inside out and I'm looking from outside in? They laugh at me and they're more mature than me. Out of each individual gas, which has become a plasma, a being within inside. Go back to the writing of Baha'u'llah. He says even the stone has a soul, but different level of the soul. Even the stone, even a stone which to us the hardest thing, has a soul. Is it our ignorance, as now that we know the atom and the plasma in collection of the state of their motion appear to us to be there, are a living entity, that in fact by going inside we find out the truth about what's happening outside. Muhammad, bless his name, refers to it, Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. At the beginning he says, La ilaha illallah, means the unity of being. So it's not just a God, but it's the totality of it. You are part of it. It's how you want to look at it. In other words, if you look at the Christianity, is in the writing of Christ, bless his name, he says, "Thou shalt not steal." Because when you become a light, you cannot. You're a giver. Have we read the messages the wrong way? And if we read it the right way, would we see the path into the universal community? Is it a hidden code for us, but we are so physical that we didn't see the real code? Have we got too physically entangled in the thing that everything has to be physical for us to see the reality in its condition of the totality of the universe? Do we go back to the word of Zoroaster where it says Pendarani, Koftarani, Kedarani means think correct, act correct, and live correct. Pendar, Koftar, talk correct. Or do we talk when we are a plasma? In what language of universe we talk? The code of universal language is in every religion, but the man has only taken his physical part.
And that physical part is a holographic universe that manifesting.
Is it?
You know, whether it's a Gans, whether it's a human body, as there is a being inside that holographic geometrical shape that is so real, it's so strong because of the inertia, whatever we want to call it, from the planet. So when we are aware of all these holographic, by what Caroline shared, creating the plasma ball between the left hand and the right hand, and the left hand and the right hand, by the way, you can put the whole galaxy in it. You can put the planet Earth in it, or you can put just the spot on the body between point A and point B. Anything between these 2 points of the index finger of the left and the right hand, when you create a plasma and you drop the intention into the heart and let it go like a pebble in the still water in your heart, and you just get out of the way and you let the ripples go through your body, also through these 2 index finger and anything in between, whether it's a planet Earth or a human body or the galaxy, and collapse it. Collapse that holographic wave. Because inside this holographic wave, whether it's a Gans or a human body, is a being, that soul, that light, the light body. So when we are aware of that, you're already operating in a magnetic gulf vibration, which is law of gratitude and appreciation and joy. And that's the pilot mindset.
Can I ask you, Rick? Rick, can you do something? Can you take the recording of today and make it as part of the teaching of tomorrow? Maybe we enlighten a lot of people in the truth about what's about to come. We did the blueprint of the spaceship. Now let's make the blueprint of the man in the space.
Mr. Keshe.
Yes.
Luigi Terry, how you doing? Are you saying that basically in space there's no rules except love connection to the soul, which is the plasma?
Good morning.
We are all remembering.
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
Why did the Gans join?
It's the easiest way I could get you to see the truth. Don't forget, I've done this many times. I know how to walk the flock. I know how to get the sheep directly into the slaughterhouse and do it themselves. Then it's easy. I don't get pain for it. You made the ganses. I just showed it to you. You are manipulating it. I just directed you. Are we in the stage of the maturity to accept the totality? I am the creator, but the created have to understand the essence of the creator, otherwise there is no purpose in existing and creating. I made man in the image of myself. Baha'u'llah says, I made you to make children that they may love me, which means I need to feed myself back, that I can feed myself. Are the children the feedback on these little bits which you make and you connect back to the gravitational, that you create the essence of creation, that to create more? You got to understand to move away from physicality.
So anytime we make rules, we're holding to matter state. So we just shouldn't have any rules because there isn't any.
In a space there isn't any except to give.
Right. Love.
Unconditional. What I told you a few minutes ago, when I met the soul, I said to, hello friends, we haven't seen for a long time. Then I decide where that soul sits. Because a friend, when it comes, you decide where you want to sit, that you can admire the beauty of the friend. You got to realize we are walking into the knowledge of the universe in these teachings. And it needs a lot of openness to understand, because I have put the teaching in a way that every step of it has understood. Is not in the past that I said and it gotta be. It's the way we understand we want to be. Is in the way that we decide how to be, that collectively our want benefits the rest of the people who are made the same as us through Adam in the acid. Through the condition of the conversion of the plasma of this star in this galaxy. Don't forget, what we are came from the sun, and what the sun came from the galaxy. And where the galaxy came from the star of the universe, of the creation itself. And where the star of the universe came from the creator. So I made man in the image of myself. The whole understanding is how we can manipulate this ball that becomes the new clothing for the man. And this time, if the man understands it, will understand all the stars shine the same. Unconditionally what they give, and not very fussy where it comes, because they know at the end they'll dominate. You see, goes back to the teaching. You look at the sun continuously radiating, but you don't listen to the other side of the story. We say when we have two plasma, what comes from the exit goes in the entry, but what comes of the exit of the other one enters the other one from its entry. The sun, you see that it radiates all this light out. It's absorbing. What is it taking in? It's not a one-way traffic. Just because it's so bright and it shines, obeys the rest of the rules of creation. It has to have a path. Does the sun take the soul of the man to become and irradiates out back the soul of the creator? Have we become by part of becoming, wanting to be the soul and the free, because we know we go back in as part of the fields of the created part, which we call it the sun, to be rated equally out, and we sacrifice our souls for it? Where do you think the energy and the fields come to the sun? You think the sun just blows out?
Have you become so ignorant to it? What is good for a geese is good for a gander. If you put a two magnet and you see this is from the North Pole, you can show it with the sound. So the south is absorbing something. Where's the south pole of the sun? What feeds this creature? And if it has the full spectrum of the fields which in the reduction in strength became you, and in non-tangibility of the you becomes detached at the field strength, would we sacrifice ourselves to become part of the creator of ourselves, to be created now is matured? Does the sun only radiates the radiation which we think, or does the sun radiates the soul of the man? Or the created things in this planet, in this universe, in this solar system, that creates balance between all? Is the maturity of the man is due to the maturity of the souls which they leave it, and in the field strength get absorbed back into the sun and radiates equally out? There is no difference between the macro and there is no difference between micro. They all work on the same principle. It's the intelligence of the man who has to understand the truth. Where are we going? Are we becoming the light which is let itself by itself from inside, that we elevate ourselves to become the part of the structure, that we can travel the other dimensions to become part of that, to be absorbed by the sun of the universe, that we can shine as a creator?
I may add to that, Mr. Keshe. When we dwell in the state of plasma and we create, I mean, automatically the resonance creates between our own being or our soul and the plasma soul. What happens, we automatically switch the mindset, automatically, naturally.
You see, Mr. Akhavan, when you become the soul, you don't have a mindset.
Exactly. What I'm talking
your
about,
mind is set in one way just to give.
I understand. What I'm trying to clarify is what I'm using about mindset is automatically we become a solution-oriented being because we have a resonance with that a cosmic soul, plasma, that is a solution-oriented, doesn't see problems, sees only solution. And with the solution-oriented mindset, if we call it in this dimension, mindset, so we always think magnetically. It's it's inexhaustible. We have connected to that universal battery that Alex made. We are already resonant. We're in resonance with that. Automatically, without any effort, it's effortless in the magnetic field of solutions, infinite world of infinite world of possibilities beyond our own limited consciousness. As creates more resonance with that, we become that.
You know what is written on the head entrance of the United Nations?
پندار گفتار نیک کردار نیک
بنی آدم از
اعضای یک که در آفرینش ز یک گوهرند چه عضوی به درد
Translate, then we understand, then you translate the same words instead of humanity into universality.
So do you want me to go Farsi or English?
No problem. In the Farsi, it's a head is the heading when you enter the United
Yes. بنی آدم زای یک پیکرند که در آفرینش ز یک گوهرند چه عضوی به درد آورد روزگار دگر عضوها را نماند قرار.
Translated.
Human beings are like a limb of the same bodies. And when a part of the body or a limb starts going through a contraction or
pain,
the other limbs of the body will feel the pain. If you are a human being who are not aware of other humans' pain or other limbs of the body, you are not deserved to be called human. Being, yeah. So when we are in a resonance with the plasma, we feel everything, whether we have eyes, we don't have eyes, we can feel the vibration. And that's being in a plasma state. And if you want to manipulate it, you step out of it. And you do it again with the infinite world of possibilities. Just asking the source, what are the possibilities of collapsing the wave, whatever it is? Whether it's an earthquake, whether it's anything, how about collapsing that wave? Human intention.
Of a collapse when you can use it to build on.
That's where we have to be careful whether it's for the highest good of all concerned or
to judge.
Exactly. So that's, you put it in. If it's for the highest good of all concerned, how would it feel like to collapse the wave now? Let the universe decide. I have a limited consciousness compared to the infinite world of possibilities of plasma, universal consciousness, cosmic consciousness. So put an open-ended question to that plasma ball that you just created between your hands, and let the plasma answers how you manipulate the plasma. And since His goodness is giving for the good of all concerned, let the plasma decide. Get out of the way. Once you drop the pebble in that still water of the heart, get out of the way and watch the waves going from your heart, through your hands, through your index fingers, and boom, in the center of that plasma ball.
But you know, you're not going to have a heart in the space because you have no blood, because you have...
As I mentioned, Mr. Keshe.
What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with that heart?
Thank you so much. As I mentioned, we have to understand where we are before we go where we are going. So since we are already in this physical body and we are still breathing and eating and drinking water, we may as well use the heart, which is the center of the torsion field of the human being.
But put it this way,
which is plasma.
We are going in a path. We have no choice. Now that we have opened this technology, we have no choice. We know the path.
There is no way back.
There is no way back. There is no way back to remnants.
I'm sorry to put that out, but there is no way back.
There is no way. This is the road to universe.
Yes.
How? Now we know. We have opened the door. We are teaching it. We are patient. We take people to make their mistakes, to make their reactors, to make their cores. We play the daft game. It's like sitting in the teacher, watching a child putting a Lego together. But you know the end product is on the plan. You've seen the plan in front of you, but the child is only interested to put one piece to another to get to that plan, to have the bird in the hand.
Exactly. And Mr. Keshe, I want to tell you something here.
We have opened the door. How are we going to get this cat out of the cage?
There is something in Urdu language They say Ma'abka tahid dil se shukur guzar ho. That means, Mr. Keshe, from the bottom of my heart, I'm very grateful and thankful to your presence that you open this knowledge to humanity on the planet, where anybody who's coming from a scientific background or a spiritual background, this is where Mr. Keshe's teaching brings spirituality and science on the table. And depending on whether you are a matter state or a plasma state, but is on the table for you to bring them together, interact them with each other, these two feel the strength and recognizing who we are. Self-realization is God-realization. And
but
you
are we part of the Creator? You
we
see,
are.
sentimentality, Mr. Akhavan, doesn't bring us to the reality that we're becoming the passengers of the space. We have opened the door that it cannot be closed. And we have told you so openly that millions of people will come to it. But they have to understand what is the next step. What is the eventuality of this door which we have opened into universal community? Is it to understand what we are about to lose, or are we losing, we are about to enter into universal community? Do we need to stay within the boundary of having the physicality and controlling it because we need to? Or when you become a star like a sun, there is no kings and no rulers, but equality of the light. Who wants to shine more has to give more. And in shining more, we receive more to shine more. So the problem for a lot of human race in the next step, now that we have taught the basics, pieces of Lego are coming together to make the final picture, is for the man collectively to decide that this time around we are in charge of the evolution. Last time around we became from gases into amino acids, and without choice we became what we are. But in going back to the plasma of the creation of the origin, this time we have a choice. Do we choose to be thieves and steal, to create a system that becomes suckers of the energies of the universe? Or do we elevate ourselves to the point that we have no need for physicality, that become this more or less a sun which shines unconditionally to give, but we know in giving we receive, and we want to choose the best that we can shine more. This is what I said. The sun, we all have come to accept, it shines all the time. But we forget the other part of the rule which we saw. The plasma receives from entry. What does this plasma of our sun accepts to enter it? Do we become the matter to become the most purified fields of unity, that our wish as a soul is to be absorbed by our own creator, which is the sun, that we can shine and spread what I call the love of the creation across this solar system? And the same way with the galaxies. Have we come for the first time to understand the truth about the essence of the creation for the first time in these teachings?
My answer to that,
or do we still go to get entangled with the physicality and the plasma and the GANs? Because we know the faster we can solve this problem, the faster we have to enter the dimension of non-physicality, because we don't eat, we have no need for the heart and the lung, and we become all shining star. So this is the process that we have to concentrate in this teaching.
and I believe the answer to that is once the next step is once on the planet, the human consciousness recognizes that
but
we
it's not
are
the
in
human.
it.
This time is the ants and the dogs and the cats and the stone have a say in it.
Exactly. But once we as human beings with the powerful intention we have. Once we recognize it is a holographic universe, the body, the pain, this, that is all holographic. Once we recognize that, it just becomes the child's game, and it drops, doesn't have any power over this holographic shape, doesn't have any more power over the soul to shadow the soul. Then drops,
Yeah,
and
but now
everybody's
you
done.
become the soul. Your totality of the existence become the soul of the entity of the creation.
Yes, and that's
So,
when the resonance begins, and we are part of
yeah.
all.
So the question comes, we're going to end up the teaching of today. And as I said to Rick, maybe we leave this to be played after the teaching of tomorrow. We add this to the public teaching because this is the blueprint of the language and the purpose of our presence. Instead of keep it in dark, let it be part of that man understand where is about to go. And those who understand will be enlightened. But the whole purpose is, are we ready this time around to dictate our evolution? Are we resolute enough to understand by evolving we become part of the giving as a totality of the creature or creation on this planet? Are we trying, or can we extend to understand the essence of the creation, that we become the shining stars of the essence of the creation within the stars of the universe? And then there is another question, which I've touched it a few times. Those who never understood, maybe they understand. Out of the stars which you see in the universe, are some of them the star of the souls, or are the stars of the physicality of existence of the plasma, which is hope to become the star of the soul, where we collectively become one, as one planet, one nation, one race, doesn't matter how you put it. Would we then become a shining star of the soul of the universe? In our part of the universe. Then in totality, if we're mature enough, then become the soul of this universe. And if we are mature enough to understand, maybe the universe will come. But the whole essence is, all these purpose of all these teachings about the GANs, about nanomaterials, about all this, is to detach the man to understand the truth. And then knowing by understanding this, the way I always connect the GANs to the body of the man is full of a GANs. And understanding now that he can concentrate his own energy to become a plasma of itself and make a new clothing for itself, to become part of the structure of the universe, where the language is giving and not taking, does not matter whatever comes. So is the man ready to take this step as a total race? As one race, that when the sun shines, it shines bright and beautiful. Doesn't matter which end of the sun you're looking at. There are no black spots on it that there is somebody hanging on it as a dry piece. It's all the same. Is our ultimate goal to become the star of the universe by shining to give unconditionally? Have we matured enough to dictate as a race our own destiny, this time our own evolution, to become the sole part of a star of a universe? Or are we so materialistic attached that we want to be still matter state? This is where these teachings I'm taking you to. Then you can decide which way you want to go. But I have to use the tricks of the brain strength and love or joy or happiness, that I can bring you into the steps by steps to show how you communicate, how you receive, and how you change the direction. Do we want to become a soul star, or do we become a matter star, which has to mature again to become a soul star, which is detached from totality. Let's contemplate. We'll come back to it next teaching. Thank you very much. I hope we have enlightened some souls. Then you find out you don't need no craft, as you are the craft yourself. You are the soul, but you don't see the essence of the truth of your own, created through the creation of your own soul. Thank you very much for today. I think we changed a lot of things and a lot of understanding needs to be done.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for all your teaching.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Maybe Rick, we need to put this.
Thank you, Sir Keshe.
Thank you very much. Maybe we put this teaching after teaching of tomorrow, that the whole human race understand the course as a blueprint of the man for universe.
Okay, yep, I'll get that right.
Thank you very much indeed. See you next time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, and thanks to everybody for participating today and listening in. And that'll be the end of the morning session for Wednesday, March 2nd, 2016. And it sounds like okay, that was the end of that morning session, and now we'll hear the part of another the afternoon teaching. I have to get that set up here. Just bear with me for a minute. Okay, that'll do. Okay.
Existence of the plasma. What is plasma in our culture of understanding? That scientists, to show themselves cleverer, have made terms and things to make it very difficult, that they show to be very clever, but in fact they're the most stupid lot, because you are clever, they twist it that you can't see it, that they look to be clever. Understand, in all levels of when you speak about the plasma, the interaction of the plasma, what is the essence of the plasma? Where does the plasma come from? Look within yourself. You'll find all the answers, because you are the plasma. You radiate heat, we call it aura. You radiate energy, you call it aura. We radiate thoughts, we call it aura. What is interesting, somebody said we have these machines which can, detect different color of aura. Let's bring these machines and put it around our head. Forget about the body. And you start thinking in emotion that I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. And see if the all color goes purple. Then it shows, we can show purple color is hate. Let's sit you in front of the most beautiful food and don't let you touch it. And you go, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. And then in your mind, not in your mouth. And then you see what's the color of these new inventions. With the colors, can we color code our emotion? In the teaching yesterday, we showed the lines. This is the fear, this is joy, this is happiness, and they put lines and colors to it. But in fact, it had a lot of meaning. Can we do that? Can we build a machine which then, by it, we can put all the human beings as pink color on this machine means hate. And we put a machine around the guy, and as he walks, says, "Oh, look, he's thinking about hating. Oh, it looks that one. He wants to eat something. Or oh, look at that. He's telling me something, but it means something else because the color on the head on the machine has changed." Would we come to the point that we become the machine ourselves to detect our own field? And because we become close to it, then we can see the field of the others. Because if they interact with us and their field is the same strength as our field, there should be no reaction. If I'm thinking about love and giving, and he's thinking about God, what you love and giving, I should see no aura around it, because his aura and my aura is the same. Two equal field forces in interacting, they don't create anything residual. Is this the way we're going to communicate in space? Understanding the emotion in the field attraction or interactions? Is this the language of the space? Is this what we are doing? We are heading in that direction. Or do we actually see these, but we prefer not to, because this way we have to accept when a guy says, "I love you," it really means it doesn't give me an excuse to say no for me to go and love somebody else. When you say, "I'm hungry, I feel the pain that my body needs energy," I say, "Oh, you don't really just eaten." But I look at him, oh, I said, the color is there, so it must be because that color on the head, it means hunger. It's the emotion in the head which creates that color. Does the emotion contains the truth, or does emotion create the truth? Do we need to have emotion to find the intention? And from the intention, we see the emotion. The truth is very, very near to each other. So, in a space, when we come across another entity, we judge it by our own strength, not theirs. Because if our intention is peaceful, loving, and their intention is the same, there should be no magic show. It means we are at peace. If my intention is eating him, and his intention is to eat me, then there is no field either. Then I know I'm food and he knows he's my food. Because we both think about the same. Because we radiate the same energy. Magnetic and gravitationally. What it takes, I give. What I take, what I give, he takes. Now you understand the teaching of the universal language. Nobody in the universe, in so many ways, considers cup of water. This is a wood. And then we make dictionaries of it. Hard wood, soft wood. In a space, there is no material except plasma. It's the intention and the emotion. In a way, we judge the environment according to our own judgment. And if it does not interact, we know it. We know it's no good for us because we see the interaction. We become our, what we call aura, or what I call the emotion of the magnetic field of your head, becomes your tool of communication. I love you. And you know, love and hate come together, give this color. Oh, the guy hates me. Or he says, I don't want to interact with you. Or my intention so is the judge of me. In many teachings, especially in the terms, if you listen to it, I always said, It's us who will become the judge of us. Because our intentions shall be read before we act. Because in the universe, the language is very simple. I can see yours and don't need the language. If your intention is to eat me, and my intention is to eat you, there is no color. Good morning. Who's going to eat who? Or do we say, I have some surplus, this part is good, but okay, you want my liver? I have some of your kidney because then I can compensate for the others. We become a Turkish market. People go and sell the kidneys to have food to eat, to feed their children. You have to start understanding why we start this teaching so fast, this way. Because now we open your eyes in the truth about the creation. You don't say, darling, I love you, and you're thinking about the mistress or the boyfriend. If we start teaching the interaction of the gans of the plasma of the body of the man, we both know exactly what it means. So, as we talk about emotion, we show the line of the emotion, we show this is the gravitational magnetic field of the joy, happiness, sadness, fear, whatever. The only tool we have to measure is ourselves in respect to the others. We have to start color coding our own strength. This way we become the judge of our own doing. Because you never want to think about, can I eat it? Because if that guy thinks the same and has got a heavier mass, you're gone. Or if my intention is to give and the intention of the guy is to take, he takes what he needs and you have enough to give at the moment he needs it. Do we become like where the lamb comes to us, we eat and become part of it, so it's better for us to be inside another, that we'll find survival for us to be expansion of totality. Speaking and teaching does not exist in the universe. A few backward races have schools because they haven't learned the laws of the real universal structure. We don't see armies and we don't see people going to 150,000 soldiers halfway around the world to kill as many as they can. They call themselves superpower. Nothing has changed. No human race has not progressed in 3,000 years. Just to dress a monkey does not make the monkey a man. Iranians pulled 250,000 soldiers 2,500 years ago to fight the Greeks. On hand and feet and donkeys and God knows what. The most superpower has a problem to pull 100,000 from the other side of the world to fight. With the latest machinery, tank and troops, and they still don't have managed to resolve it. Still, 250,000 soldiers, 3,500 years, the whole target is killing. To be superior. To be I am. The whole thing is stops. Now we put a stop. To stop has to stop because it's become a bigger mayhem. When you touch the essence of your own creation, which is children, it means the society is written. Totally rotten inside. You got to understand this is not accidental or coincidental that we ended up in Belgium. Because this is the land which has been pushed to the edge where all the rot sits, and there was no control. Now they have flared everywhere. We are there to see and be the cause of the end. Then we go to Italy, it's the same. Look at who was financing all the wars. 95% of the wars to the present time today is financed in Italy. I call Italy the most Catholic, un-Catholic nation we ever seen. Now look, the same now in Middle East. It hasn't changed. Man is still killing, but with a bigger name, with the bigger tools, the more of. Anybody rises as long as you give them the money to have a good life. And we call it a spring uprising. Anybody rises as long as we pay them, and we call them a revolution. But let us go into the level of understanding the emotion of the man inside. And then we see a man comes here, I've come to free you. So we see the color of you. Freedom is what I think is my strength, my emotion, and yours doesn't match. Because when you speak to freedom, your color is pink and yellow when it interacts with mine. I read your emotion. I read the essence of your thinking. In other words, I see the color of your soul. And then you find out nobody walks down the street and says, oh, I'm a Greenpeace. I'm thinking about peace. Oh, I just received 2,000 euro in my bank account to go and do this, but part-time and full-time I manufacture arms for British Army. When the whole purpose of all these teachings is to elevate your understanding, to know yourself, that by knowing yourself you can see without speaking. You can absorb energy without taking another life. But as we say in Farsi, گر خواهی نشوی رسوا همرنگ جماعت شو. Means if you don't want to stand out, be one of the crowd. So we are one of the crowd, but we are the ones who slowly move the crowd to the way we want. To the land of peace, to understanding, but educating the soul of the man. That the man understands. You don't need a word. When your wife tells you, I love you, you make sure there are no mistresses, because when you say I love you and she can see the color of the rainbow, boy, you're in a problem. Thou shalt not steal. Stealing is very, very, as we educate now, the Egyptians brought us numbers. The others brought us different sciences. Now we bring the science of the motion and the truth. Soon it will be like alphabet, the way you say 2 and 2 make 4. In a few years time, oh, that color on your head means you want to eat me. That color on this, you are adulterous. That color there, oh, you love me, I love you too. The new cycle of teaching is to elevate the man to understand the next step of education beyond understanding of the physicality. And then if you reach that, then you become man of the universe. Because then in the universe you can't eat no one, because they feel what you feel. That's the language of the space. And as you are entering it, you better know it. It's not good, oh, look at something, oh, very beautiful. I wonder if I can eat that one. Oh boy, you'll be sucked out in no time, because they have a bigger mass, because they educated themselves. They don't eat you. They give you so much that you elevate to them and say, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Thank you very much for feeding me. They won't destroy you. They elevate you. This is the process of the universal order. This is what I just told you a few minutes ago. I pray to the soul of the red circle that he elevates. We see them, they will go, they will be taken, because this is the rule of the physicality. Any other question? Hello, did I speak to myself?
I thought I heard someone coming in.
Yeah, that was my son.
Oh.
Yeah, he was saying Papa because nobody was talking, so she thought the class is finished. This is a good thing when you teach at home, huh? You never know. I become like a CNN broadcaster. His camera is only on the face. They sit there with God knows shorts and no clothing. So we can teach what we like.
Mr. Keshe,
Yes.
the avalanche continues. Thank you.
No,
You don't like it? I won't mention it again.
No, it's not the avalanche. It's understanding that we could have swam with the waves. We decided to go against it. That's why everything looks like avalanche. If you swim with the waves, you enjoy it because you go the same. If you try to go against it, it becomes and looks like avalanche.
Perfect point. Thank you.
This is what the way we have to change because it's the habit of man. Everything has to be fought for. In our health section, we don't fight. We give and then it finds its own way. That's why medicine doesn't work. I've said this many times because you fight the disease. We don't fight this. We create the environment that if the disease is happy to stay in, but the rest of us is not one of us, it moves on. When we take this word fight out of the vocabulary of the man, in essence, in his emotion, then the man has reached the point of maturity. Because there is nothing to fight for. You have all the knowledge and you can do what you like.
Then if we don't need to fight, and going back to what we were discussing earlier about using the plasma of our bodies to create what we need, then we can then also put ourselves in the position of being a healing Gans around someone. And we don't even really need that person.
There, if they want to take it, huh?
Yes.
The mouth of the emotion is tighter than the mouth of the man. The man, if you want to feed him and doesn't want to feed, he can force his jaw opened up. We do it with our children. We force the spoon in. And if you shut the mouth and hold it, it gets swollen. You get your medicine down. But with emotion and feels, it's not that way. I don't want you. Doesn't matter how you dance, you still can't get in. So we don't fight. What's the use of forcing? But you know you can't get anywhere. So you create your space to allow it to be taken if it's needed. Wisdom of silence.
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Yes.
It's YC from Hong Kong. It's about the cup of life. I'm not sure if I'm understanding it correctly. My question basically has two parts. The first part is the cup of life has many aspects of ourselves. If someone make a cup of life, let's say myself, I make a cup of life, does it carry the blueprint or the image, the template of myself, of that person in the cup? And the second part is, by changing the constituents inside the cup, can we change our physicality, our emotion, and so on and so on?
Yes. If you make a cup of soul, yes. Because when you want to change the physicality, it's not a breast operation or a nose operation. You have to change every single cell within the structure that everyone is happy with the change. So If you go and try to first to get your blue eyes, where the brain says blue eyes does not go with a very, very funny, curly, black, twisted hair with half brown, huh?
So if my IQ is only 100, I can change the brain part of the cup and make it 200.
You make the energy available to the soul that this is my desire. If it fits, the emotion will follow. Because you know, when you have a blue eyes, blonde hair, you have a different emotion. When you have a dark black hair with a dark brown eyes, very hunky voice, you have a different emotion too. So the emotion has to fit into the physicality. It's not just happened for you to be, because man haven't understood the total structure. Every feature on your physicality has a reason for guaranteeing the survival of you longer term. Nothing else. So if you want to change something, your soul knows about the soul of its environment and the condition of its environment. You give to the soul, say, I would like to have a blue eyes. But sorry, with my blue eyes, with this color doesn't go. It's like putting a pink clothes with a very, very nice, beautiful pink top. And can you imagine very, very bright red and blue and green skirts and every other color? You stand like a clown in this stand. When you change our physicality, the first thing the body considers is, what am I going to feel within the crowd? Your soul is created first before it does your emotion. And then physicality comes out of the creation of your emotion, that it can handle it. If your physicality was supposed to be built and then your emotion, it would have been a big mess. A lot of us think, oh, it's an egg and the sperm and blah, 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 blah. But in fact, it's a soul, the emotion, and then the structure of the body, that emotion can handle the structure. So make a cup of soul, and you are a long way away from making that.
So everything has to be harmoniously.
Everything.
All the plasmas in our body interacts harmoniously.
You see, the animals do it except man. And it's very strange, man has never realized that. If you look, let's say the crows, let's say the pigeons, they don't have fancy clothes coming out. Look, I colored my hair this way today. The other feather, have you seen it pink? And the other toe is just nailed a bit purple. Because they totally understand not just their life. We look at them, they run around. But in fact, the whole lot consider the totality. In the human race, when it's too many of us, we kill each other because then there is so much food. You heard this theory which coming, they're killing us to control us, becoming too many. If you put all the 7 billion man on 1.5 times the size of Isle of Wight, we all fit in standing foot to foot. What happens to the rest of all these continents? So there is no shortage of space. But you have to understand, man wears different clothes just to enforce his own meager existence. When the animals see there's a plenty, they all decide to lay eggs. When there is not enough, they all decide collectively, a few of us selectively lay eggs that we can guarantee, but not all of us, because there is no food guaranteeing those. Look at the animal kingdom. They are more mature than we are. Because they don't speak a language, nobody goes there. Today we have a one-child policy. We feel our existence is good, so everybody can have a manager. But when it comes a rough time, boys, slow down. And this is the maturity of the soul of the animals. It's much higher than man. And the man is so ignorant, says there are birds that don't, there are animals. Actually, the animals call humanity animals, and the animals, the man calls animals, but in fact, man was never understood that thing. Even the plants. So, if you want to create a life, give it the right soul that is satisfied within the structure of the other souls. The emotion which it creates will fit the body, and the body will not ever demand anything more than what it can carry. Next question. Second question.
But if I make a cup and I look at my palm, I have all my lines, the emotional line, the brain, all these lines fade in my palm. Is it also replicated in the cup?
I don't know. Depends what was your emotion, what the line says.
Let's see.
This is what I said all the time from the first day the students walked into the lab. Pray for your cups. Give from your soul.
Thank you. I have no more question.
Thank you very much. We're coming to about 4:30 plus. As usually we stop. We're going for 2.5 hours. Thank you very much for today. Try to listen to the teaching of the what I call tomorrow after the teaching, which is the first part, and you have maybe what we discussed today, you understand more than they did understand this morning, because you have a little bit more knowledge, so you're passing them a little bit further. But on the other hand, try to get them to listen to what you've been taught. Maybe then they understand equally what it is. Thank you very much, Mrs. Westinghouse.
Hello, Dr. Keshe. I have a question, but it's not about Health Cup.
Yes, carry on.
This is that one. I'd like to share my screen, please.
I have to stop sharing that. You can share, but shall I be mean and say no?
Oh, I really want to share.
Just wait, I have to stop.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's yours.
Okay, here it is. I have a question about this. I've been trying to attain lift in a hurry. And I was wondering, I think it's your 94th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. You said that we could attain lift with 5 coils.
Yes, your coils are coils. As we say, a very good saying for us, it says, who wears the mustache is not your uncle.
Rich.
Just because you made the call doesn't mean you're gonna lift.
Sure. So I
see your coils, just the picture. There is a big difference. You want to fly, you have to create the condition. First of all, you're too close to the wall. I explained that to the guys in the innovation center. Don't go too close to the wall, because you see the wall has its own plasmatic magnetic field, so it's sucking everything, interacting everything there. The other 3 sides are open. So when you do any test in any shape or form, make sure the environment is correct.
Okay. I had actually also thought of making sure that everything was plasma.
Yeah, but you see, if you look, your coil, the one on the left hand side, is very high compared to the others. One is tilted and one is half tilted. All these will come to the point that will be very difficult to use.
Okay. I'll try to adjust them. But can I attain lift without having the moving plasma in between here in balls.
If you see the lift with this is job of genius. How you gonna do it? How you done it? Partially the frame you put it on is a matter state, which means it reduces the level of the field. You have to nano coat all matters that you feel within you fall within the boundary of the plasma. It's beautiful what you've done. It's
I nano coated the foil. I nano coated this.
Yeah, but did you nano coat the black frame?
No.
So this is where most of the thing come. You see, you got to realize the structure of a craft comes from the interaction of the field, and not the structure is held together by matter to force the structure. You understand? This is something which is needed to be understood. You made a beautiful setup. The cores have to be, you create a field, move the thing in the middle and try to see how you feel with it. What's his name? Ali is very good at this. And Vernie is very good in feeding the fields. To feel the fields, you have, secondly, these reactors, these cores you made, you don't see it. Put a slow camera on it. You will see them every now and then, they just move. Even there is nobody in the house. Just put a remote camera and watch them, they move. They create field forces, and because they are loose, they just move, they release the field. And you get nothing. We've seen this with 129.
I thought I saw them shake.
If you are not near it and there is no wind in the room and you see shaking, or they just move, vibrate, one of them suddenly, it means the system is active. And the field forces is so much that it cannot handle. So by moving, it releases the field. So a lot of you, when you put systems like this and you see it suddenly moving, or you see a small vibration, you think, oh, maybe the cat running is gone. No, it's just that the fields are forced. And you, to be able to achieve flight, that one which was released by the shake is the one you need to add up to build up. That's why in the course we lock the course down to the table, to the frame.
And at the back of it, I have a router, and I was wondering whether that would interfere with it.
Everything interferes. You're worried about that one, I'm worried more about the strings on your guitar.
Oh, okay.
Because these are fine, the musical instruments have a lot to do. You got there, I see a radiator. That radiator's got a flow of water in it, most probably because it's winter.
Yes.
It's a lot of energy out. It'll be very interesting. Watch which one moves, and if it's the only one which moves. And then look distance, where is it facing? We had in Trani a situation that one plug always had problem. And it always happened, the students can tell you, always it happened in the lab. Over the weekends, on Mondays, we sometimes had a problem, or because that plug was near the side where the reactors were running, so the energy was going directly through the plug, and the plug was getting surged with the plasma. And I said to somebody, if I open this plug, even though there is everything away from it, but it was getting, everything was getting plugged through it, I said, the whole line is nano-coated. Just because we don't see it, it means it doesn't exist, but it's just being able to do it.
Okay, thank you. I'll work on it.
Thank you very much indeed.
Sure.
We got to speak sometime next couple of days that I would like you to see when you are ready to go back to Kenya. But at the moment, I've got so much to do this week, and next week we'll try to organize in the coming days.
Okay, thank you very much.
Indeed.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Westinghouse. We call it a day. It's nearly 4:45.
Okay, that
This
sounds good.
kind of thinking is always not more than 2 hours. Thank you very much
Sounds
indeed.
good.
See you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, well, folks.
Okay, sure, Vince. That's well, I was gonna put the picture in. I thought the video was already pretty long, so maybe we should just end it at this point. Okay, let me just throw in the screenshot that I've got here, so we have something to share there. I don't know if that came through even. Okay, so that's the end of the 103rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, and thank you everybody for attending. That was definitely a long one, but there's a lot of very valuable information in there as well. Okay, stay tuned for next week's workshop, and we'll see you then.